Ramada room welcomes all. Thanks for stopping by, answering the call. Ups and downs are normal for some of us. Many days I beg to get off this life bus. Neon lights flicker, a shadow on the wall. Dreams on the ceiling, we run and then we fall. Sharing stories over paper cups. Wheels keep turning but never enough. Life's a ride on a rickety old track. Holding on tight, never looking back. In the rubber Ramada room we could fight. Rock, cry, love in this crazy ride. Dusty postcards from the edge of nowhere. Heartbeats echo in the electric air. We dance on tables without to wait. Cry in the rubber Ramada room, we're all high.
Hi, good afternoon. Y'all, I'm in a good mood. It's 3 o'clock. It is Monday. It is October 27th. And yes, hey, beautiful people. Hey. All right. And Denise was here first. So we're going to give her top crime watcher of the day. I don't know. Sounds good. She's lurking for an hour, then replay crew. She's loving her overtime pay, but she misses us and the conversation because we're such an awesome group. We're awesome group. Hey. All right. Okay. So y'all, I'm having a fit over here. I'm having a fit. I am going to be honest. I'm going to tell y'all straight up. They opened up a chat. They sure did for one of the hey Lois, the Melissa Perez trial, the one that struck me, not KSAT, but another news station that is airing the trial, opened up the chat. And let me tell you, I went into bitch mode. I made it a very point to let them know that KSAT struck me and that I felt it was incredibly necessary that we be able to discuss mental health and was offended. So I said, San Antonio needs to do better. Actually, I will here. You know what? I don't care. Look, let me find it. Y'all know me. I'll put myself on blast. Let's see. Let's see. Let's share this tab instead. Let's add it to the stage. Let's be nosy for a minute because y'all. Look, we're going to see for a minute. And you'll see up here on the side, ain't nobody commenting. But you know what? Me and my big mouth, I says, wow, an open chat for this trial? My channel was struck. Here, I'm going to mute him because, we don't want to get struck again. I said, wow, an open chat. I said, my channel was struck by KSAT for having a discussion about mental health of this trial 3 days after air of original stream. People want to talk about it, San Antonio. See, this is mental health issue needs to be talked about. There should be better training for police for better mental health issues. They do not take it seriously. And then, of course, somebody puts, what are you talking about? I'm like, I'm not even going to respond. I'm too pissed off. I'm going to be saying, and I've been in and out of this chat all morning long. I've been so pissed. And they actually did. Here, I'm going to back it up. I'll play it for just a minute. I'll back it up. They didn't show her face. They didn't show her face.
On May 23rd, 2023, she would get aggressive and she's going to fight us if we try to take her to the hospital.
That was in 2022, not 2023.
I'm sorry, 2022, yes.
See, this is shit that needs to be talked about. It's stuff that needs to be discussed, in my opinion. And that's what makes me so angry about all of it is because, I feel like they're silencing us. I personally feel like they're silencing us on mental health, and I am pissed about it. It's got me fired up. I'm sorry. It is what it is. I'm mad. I don't like it, but all right. Y'all know, I'm so mad. And today they're finally, after this has been going, what has it been now? 2 weeks since this trial started, and they're just now getting the mental health portion of it all. I mean, we could have sat and talked about the policemen all day long and their misdeeds and their missteps and all this and how they handled it, which I don't feel was well. That's my opinion, and we should all be able to have that opinion. And I feel very silent. So I was very angry in there listening this morning. I was trying to be respectful, but the fact they had open chat and nobody was chatting. Nobody. Y'all seen that? There was 3 of us in there chatting. 3 all day. It needs to be talked about. I'm sorry. I'm very bothered by it. In case you can't tell, I'm bothered by it. Okay. Whew. So we are going to go back over here, and we're going back to day 2. We're an hour and I think 22 minutes in. It's straight where we paused it before. My browser refreshed. I had to reboot all my browser. It's been one of those mornings, and I rebooted my browser and everything, got everything back up and running, and I'm good. And it put me right back where we left off. I had that number written down. So we did so much. They ended with Pablo and his transcriber is where we ended. He was talking about, he was the one that visited from Tampa with his wife and his 2 children, his 12-year-old and 8-year-old. And their window was penetrated by a bullet from the horrible spray that took place. Yeah. Then we're going to pick right back up where we left off. So, hey, little Miss Muffins. And I had a beautiful weekend this weekend. Look, I can't even talk. I was so excited. Out of the blue, Saturday, I texted Muffins and I was like, hey, what are you doing? Because I'm bored and I'm making tamales this weekend. Do you want to come? Kind of basically. Actually, I said, hey, do you want to come play with mommy? Was the actual text I sent. But yeah, so she came and hung out with mom, and we made tamales Saturday night. So there's the Sunday, I think, or maybe even Saturday night. I dropped some of the little video in Discord that she did and she put on TikTok, and the recipes for my tamale recipes, because I always try to put something out on Mondays, but I did it yesterday or Saturday for this week's recipes. So we do have that in Discord. Also a little recipe section. So let's see, what's Cindy have to say this morning? We all need to learn more about mental health. So many people are suffering without help or understanding. That's so true. It's so true. And it's not talked about enough. I really feel like there's a stigma around it, and it's not talked about enough. And until it's okay to talk about it, I feel like I'm being silenced right now. That news station just really made me mad, y'all. I'm not gonna lie, it really made me mad. And I still have, I've started an email, I haven't finished it because I'm trying to be respectful about it, and my respect words are not coming out very properly. I'm gonna have to ask Chat GPT or something to write me a respectful letter because my respect words are not wording properly. It's coming out very, very nasty. Every time I try to write, it's just like my anger takes over and I have to stop myself. So, okay, we're going to jump into Alicia Andrews, and we're going to watch. This is from day 2. So we're still behind in everybody. We're not up to date with the trial of what they're doing today. I think they're on day 3 or 4 today. So I don't know. I don't mind. We're just reviewing it. We're going to talk about it, and we'll get to the end eventually. Might be a little later than everybody else, but we'll get there.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir. Would you please state your name for the jury?
Good morning. Yanni Hanses.
How long have you been with the Tampa Police Department?
I've been with Tampa Police for about 1.5 years, and prior to that, I had about 7 years in Florida, other agency.
What is your current title with the Tampa Police Department?
I'm just a patrol officer for District 2.
Were you called to a request for service at the La Quinta Hotel on June 23rd of 2024?
Yes, ma'am.
And
Y'all, he didn't tell us how to spell his name, so I was trying to look at his name tag over here. Y'all don't mind me. I can't see it really well. I was trying to read his name tag so I could spell his name right. I'm sorry if I misspelled it. Respect, sir.
what was the nature of that call?
We initially got a call for like a criminal mischief of bullet hole damage. We later determined it was related to shooting incident that occurred earlier in that morning.
And the La Quinta Hotel, where is that in relation to the Home 2 Suites and the Holiday Inn Hotel?
It is just west of the Home 2 Suites, same plaza, just directly west.
Do the hotels form somewhat of a U shape, essentially, in their layout?
Yes.
So on the north side of that U, essentially, what hotel is there?
Is it more towards Fowler?
Yes.
The La Quinta.
And when you arrive at the La Quinta, what is it that you're responding to? Is it the front desk? Is it a specific location?
Yeah, just the lobby.
And what was reported to you from the lobby there?
I made contact with the evening shift manager, and the evening shift manager provided me with a bullet fragment that was handed to him.
Did he provide you information as to how he obtained that fragment?
Yeah, so he was taking over the shift from the previous manager, the day shift manager, and the day shift manager provided him with that bullet fragment.
The location of the La Quinta Hotel, is that directly near or where is it in relation to the primary scene for the Charles Jones homicide?
It is just it's west of that location.
Are you familiar with at least the layout of where the scene that was being processed on that side of those hotels was?
A little bit, yes.
Meaning, was that on the opposite side of the La Quinta?
Yes.
There was some, I guess maybe grassy area, trees in between the hotels there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you have any part in processing the scene at the Home Suites or the Holiday Inn?
No, only at the La Quinta.
When you spoke to the hotel manager and he advised that he provided you something, did he indicate that he himself collected that?
No, he said it was turned over to him by the day shift manager.
Were the managers able to give you the information for the guest that provided that to them?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have an opportunity to view the room itself from which that guest provided the projectile?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have an opportunity to attempt to check the exterior to see if you can find an impact or entry point?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you document doing both of those things?
Yes, ma'am.
When you actually arrived to the room that Mr. Gabor was staying in with his family, were you able to actually see anything in the room that was of potential evidentiary value?
Yes.
And what was that?
In the west side of the room, the first bed, I observed
That was so weird. I'm sorry. That I even caught myself backing up that black whoosh across the. That was like, whoa. That was some Halloween shit, y'all. I'm sorry. That just threw me.
burnt hole mark by the first.
Look here. So y'all see what I see.
In the west side of the room, the first bed, I observed a burnt hole mark by the foot of the bed. That hole mark also had a little bit of fragment, bullet fragment still on it, residue. And then just beneath that bullet hole fragment on the floor was more fragment on the ground. Further search of the room, I located under the air condition unit a bullet hole with a trajectory that was consistent to the hole that was in the bed.
And what about consistent to what observations you made outside of the hotel room, so on the exterior of the building and into that room?
So on the exterior of that building, of that same room, just underneath the exterior air conditioning unit was also a single bullet hole entry. That was consistent with the trajectory into the room.
You indicated that you documented those observations that you made
Yes, ma'am.
by taking photographs?
Yes.
Having linked now this initial report or call for service to the events that occurred at the Home 2 Suites earlier in the morning, did you make an additional call for a crime scene to come out?
Yes.
And did crime scene come while you were there at room 201 to process the room?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you what has been pre-marked as State's Exhibits 21O and 21N. You recognize those two images?
Yes.
And how is it that you recognize these images?
I took those photos.
Your Honor, at this time the state seeks to admit 21O and 21N.
Any objection?
No objection.
Okay, admitted.
I'm going to show you, if you could look over your shoulder just there, states 21N. If you need to, you can stand up, but if you could show us what was of note on the exterior of the building that you were able to document.
That's the air conditioning unit, the bullet hole.
I apologize. You're able to stand up, yeah. Is this what you were attempting to document on the exterior of the room?
Yes.
Okay, let me show you 21O. It might be a little bit easier. Let's look toward the interior of the room at 21O. Are you able to tell us again what you were documenting here in 21O?
Yeah, that's the entry hole from the interior.
How are you able to capture this picture from the AC unit itself?
I got on my hands and knees and looked under the AC unit, and I just took a photograph.
Okay. And then again, we'll look at some additional photographs, but crime scene also came in, and did you have them photograph the initial items that you also photographed?
Yes, ma'am.
When you were able to take possession of the object from the front desk, was it in something?
Yeah, it was already in a clear Ziploc bag.
And was that something that you relayed to the crime scene tech that also responded?
Yes, ma'am.
The assist that you had from crime scene at that time, did you also explain to them the additional fragments that you found next to the bed and the damage that you found on the bedspread?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time I'll pass the witness.
Okay, cross.
Defense has no questions for this.
Okay, very good. May this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. You're free to go. All right, state, who's your next witness?
The state would call Ms. Nunez Ms. Nunez Martinez.
Okay.
Y'all give me a second. I have to type that out. Hold up. Y'all, sorry. I was doing my meds. Y'all don't mind me. I'm over here. I turned my camera off so I could refill all my med pack for the week. I'm sorry. I apologize for that. Y'all know I don't normally do that, but I need to take my medicine. It's 3 o'clock and I hadn't had it yet today. So I'm gonna rewind that so I can see what her name is.
Excuse me, Ms. Nunez Martinez.
Nunez Martinez. Okay. Luxury Zoom, Sheila, wake up. It's Monday morning,
Nunez
guys.
Martinez.
Where are you employed?
I'm currently employed with the Tampa Police Department,
And what is your job title?
crime scene tech.
What are some of your duties as a crime scene tech?
We respond to crime scenes. We document the scene through photography. Then we collect, process, and preserve the evidence.
When you say process, preserve, collect, what does that look like?
We collect different types of items of evidence. We process for fingerprint, DNA, and then we preserve the evidence by packaging it correctly, making sure that nothing gets cross-contaminated or anything like that.
Are the items that you collect typically individually packaged, and then are the packages annotated in some way?
Yes.
And how is that?
We package by putting them in envelopes or in a box, anything like that, individually.
And when you say that you are preserving the scene itself, does that include taking photographs there?
Yes.
Were you involved in an investigation that occurred in the area of East Fowler Avenue on June 23rd
Yes.
of 2024?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And I'm going to take you a little bit out of order because my understanding is, what was your first call? Where did you go first?
I responded to an apartment complex first.
Okay. Can I take you a little bit out of order and ask you about the La Quinta?
Of course.
Okay. I'm going to show you what has been marked as 21A through O. If you can tell me if you recognize these.
I do.
Did you take these photographs on June 23rd of 2024?
I did.
Were you called to respond to 3701 East Fowler at this, looking to hear for a specific documentation of a room?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would seek to admit the remaining exhibits 21A through I.
Any objection?
No objection.
When you first arrived to a scene, publishing states 21A, is it typical that crime scene will document the exterior of the location that you're processing?
Yes.
As it relates to a hotel, does that mean the overall exterior of the hotel?
Yes, and the numerical.
And then,
Numerical, like the address.
okay, yes, to document where you took the photos.
Yes.
Understood.
Mr. Harmon, you need to learn to whisper.
Sorry, Your
It's all right. Go ahead. Oh my gosh. Hey, bud, how are
In this
you?
particular case, were you asked by one of the officers on scene to come and help to preserve actually a room?
It was to photograph the room and collect some evidence from the room.
In showing 21C, did you also receive a request to photograph the exterior for potential damage to the exterior as well?
I did.
And were you directed to that room?
Yes.
Was that room 201 inside of the La Quinta or the La Quinta?
Yes.
In showing you 21D, is this a close-up that you took on that exterior to document any kind of impact from the exterior of that room?
Yes.
Did you have an opportunity to enter that room and see whatever it was that the officer asked for you to document as well?
Yes.
As it relates to your overalls, you also indicated that you will document the specific room, and you did that here again in 21E.
That's correct.
And in 21F, will you take overalls of the interior of the room as well?
Yes.
Upon actually going to or locating the site that was represented to you from the officer as having potential evidentiary value, did you find something on one of the beds in the room?
Yes.
In showing you 21H, can you tell us what that was?
There was two fragments, one on the bed sheet and then one on the floor.
And is that what's indicated here with these yellow markers?
Yes.
Were those placed by you in taking these photographs?
Yes.
In looking to 21I, is that what you are referencing here?
That's correct.
Now, in these, we have some kind of a scale on those yellow markers. In 21J, is this that same object?
Yes.
Was there a physical object that you were actually able to remove from this marker?
Yes.
And was that what you've mentioned as the metal fragment?
That's correct.
Did you do the same in documenting 21K on the floor of that room just under the bed? Or just
Yes.
near the bed?
Yes.
Were you also provided from Officer Hansis a baggie with a metal projectile or fragment inside of it?
Yes.
Did you have an opportunity to also see that item, 21M?
Yes.
Now, I asked you to go a little bit out of order. You initially had some involvement in this particular investigation in responding to an apartment complex.
Yes.
Would that have been in the area of 3104 Oaks Drive?
I believe so, yes.
What was the vehicle that you were processing? Do you recall?
I believe it was a Nissan or
Ma'am, refresh yourself with don't. I believe, ma'am. She seems so unsure about. No, ma'am. This is a trial. Let's not guess. Let's not guess. I know. I've been on a rant all morning because I was that San Antonio trial with those officers. I've been on, man. Anyway, another subject. Squirrel, Sheila, squirrel. Yeah,
I had to explain. Let me tell you. Over the weekend, I had the enjoyment of trying to explain to Hector and his brother what drill rap was. They thought I was crazy. I was like, no, it's really a thing. And I had to explain it to them. So that's where part of my conversations were this weekend. We talked about this trial multiple times, and I was like, I kept wanting to get back to it and get this day 2 and 3, so I could be up to day 4 when today started, but I couldn't get to it. This is still day 2. We're an hour in, and then they take a big long lunch during this day. But this is still day 2 because I never got to get to the computer this weekend because my daughter came in. Muffins came and seen and played with mommy this weekend. We made tamales. Recipes in the Discord if you want to make tamales.
When you got to that scene, what observations did you make and how did you begin to process?
I began, there was a vehicle parked in front of the apartment building, and I began by photographing the vehicle first. And then I processed for prints, and then I collected evidence.
This particular case, you would have processed that vehicle on the scene.
Yes.
Okay, so are there some instances or times in which you will process a vehicle at a different location?
Yes.
And can you explain a little bit about that?
Sometimes a vehicle will be sealed at the original scene and then impounded to our impound lot, and then we would process at the impound lot.
Cindy.
I'm going to show you what's been marked 31A through V. Do you recognize these? Are these the photographs that you took from 3104, the apartment complex, excuse me, of the Nissan Altima?
Yes.
Do you include with your exhibits, or excuse me, with your photographs, a copy of something as your first page typically?
Yes, case summary. Yeah.
At this time, the state seeks to admit 31A through B.
Any objection?
No objection.
Did you say A through D or A through V?
V as in Victor, Your Honor.
Thank you.
On any given day in your role as crime scene, do you have the opportunity sometimes to respond to many different scenes?
Yes.
Let's talk about 31A, what we've just talked about, a little summary. Is this what you utilize, at least as the first picture before you start, to give yourself a reminder and to let us know?
Yes, that's
what
right.
you're photographing?
Yeah.
Okay. Having had an opportunity to see this summary, is this the set of photographs that you had taken at 3104 Oaks Drive?
That's correct.
And do you recall that being on the same date
Yes.
of June 23rd?
Yes.
That just would have been, because it's my fault, I took us out of order, before you actually responded to the La Quinta.
That was my first scene, yes.
In 31B, is this the vehicle that you responded to process?
Yes.
Is this as the vehicle was when you arrived?
Yes.
Did you have an opportunity to access the interior of?
And it is a Nissan, so her guess was correct, but she shouldn't make it sound so guessing. I didn't like that.
The vehicle as well to document any potential damage there?
I did.
In 31C, do you recall what area of the vehicle this would have been?
This is the radio screen.
And what were you documenting here?
Damage, and I believe I collected a fragment from there as well.
Would that be 31D?
Yes.
Can you show us, please, what you're referencing when you're talking about the fragment that you collected?
Do you want
Actually, I might make this a little easier so you don't have to stand. How about 31E?
That's the fragment that I collected from.
Would that have been you taking that fragment?
Yes.
I may not have that for all of them, so let's see, 31F.
That was damage, yeah.
When you actually respond, are you working with law enforcement that's in charge of the investigation, so the detectives or the other officers, to ascertain at least an overall of what potentially occurred?
Yes,
Do you make decisions based on your training and experience on what to document or collect, and based on what the officers direct you to?
yes,
Do you receive information from the detectives about documenting specific items, such as this car?
yes,
But you also can use your judgment in what to document.
yes,
31G, were you able to document another potential impact point inside of that Altima?
I did, yeah.
Was there anything actually collected from this particular area above the control panel?
No,
Were there some areas of the seats themselves inside of the vehicle that you were able to document, 31H?
yes,
And in 31I, did you have an opportunity to document the back of the seat as well as the passenger side?
yes, that was more damage.
And again, these yellow markers that were placed were the defects that you noted in each of those areas.
That's correct.
31J. And I think we talked a little about this, but you take overalls and then closer and closer until you're actually able to get a close-up image of each of the items that you think may have potential value.
Yes,
Again, here in 31K, still the passenger seat or the rear of the passenger seat?
yes,
Hopefully they'll get there. The only thing that I've seen is so far, they've triangulated that their phones were together. But other than that, I haven't seen anything yet. So we're still waiting. I mean, as far as her charges, what exactly are her charges again? Let's look again to see what her charges are. Just because I don't remember exactly. Her charges are first degree premeditated and conspiracy to commit first degree. She said, while not one of the shooters, she was a spotter who helped plan the fatal ambush by tracking Jones's movement and relaying information to the gunman. Here we go. Look, I might have to put it up in 2 sentences. Here, actually, I'll click the one that's where I'm running on Kick right now. Anyways, this is what it said. Prosecutors claim that Andrews, while not one of the shooters, was a spotter who helped plan the fatal ambush by tracking Jones's movement and relaying information to the gunman. A conviction for these charges will result in mandatory life sentences. So, I guess it's her conspiracy part, since she was more of a lookout and stuff. They haven't placed her as a lookout. I have not seen that, but hopefully they'll get to it because I haven't seen it. We're only on day 2 here in my stream, so. And yes, for anybody that is interested, not that it really makes a difference to me, but I also stream on Kick. I don't have chatters over there. I just stream because it is saved over there. It is free speech over there, and it's a secondary place for me to stream. So I do stream and Kick. And in my back side of my studio here, I do see chats from the Kick channel. So that's when I post in there too when I post. So they're laying the foundation. They'll get her at some point, I'm sure. It's what Cindy had to say. I'm with Cindy. They're going to get there. It's been slow. Hopefully they'll get there.
31O. Were these additional defects in that same passenger seat?
It was just a closer picture of it.
Did you have an opportunity to document some fragments, 31P, in the rear of that Altima?
Yes,
And in 31Q 31R, is that what you documented here?
yes,
Now, you said you also collect from the scene. When you're processing these items, after it's photographed, you've collected that as well?
yes,
And do you impound that somewhere?
I do, yes.
And keep in mind, she is the first of these 5 to go to trial. So they may be setting a precedence with this, Look at you. No, nobody really knows, but I've been doing it for a while on the backside. And then I deleted some of them because I was like, oh my gosh, do I really want to do that? And then I was like, no, let me just stick it back out there. I don't care. So yeah, I do have a Kick account. It's the same as Rubber Ramada, but I prefer to stay and be here on YouTube. But it is there.
31S, did you also have an opportunity to document the rear window of the Altima?
Yeah, that was the interior side of it.
And is this as the vehicle was when you arrived to process it?
Yes.
You know,
Lastly, did you document the trunk of that Altima and 31T?
I did.
And now I know I've shown you a slim selection of the photographs that you would have taken. Do you typically
There was a
take
weapon
hundreds
in
of
that
photos from each scene?
Yes, I can.
After you processed the Altima, we've heard that you responded to the hotel to document room 201. Did you have some additional involvement in this case?
I did.
And what was that?
I responded to the TPD impound lot for a search warrant on a vehicle.
Is this one of those instances that we spoke about that the vehicle would be brought to impound for additional processing?
Yes.
I'm showing you state 67A through T.
it's the same thing as YouTube, just a different audience. They're a lot younger than some of us YouTube peoples. So yeah, it's a different animal on Kick. You don't like streaming on YouTube, Bug? I like streaming on YouTube. And I get, maybe that's because that's where I got started. Rumble, yeah, I don't stream on Rumble because I don't know how to connect it in my StreamYard. So you're barely figuring out Discord, but you're doing good in my Discord, and I appreciate you all the time, Cindy. Oh no, what I was gonna say, yeah, my squirrel moment. You know, did these young teenage, I say teenage, they're not teenagers, these young adults in this little group that did this shooting, they don't take into consideration everybody else's shit that they're gonna destroy. You know, all these cars that now have to have windows replaced, the interior screwed up. You know how much that don't get me started on how much that car stereo costs. That damn thing's a pretty penny. Then somebody gonna have to replace that too. These rude don't take into consideration nobody but themselves and their payback and their drama.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move states 67A through T into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
To be admitted?
So for these items that were processed at the impound lot, we'll start with 67D. For this vehicle here, the vehicle itself on scene, would you have been the person that went to this vehicle at the Home to Suites or outside of the Holiday Inn and actually processed it there?
I did not.
And you know, that family probably saved. I'm just saying, me back in the day. I'm just thinking of me. They probably saved. They may have. Let me rephrase. They may have saved. You know, this may have been an important trip to them. They were going. What were they? They were going to. What was it? Where was that place they were going? They were going to the zoo. The zoo. That's where they were going. They were taking the kids to the zoo with the family. A 12-year-old son, 8-year-old daughter, his wife. And here they are, you know, just an innocent weekend vacation with their kid, you know. That, Cindy. Knowing what they do and trying to explain drill rap to Hector and his brother this weekend was just exhausting. But yes, now knowing, do they give a rat's ass? No.
Would that have been another member of the Tampa Police Department's crime scene unit?
Yes.
And is that unusual that one would document at the scene and another would document back at the impound lot or at evidence at headquarters?
No.
You work together as a unit?
Yes.
Now, can you tell me in 67D here, the vehicle looks to be covered in some kind of cellophane-like material. Why don't you tell the jury what that is or about that if you can?
That is a crash wrap that we use in case if there's any damage to the windows. We seal the vehicle so that we don't lose any potential items of evidence that's inside the vehicle while it's being transported from the scene to the impound lot.
Is that why we see some yellow stickers already on the outside of the vehicle as well there?
The yellow stickers was to document the damage to the vehicle.
Is there some limited processing that occurs when you're going to transport a vehicle like this of the exterior before it's transported?
Yes.
Is that to preserve any potential items on the outside of the vehicle?
That's correct, yes.
These things would have occurred before you received the vehicle?
Yes.
And ultimately, once it arrives at impound and is sealed, is there some kind of indicator in showing you 67C on the vehicle that tells you who sealed it for your records?
Yes, the white sticker on the doors, that's the seal, and it shows that it hasn't been broken since I got it.
And I have to tell you, I learned something new because I did not know that that was a cellophane wrap to.
In your processing of this
To seal the
vehicle, were you
vehicle. I
able
didn't know that.
to determine that there was an impact point in state 67F as it relates to each of the yellow stickers on the exterior?
Yes.
In showing 67G, was this the condition of the vehicle, the tires, the windshield, et cetera, once it arrived at impound and when you started processing?
Yes.
Including what we can see a little bit in the photos as some kind of damage down the left side of the vehicle?
Yes.
When you are actually processing in 67H, the vehicle itself, do you record these yellow markers in some way?
In my case, I just did an overall picture of it, but if I was doing it from the original scene, it would be overalls, mid-ranges, and close-ups.
Meaning if you had been the person who placed them, so the person who placed them would have had to document them numerically type of thing?
That's correct, yes.
You did take overall stills, though, of that vehicle, 67I included?
Yes.
And were you able to document anything on the right tire of that vehicle, 67J?
That was more damage on the tire.
You indicated that you used the cellophane wrap or the wrap for the exterior for window damage. In 67L, can you just describe for us what it is that we're actually looking at beyond the cellophane there that you're documenting?
There's also damage to the window itself. There's sticky notes and damage to the door, and to the pillar itself too as well.
Is this material that's applied sticky on one side or tacky on one side?
It's sticky on the side, on the side that is sticking to the actual vehicle.
Does this allow for the glass?
That's what I'm waiting for is any of them that have turned and they're going to testify against her. I'm so waiting on that. Hey, 80s. How you doing? Guess what? Dallas lost yesterday. Just saying.
To stay in place if you have to transport the vehicle?
Yes.
Okay, so the way it's shattered there, it would have still been intact when you received it?
Yes.
Once your overalls for the exterior of the vehicle were completed, did you have an opportunity to photograph the interior of the vehicle?
I did.
So you would be the person that actually documents and breaks those white seals you testified about?
I did, yes.
In showing you 67 in, can you tell us what view from the vehicle you documented?
This is the driver's side, front side.
And again, I'm only going to show some limited photos here, but you run the same process that we talked about in your earlier scenes. Far away, then some close-ups of any potential items of value.
That's correct, yes.
Did you also document the back seat of that vehicle in 67O?
Yes.
As
I'm going to let this play for a minute. But my mom's a Steelers fan and a Cowboys fan. They both sucked. That was a horrible, horrible game. But the Texans won. The Texans did win. Dallas lost. Bigger than pile of dog shit. Speaking of dog shit, my dogs are quiet. I'm going to let this play. And I need to go check on my dogs real quick because
this is unusual. Something is wrong. So I'm gonna let this.
Do you move around the vehicle? Do you move essentially in order? So drivers front, drivers back, and move around the car in that way?
Usually, yes.
In 67P, did you have an opportunity to move around to the passenger side of the vehicle?
Yes.
The items of potential value that you noted in the vehicle, did you collect those things after photographing?
I did, yes.
In state 67Q, what area of the vehicle are we looking at here?
This is the center console.
And just as we did with the other vehicle, did you have an opportunity to document the trunk of that vehicle in
Yes.
67R?
Yes.
Did you have some additional involvement? I know you said you worked together with other crime scene units. Did you have some additional involvement back at your headquarters in processing evidence?
I did.
Or impounding evidence, excuse me.
I did receive evidence from another CST.
Do you, as crime scene, often attend autopsies at the medical examiner's office or transport materials from the medical examiner's office for potential investigations?
We do.
And do you, if you don't attend it, have the opportunity to assist others in impounding it or logging it or labeling it at your agency?
Yes.
In the event there is an item that you log or label, do you also document that in some way?
Yes.
Did you have an opportunity in this particular case to log the items that were collected from the autopsy of Charles Jones?
Yes, I received those items from CST Cruz.
Your Honor, may I have 1 moment?
Yes.
I'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
Okay, cross-examination.
Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, so in short, you took a lot of photographs in this case, correct?
I did, yes.
All right, you took photographs of 2 different vehicles?
2 different vehicles.
All right, at 2 different scenes?
Yes.
All right, and the photographs that you took of the Nissan Altima, do you know whose car that was?
I do not.
Do you know if it belonged to a victim or to a defendant?
No, I did not.
All right, so showing you what's in evidence is states 31U. Do you know whose firearm that is?
I do not.
Do you know if it belongs to a victim or a defendant?
I do not.
Showing 31B, do you know whose firearm that is?
No, I do not.
Do you know if it belongs to a victim or a defendant?
No, I do not.
And showing you 31T, is this the same firearm from the previous 2 exhibits?
Yes.
All right, so you don't know who this firearm belongs to?
No.
All right, and does anyone give you any context for the scene or the crime when you go out there and you take pictures?
Yes, the detective.
All right, so did they tell you whose car this was that you were taking photographs of?
They did not.
Other than take photographs, do you collect any evidence?
Yes,
You collected, I think, evidence you said from crime scene tech Cruz?
I did, yes.
All right, and that evidence was evidence from Charles Jones's autopsy?
Yes.
So different bullet fragments?
Bullet fragments, clothing, fingerprint cards, blood cards, anything that came from the autopsy.
Okay, and crime scene tech Cruz gives you these items, and what do you do with them?
In this case, I just packaged them and then put it into evidence.
Into like an evidence locker?
No, into evidence, our evidence control section.
Okay, after it goes to the evidence control section, do you have anything to do with it?
No.
All right, do you process any evidence?
I do.
What do you do when you process evidence? Like, what are you processing it for?
So it depends. I could process for DNA, for fingerprints. I could do both.
Okay. In this case, did you process any of the evidence that you collected?
I did.
What evidence did you process?
I process, do you want me to start per scene or?
We can start from the scene, yeah.
Okay, so I processed the vehicle on scene for fingerprints. I received items,
And I'm sorry to cut you off. The vehicle on scene, which vehicle is that?
oh, I'm sorry, the Nissan.
The Nissan? Okay, you processed the Nissan for fingerprints. What else?
I did. I processed items that I received from CST Calderero. I processed the firearms.
And I don't mean to cut you off.
Sorry.
But you said CST Caldero, right?
Yes.
That's a different crime scene tech than crime scene tech crews.
Yes.
All right, so there's 2 crime scene techs.
Yes.
And those 2 crime scene techs, they go to the scene and they get certain pieces of evidence,
Yes.
and then they brought the evidence to you.
Yes.
All right, so from Caldero, the different crime scene tech, what did you process from Caldero?
Can I reference my report? And there's a
Yes,
lot
if
of
you need to
items.
refresh your memory, you can.
There was a Red Bull can, Canada dry bottle, Don Julio tequila bottle, and a firearm.
Okay. The firearm is from the Nissan Altima, the pictures that we just saw?
That was a different firearm.
A different firearm inside the Nissan Altima?
No, that was a
Where was-
firearm that I received from CST Calderero.
All right.
I'm muted. I don't know if it's the witness or if it's the defense attorney because he doesn't seem very organized with his questions and she doesn't seem organized with her answers based on his questions is what I see. So, yeah, it's just kind of all over the place. It's like there's no flow here.
You know where CST Caldero got that firearm from?
No.
She didn't tell you?
No.
All right. And you processed the firearm for what? DNA and prints?
Yes, both of them.
All right. And DNA is different from prints, right?
Yes.
Prints are, if I put my finger on a particular surface, it may leave a print there, right?
Yes.
And DNA is like blood, saliva, bodily fluids, that sort of stuff.
Touch DNA, yes.
All right. So if I cough or if I sneeze, I might transfer DNA from myself to another surface. Is that correct?
Yeah.
It's 2 different types of physical evidence.
Yes.
All right. And you processed the firearm for both.
For both.
All right. What else did you process?
She also doesn't seem very
I believe that was it.
Okay. So I got from
Not
Caldero,
dry.
I got a Red Bull can, Canada Dry can, a Don Julio bottle, the alcohol, correct?
Yes.
And the firearm.
The firearm, yes.
All right. And then you processed the Nissan Altima for prints.
I processed the Nissan Altima for prints, and I processed the firearm that I got from the Nissan Altima.
So you processed 2 firearms.
I did.
All right. The second firearm, the one from the Nissan Altima, what did you process that for?
DNA and fingerprints.
So both. So both firearms were processed for both DNA and fingerprints.
Yes.
Okay. And when you process the firearm for DNA, you're taking a swab and you're wiping the firearm,
Yes.
and you're wiping it so that you can sort of collect any DNA that's on it,
Yes.
and you swab particular areas of the firearm, right?
Yes.
So like the slide, you would swab that area?
In specific, front side muscle, trigger grip, with the rear side slide, and the bottom of the magazine.
All right. And you will process or swab those particular areas because that's the place where you're most likely to get DNA, is that correct?
Yes.
All right, and that's what you're trained to do, correct?
Yes.
And you did that for both firearms?
I did.
All right. Do you actually do the analysis? So after you process the firearm, after you get the actual swab, do you then test that swab against some other DNA or other fingerprints out there to actually get the results?
No.
All right, that's another person's job.
Yes.
All right, so you have no idea whether this firearm or these firearms that you swab for DNA or you dusted for prints, you don't have any idea as to whether or who they came out to be.
No, I do not.
Same thing for the can and the Red Bull can, the Don Julio bottle, and the Canada Dry. Same thing? You don't actually analyze what you process.
No.
Somebody else's job.
No, if I lift or if I've swabbed, that is up to the detective to send that out. The fingerprint specifically, it goes to a latent examiner.
Got it. So the lead detective on the case, he fills out a sheet if he wants to have the DNA that you process, if he wants to have that analyzed. Is that correct?
I'm not sure their process, it's up to them, yeah.
So you don't know how he does it, but you know he's the person, the detective is the person that has to send the evidence out to a lab to get analyzed. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. Do you know if it got analyzed?
I do not.
Other than take any photos, other than process the Nissan Altima and for prints, and did you process the Nissan Altima for DNA as well, or just prints?
No, I believe CST Caldero had already done that prior to my arrival.
Okay.
Denise coming in with her thoughts. There isn't supposed to be a flow with this witness and defense. It's a cross-examination. Which makes sense. I guess it's not the flow of being a direct, being, he asks a question, she gives the answers. She just seems kind of like unsure sometimes. I don't know. It's just something in her voice. I don't know. It's not, there's just something about, also, I find her very much not intimidated by him. She did her job and she's acknowledging that. Find her chipper as a confidence in herself and her answers. See, look, Denise she's going to steer us back around, but I still feel she's off. We can agree to disagree a little, Denise.
When you say you believe, is that something
agree.
You know for sure?
Now, I do agree with what you're saying there. The cross being that it's not going to be a flow. That makes sense. It makes sense to me. Now that you explained it that way, it makes more sense.
Or just, you think?
I think.
Okay. All right. So the Nissan Altima for prints, the items from CST Caldero, the Red Bull, the Canada Dry, the Don Julio, and the firearm, and then the firearm from the Nissan Altima. That's everything.
I believe so.
Okay. And why does Crime Scene Tech Crews give you the items to put away in evidence? Is that just how it rolls, how it goes?
It just depends on how much we have going on that day. And I was already working this specific case. I was already attached to the case.
Okay. All right. No further questions. Thank you.
Okay, redirect, just briefly, Your Honor. Ma'am, can you just tell us, when you arrive at the scene, you said you're given some statements. Are you asking for the rundown of, what are the facts, what are the motives of this case, all that stuff, or what information is the detective giving you so that you're able to process?
The detective gave me a brief synopsis and then they specifically tell me what they want me to do with that specific item, or in this case, the vehicle.
So if it is a shooting, they try to tell you there was a shooting so that you can look for entry, exit, projectiles, etc.
That's correct.
Is anyone telling you about the history of the case or the specific facts of the parties, anything like that at that time?
No.
When you are indicating that you process these items, you strictly mean to preserve them?
Yes.
So when you have indicated that you impound them after you have photographed, swabbed, lifted the prints, there is an expert that evaluates the fingerprints?
Yes.
There is an expert subsequently that would be contacted for DNA and all of the other things we've discussed?
Yes.
And your role is just to document the scene, collect that evidence, and ensure it's impounded and secured?
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, this witness be excused.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. You're free to go.
Thank you.
All right, members of the jury, it's 10:30.
Okay, they take a morning break. And just so y'all know, I did check on the dogs, and the dogs are okay. They were both asleep where they shouldn't be, on the bed. So I did find them, though. They were quietly snuggled up, sound asleep.
Sergeant Anthony Portman.
Okay.
Do you swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Please state your full name for the record.
Sergeant Anthony Portman,
How are you employed?
Tampa Police Department,
How long have you been with the Tampa Police Department?
approximately 23 years.
Were you working on June 23rd of 2024?
Yes, ma'am.
You said that you were a sergeant, is that correct?
That's correct.
What was your assignment at that time?
I run District 2, Squad 205. I have 6 officers under me that night, and we actually worked from Fowler Avenue down to Bush Boulevard, and from 56 out to Armenia is our area of responsibility. And our scheduled time was from 1900 hours to 06:30 in the morning.
Okay. And I'm going to ask you specifically about June 23rd, 2024, the early morning hours. Did you respond to the home to suites located at 1606 McKinley Drive?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
What time did you receive a call regarding that hotel home to suites?
Approximately 4:40 in the morning.
Did you get any other information when you got dispatched out there?
There was just multiple shots fired and somebody was hit or injured.
How were you dressed on that particular time?
The same uniform I'm wearing currently.
And what type of vehicle do you drive?
At that time, I was driving a white Dodge Charger.
When you were responding to that location, how far away were you?
I was currently at 48th and Bush Boulevard. We were sitting at Truth Lounge because there's a club there that we were sitting on. Responded lights and sirens all the way up to Fowler Avenue and 40th Street.
Why were you at Truth Lounge? Is that Truth 18 Lounge?
Yes, ma'am.
How far away is Truth 18 Lounge from that hotel, that home to suites and Holiday Inn?
I'd say roughly about 3 miles.
Why were you at Truth 18?
Because we had multiple issues over the course of that year. If it's an after hours kind of club, so we sat there to stop the people from gathering outside and causing issues.
Had you or anyone in your squad gotten any information or intelligence that a rapper by the name of Julio Foolio would be at that club that night?
Yes, ma'am.
Was that also one of the reasons why you were set up at that particular location?
We didn't know he was going there.
Sometimes I wonder if it's the luck of the draw as to the defense attorney that they get, how hard they're going to fight for them. I don't know how any of that works. That's something I should probably look into more, as to how the defense attorneys are assigned to cases and stuff. That might be something I need to look into, because I don't know how that's done. Yeah, and it's not that they're not intelligent or not schooled, but I'm sorry, squirrel. My son's in the kitchen. I was like, what is the noise I'm hearing? The dogs are asleep. But yeah, it's not that they're underschooled or any less intelligent. It's just, it's what they're handed.
At that current time, we knew he was going to be in the area and he might go to Twizzlers, which was off of Nebraska Avenue. But truth, we didn't know he was going to until later on.
While you were set up at Truth 18, did anything happen at that location at that point?
No, ma'am.
And you said you responded over to the hotel at 4:40 because in reference a shooting, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
How long did it take to get from where you were set up at Truth 18 to home to suites?
Probably roughly maybe 2 minutes.
What did you see when you were going to that location?
I was responding priority northbound on 40th Avenue towards Fowler Avenue. As I got to the intersection of 40th and Fowler, home to suites is to my left. I was going to have to make a U-turn in order to go into the hotel. At that point in time, a silver Hyundai came in front of me, basically through the intersection, over the sidewalk, over the curb area, through the bushes and into the hotel. So at that time, I proceeded after that vehicle.
What did you do after that?
I followed that vehicle around the south side of Home 2 Suites all the way to the north side to where she stopped the car. They started exiting the car. 2 females and a male exited the vehicle. One of the females was yelling, "Hey, her boyfriend was shot. Check on him. Is he still alive?" So at that point in time, I looked over and saw the other vehicle.
What did you see when you saw the other vehicle?
I saw the vehicle sitting there, multiple bullet holes through the front windshield, and I also saw one gentleman laying inside the vehicle.
What did you do at that point?
I ran over to the vehicle to check if there's any signs of life. At that point in time, there's no signs of life. Noticed there was a blood trail running from the vehicle into the hotel. My other officers got on scene and proceeded into the hotel because we thought there possibly could be an active shooter inside the hotel.
Before we go into that, when you say that you check for signs of life, how did you do that?
I checked for pulse, breathing.
Was there any pulse or was the victim breathing at that point?
No, ma'am, it was not.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 2E. It's already in evidence. Do you recognize the vehicles in this photograph?
Yes, ma'am. The vehicle on the right is the one I stopped with the doors opened. That's where the people got out of. And then the vehicle to the left is the one with the bullet holes and where the gentleman was laying.
And part of you, when you were testifying, you said that that vehicle, in order to get back into this hotel, did it leave the roadway at some point to make this entrance?
Yes, ma'am. It actually crossed over the curb area, sidewalk, and through bushes in order to get back into the hotel.
Did you have any concerns about this vehicle initially when you first came into contact with the vehicle?
I thought it was part of the scene somehow.
And you said at some point your other officers from your unit, ones that you supervised, arrived. Is that correct?
Yes.
Approximately how many officers arrived?
6.
And you said, what was your first priority?
My first priority was life-saving at that point. So we wanted to make sure he was still alive to get the fire in there. And then second of all, to check inside the hotel, make sure there's nothing going inside the hotel.
Did officers from the USF Police Department also respond and assist?
Yes, they showed up just after I got there.
Did you go into any of the hotels?
I went into the hotel that's next to the Home 2 Suites. I forget the name of it.
Is it the Holiday Inn?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Why did you focus on that particular hotel?
Because if you, later on, you'll see a blood trail running from the vehicle across the sidewalk into that hotel. And then once inside the hotel, there's multiple blood everywhere inside the front doors.
How many of your officers responded to the Holiday Inn?
All 6 of them.
What did you do once you got to the Holiday Inn?
Once we got this secured outside, I had USF PD stay with the people that were outside in this vehicle to secure this scene. Officer God Charles found the bullet casings at the Home 2 Suite, so he stayed at that scene. The other officers ran into the hotel to start doing basically a search to see if there was anybody in the hotel with a firearm or anybody else that needed injuries because of all the blood.
Why do you have Officer Guard Charles post at the scene where you find the shell casings?
Because that's the primary scene.
And you said the others all then proceeded into the hotel, the Holiday Inn. Did you proceed with them?
Yes, ma'am.
What happened once you got into the Holiday Inn?
We started doing a coordinated search of the hotel, just going up and down all the hallways, all the stairwells. Once we got into the first part of the hotel, there's main blood all over the front steps as you go into the hotel. And then we went to the left, and there's actually blood on one of the door handles. So we stopped at that door to make sure the people inside there were okay and that nobody went into that room because it looked like somebody entered that room.
Okay. Were you able to do that and confirm whether or not there was anybody in that room associated with the event that happened outside?
Yes, ma'am. There was nobody associated. They opened the door and said everything was fine. And then we proceeded to the elevator where the blood continued up through the elevator.
During the course of your search, not only on the first floor but other floors, are there occupied guests in that Holiday Inn?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, can you tell the jury, and you can...
You know, I'm sitting here thinking about that question as I'm listening, Vibe. They said that they got out and they went in the hotel to go to the bathroom. And I remember her saying she heard the shots fired. She heard the shots fired. She heard the shots. Okay, nope, that was the girl that was in the car. That stayed in the car when they all moved to the front. Okay, she said, and see, this is why I take notes. This is why I take notes, y'all. Okay, bye. I wrote, she did not hear the shots until she came out of the restroom, is when she heard the shots. The shooting was already happening while she was in the restroom, and she didn't hear it going on until she came out of the restroom. And she called her friend, not 911, her friend that was in the car, which was, what was the girl's name that was in the car? Camilla. Camilla was one that was in the car that got into the front seat to drive away and took off down the road and did this U-turn hoopty-doopty thingy. So the two people were still in the hotel, and she called her friend in the car first instead of calling 911 to see where she was and if she was okay, because she heard the shots after she came out of the bathroom. That's what it was. That when she got her on the phone, she sounded in distress. She said she had been shot, and that she was on probation. And yeah, the restroom was down a long hall. So the restroom was, she was on probation, and the girl that was driving the car, she didn't want to go to the hospital, but they got in the car and they took her down to the hospital. They took Camilla to the hospital, but she didn't want to speak to the police because of rival gangs. That's what my notes said. And yes, the restroom was down a very long hallway.
Don't have to go into each one, but are there guests that are trying to exit or opening the doors or having questions as you're doing this clearing of the hotel?
Yes.
And you said that you were able to confirm, especially the door that had the blood on it, that there were not any suspects in that room. Is that correct?
That's correct, ma'am.
Where did you go after that?
I proceeded up the elevator to the third floor where two of my officers were, Officer Conway and Officer Gale, because they were with the two subjects that were actually shot from the vehicle.
Okay.
They were on the third floor.
What happened once you got to the third floor and made contact with those two officers?
I exited the hallway, saw that they were giving basically life-saving measures, trying to take care of the blood, and just looked around, made sure that floor was secured, and proceeded to the fourth floor to secure that floor.
Did it appear that both of those persons that were in contact with your law enforcement officers on the third floor had injuries?
Yes, they did, from what I saw.
And what did you do at that point?
After we got done securing the hotel, I went back outside trying to get the fire department to come in to take care of the two subjects on the third floor, and then started getting more officers with my lieutenant to the scene from the rest of the department to try to secure the rest of the scenes that we had going on.
Did USF Police Department, while you and your officers were clearing the Holiday Inn and that hotel, did they stay outside in this area 2E where the vehicle containing the victim was, to make sure, again, that no one else is going inside that vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
Is eventually homicide detectives and a homicide sergeant called out to the scene to take over the investigation of the case?
Yes, ma'am, they were.
I've previously shown you several photographs of the Holiday Inn. Judge, at this time, we would introduce into evidence State's Exhibit 2A through M, as well as 3A through P, and 4A through R.
Any objection?
No objection.
Be admitted.
Whole vibe. To be honest with you, I didn't get anything done internet-wise, anything done as far this weekend that would have benefited my channel in any form or fashion, because muffins came and we spent mommy and daughter time making tamales.
Sergeant Portman, I'm going to start with 2A. Can you tell us, and let me minimize this a little bit, what is being depicted in 2A?
That's the entrance to the Holiday Inn. That's going to be off, it's facing towards Fowler Avenue.
And I'm going to go back just to 2E, if you can, and if you need to get down, you can. Can you point out from where the victim's vehicle is, where is kind of the pathway? You said there was some blood that you followed. Can you show us what pathway you and your officers took?
Okay, you'll see a pathway coming out of these doors towards that way, towards the front of the Holiday Inn.
Okay. And you can kind of see this brick building in that picture, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, that's to the, if you go back to the other picture, it's to the right of that vehicle. So the Holiday Inn's actually to the right, yes, ma'am, so.
And actually, I have a better angle. And what is in 2B?
That's going to be the victim's vehicle being shot up and then the Holiday Inn directly behind it.
Is this a different angle of that captured? in
Yes, ma'am,
2C?
that's going to be the back side of the victim's vehicle.
And then 2B?
That will be the people that I stopped, their vehicle.
And here is at the front of the Holiday Inn?
Yes, ma'am.
2F?
Will be the Holiday Inn and then the vehicle that I stopped going through the parking lot.
And then 2G?
It's just the Holiday Inn.
Go to 2J?
That's the front like driveway entrance and the front doors are to the right on that picture to enter the Holiday Inn.
And then can you see what's trying to be captured in 2J?
Yes, ma'am. You got the front doors of the Holiday Inn to the left and then there's the blood trail going up the sidewalk and into the front doors.
And after the homicide unit arrived, did you brief them as to what you and your officers did when you first arrived on scene?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Your Honor, at this time, we'd pass the witness.
Okay, cross-examination.
Vibe, if you want to drop your Kick or Rumble link in the chat. I do not block links in my chat. I try to be careful as to what I let drop, but yeah, I am open with dropping links.
Hands close to it.
Okay. You discovered a Glock, or your unit discovered a Glock on Taifa McCray?
My unit did not, that I'm aware of.
Did anyone discover a Glock on Taifa McCray?
Yes, someone at the, I believe it was HCSO at the Advent Health.
All right, and do you know who Taifa McCray is?
He's one of the people that we came in contact with.
One of the victims in the case?
Yes.
All right, did you yourself discover any guns or firearms?
I did not, no, sir.
Did anyone in TPD discover any firearms?
Not that I'm aware of.
All right.
I know the one at the university, or not the university, sorry, the Advent Health, I know there was one there, but I'm not aware of the other ones.
The one at Advent Health, is that the same one we were just talking about for McCray?
I believe so.
Okay, so just one firearm that you know of?
That I know of, yes.
All right, and you did an initial investigation on the scene of the crime, right?
What do you include as initial investigation?
So just like going to the scene, trying to figure out what happened, trying to help people, that sort of thing?
Yes.
All right, and after that day, did you do any work on this case?
No, sir.
All right, so that was your sole involvement in the case?
That's correct, it's that night.
All right, so you don't have anything to say about whether Alicia Andrews intended to kill Charles Jones?
No, sir.
No further questions?
Okay, redirect.
Just briefly. Sergeant Portman, you said that you were only aware of one firearm that was collected by an individual at Advent Health. Is that Advent Health Hospital? Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that would have been because that was reported by eventually the deputies to another one of your officers.
That's correct.
As far as any other guns or firearms that are recovered in this investigation, would that information be funneled to the case detective in the homicide unit?
Yes, it would be.
I have nothing further, Judge.
Okay, may this witness be excused?
Yes.
Thank you, you're free to go.
Thank you.
All right, state who's your next witness.
Judge, I believe it is Officer DeJesus with Mr. Harmon. Could I have one moment just to make sure?
Yes.
Are you ready on De Jesus? Okay. Officer Bernardo De Jesus.
Your name and spell both names, please.
Yes, sir. My name is Bernardo De Jesus. My first name is spelled Bernardo. Last name is spelled Dejesu.
No, stop, Vibe. That's not what I'm saying. No, that's not even where I was going. I'm very open. I drop links to all the chats that I regularly visit. You'll see. Look, I'll even here. Just let's see. I think. Oh, wrong button, Sheila. Look, Sheila pushing buttons. I got other things open in my room. In my thing. Watch. See. Look this. I have regular ones. Look here. And let's see if Nightbot's on demand or not tonight, because Nightbot's been cranky lately. But I drop links regularly.
U.S.
And where are you employed, sir?
Not going to work. But.
The city of Tampa.
Okay. And what do you do with the city of Tampa?
I work I'm a police officer for the street anti-crime unit as well as the bomb squad.
Okay. So you have two separate duties.
Yes, sir.
What is your rank?
I'm a master police officer.
Okay. Officer De Jesus, how long have you worked total time with the Tampa Police Department?
I just hit my 11-year anniversary with the Tampa Police Department.
Okay. Do you have prior law enforcement experience before that agency?
Yes, sir.
And where did you work prior to that?
I worked approximately 2.5 years with the City of Temple Terrace Police Department.
So I want to start with,
Yo, I feel stupid. Guess what? I know why he's not working when I do this. Because he's on my monetized channel. That's why my little Mr. Discord is not working. I forget about that. This is my non-monetized channel. I forgot. I'm sorry.
At your first experience in law enforcement?
Temple Terrace was, yes, sir.
Okay. And so Temple Terrace is a agency adjoining the city of Tampa. Their jurisdictions lay next to each other?
Yes, sir. It borders the city of Tampa to the east in Hillsborough County.
Okay. And so Temple Terrace actually is not too far from the crime scene in this case, correct?
No, it's probably approximately 10 to 15 blocks.
When prior to working for Temple Terrace Police Department, did you attend a police academy?
I did, yes, sir.
And how long was that a police academy?
Approximately 6 to 7 months.
Okay. In that police academy, was there a component that dealt with firearms training?
Yes, sir.
How long was that component? Was that something that was consistent throughout the academy, or was there a designated time period?
There was a designated time period where the bulk of it happened, but I believe, if my memory serves me correctly, it was quite some time ago, that we did go back to the range several times.
Okay. And were you trained on the use of handguns and certain long guns?
Yes, sir.
The long guns that you were trained on, did that include AR platform rifles?
Yes, sir.
Prior to working at Temple Terrace, did you have experience with AR platform rifles?
Their military variant, yes, sir.
Okay. And were you in the military?
I was.
In what branch?
I served in the Marine Corps.
Okay. How long were you in the Marine Corps?
I'm assuming you're attempting to lay a predicate.
I am, Your Honor.
Opinion of his regarding AR-15s?
Yes,
the
Your
AR
Honor.
platform? Okay, overrule, go ahead.
May you please repeat the question, sir?
Yes. How long were you in the Marine Corps?
4 years, sir.
So a single enlistment?
Yes, sir.
In the Marine Corps, did you receive training in certain small arms weapons platforms?
I did, yes, sir.
Did that include the M4 or CAR-15 and the M16?
Yes, sir.
Are those both AR platforms?
Yes, sir.
Or AR-style platforms?
They are.
And are both of those, at least as far as the military, chambered in 5.56?
Yes, sir.
Did you deploy in the Marine Corps?
Yes, sir, twice.
And did you utilize those weapons in combat in the Marine Corps?
Yes, sir.
And where was that?
I served on a PSD team in Iraq from 2008 until 2009, and then I served as a machine gunner in Afghanistan from 2009 to 2010.
Okay. When you worked for the city of Temple Terrace, were you certified under state of Florida guidelines as a law enforcement officer?
Yes, sir.
And to maintain that certification, did that require that you go through annual qualifications on firearms?
Yes, sir.
When you were with the city of Temple Terrace, did you qualify with a pistol?
Yes, sir.
And did you qualify with a long gun?
I did.
And which long gun did you qualify on?
With an AR-15.
And was that chambered in 5.56?
Yes, sir.
When you were with the city of Temple Terrace, did you carry an issued sidearm?
Yes, sir, I did.
And what type of firearm was that?
It was a Glock 22.
Okay, so that is a Glock manufactured handgun.
Yes, sir.
Since you have worked with the city of Tampa, have you carried a sidearm, whether it's issued or personally owned?
Yes, sir.
And what type of sidearm have you carried with the city of Tampa?
My initial firearm that was issued was a Smith & Wesson M&P chambered in .40 caliber. My second firearm was a 6-hour P320, and then I carry a Glock 47. Yes, Glock 47.
Okay, I have questions. What relevance is it to what he is trained on from Iraq and what he what I'm a little confused. I just want to know what the relevance is, what he carried, and why they're going over all his weaponry. I'm okay.
7 chambered in 9mm.
Okay. And how many years have you carried the Glock pistol?
I would say at least 5 years.
All right. Now I want to back up outside of the.
I'm hoping there's relevance to all this that he's talking about. I feel lost. I feel lost. I mean, I know very little about weapons. I mean, I have a 9mm that and I have a shotgun in my house, but I mean, the 9mm is mine, but all this other stuff but why, goes to his expertise. There you go. Thank you. This is what I needed. Thank you, Cindy. This is what helps fill in those
Marine Corps and your law enforcement experience. Do you have other experience in your personal life dealing with Glock firearms and AR style rifles or platforms?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell the jury about that experience?
My other experience with firearms is competitive shooting.
Okay, and would that include USPSA competitions?
Yes, sir.
Would you consider yourself to be a firearms enthusiast?
Yes, sir.
Pursuant to your competitions in your personal life, do you train?
Yes, sir.
And is that frequent?
As frequent as I can, sir, yes.
Okay. And is that something that you have to do to stay competitive in those types of competitions?
I would argue competitive and proficient for my job.
And do you also compete in, stay proficient in those competitions because that translates, like you just said, to being proficient as far as a police officer with your handgun?
Yes, sir.
Have you paid for and attended personally, paid out of your pocket, paid for firearms classes?
Yes, sir.
And have that included training where you're working with high-level, national-level handgun competitors?
Yes, sir.
Annually, how many rounds do you fire through Glock platforms?
I would say at least 10,000 rounds.
And have you maintained that rate of use of the Glock firearm over the last several years?
Yes, sir.
Do you maintain familiarity with the firearms community and the firearms industry?
To the best of my ability, yes, sir.
Are you familiar with the AR platform and its common chamberings?
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with, you've talked about the 5.56 round, are you familiar with the 300 blackout round?
I am.
Is that a common chambering in in an AR-15 platform?
Not as common as 5.56, but it is a semi-common chambering.
Okay. Are you familiar with companies that manufacture components for AR-15 rifles, such as Magpul?
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with Sig Sauer, which is another firearms manufacturer?
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with the companies that manufacture ammunition, such as Remington and Federal?
Yes, all the main ones, I am.
Okay. Are you familiar with a type of handgun ammunition known as Max Tech?
I am.
And the Max Tech chamberings in 9mm, is that a common range ammo?
Yes, it is.
Range ammo is whatever is cheap and on sale, buddy. I mean, I'm just saying.
Are you familiar with the term as it's utilized when attending range sessions or training with firearms, the term brass?
Yes.
What does that mean in that context?
Brass is a common usage term for the material or for the casing of a bullet or a projectile. It's not always brass like the actual material. Sometimes it's aluminum or steel, but it's referred to as brass, which is the casing that holds the gunpowder and the projectile.
Okay. So just as an example, when you attend firearms training through the Tampa Police Department, and there's a range not too far from here, correct?
Yes, sir. It's on 34th Street.
And that's maintained by the city of Tampa?
Yes.
When you attend firearms training there, and they may now have some type of machine that does this, but are you typically ordered to either police your brass or pick it up?
Yes.
To clean up the range? And that means the expended shell casings when you're firing your handgun?
Yes, for semi-auto handguns, yes.
Yeah. Semi-automatic handguns, is the AR-15 commonly a semi-automatic rifle?
It is.
And does it expel a shell casing when it fires?
Yes.
Same with a Glock pistol, a 9mm Glock pistol?
Yes, sir.
Hey, TCN, welcome in, hon. Welcome in. Did you get your stream done? I've been bouncing all over the place today. I know I came in there for a little while, but you're doing good, hon.
Are you familiar with a item known as a brass catcher?
Yes, I am.
And what is a brass catcher?
A brass catcher is something that is affixed to the ejection port of a firearm that is used to collect brass prior to it hitting the ground.
Okay. So are there brass catchers that are manufactured and produced for attachment to an AR style rifle?
Yes.
So they're designed to catch the casings as they're coming out?
Yes, sir.
Into a mesh type bag, basically?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm glad I wasn't there.
Are you familiar with the term Glock switch?
I am.
Okay. And what is a Glock switch?
A Glock switch is an aftermarket piece that can replace the back plate on a Glock pistol, which allows the user to fire it in fully automatic or select fire.
Okay. Now, your familiarity with that, is that something you've become familiar with through your job as a police officer?
Yes, sir.
And also through following the firearms industry?
Yes.
Okay. Now, converting a Glock handgun with a switch to becoming a fully automatic weapon, is that legal?
Not without the proper documentation from the ATF.
Okay. And if you don't have that proper documentation, that is a federal criminal offense, isn't it?
Let's sustain the objection at this point.
Okay. Is that a device that the Glock company endorses for enthusiasts in the United States?
No, Glock has their own version of a fully automatic handgun.
Okay, and that's a regulated handgun?
Yes, sir.
A Class 3 regulated, fully automatic handgun?
Yes, sir. It's a Glock 18.
Okay. So that's not a gun that someone can walk into a gun store and buy without having the proper paperwork that they've obtained through the federal government?
Correct.
I want to call your attention to June 23rd of 2024. What was your assignment at that time in the Tampa Police Department?
I was a member of the District 2 Day Shift Street Anti-Crime Squad.
Okay. And when you were en route to work that day, were you dispatched or asked to respond to a homicide scene?
Yes, sir, I was.
And did another officer from your unit also respond?
Yes.
And is his last name also De Jesus?
It is.
Any relationship?
None.
And what's his first name?
Patrick.
Okay. So you and Officer Patrick De Jesus respond to this homicide scene. Is that located near the University of South Florida?
Yes, sir. It's to the south on Fowler Avenue.
Is that a hotel complex at McKinley and Fowler?
Yes, sir, it is.
Your Honor, I move to publish State's Exhibit 1.
Okay.
I'm going to show you this overhead aerial photograph that's in evidence, States 1. Do you recognize what's depicted in the photograph?
I do.
Okay. When you responded, if you can just tell me where you first responded to, and then I will try to point it out on here from your description.
Obviously, there was a lot of officers on scene already, so real estate was a little bit limited for parking. We parked our vehicle. If you look at the building that's parallel to the roadway, which is Fowler Avenue, we parked on the grass closest to the roadway in front of that structure.
Would that be this area here?
Roughly, yes, sir.
Okay. And did Officer Patrick DeJesus, did he also park his vehicle there?
Yeah, we rode together.
Oh, you rode together? Okay.
Yes, sir.
I didn't realize that. All right. When you arrived, did you make contact, first of all, with other officers on that scene?
Yes, sir.
And you indicated there were other officers. Did that include uniformed officers?
Yes, sir.
And did they have control and command of that scene at that point?
Yes, sir.
Was there a crime scene tape either up or being put up?
Yes, sir.
Did you observe a motor vehicle generally in this area here that appeared to have damage to it?
I did, yes, sir. As I documented in my report, I observed a black four-door Dodge Charger in that area.
Okay. And did you get close enough to it to see the damage?
Yes, sir.
All right. Are you familiar with that type of damage? Have you seen that before?
Yes, sir.
And what kind of damage was there to that car?
There were bullet shots throughout the front of the vehicle.
Okay. So bullet impacts or projectile impacts?
Yes, sir.
Did you get close enough to the car? Did you go close enough to it to see its contents?
I could see its contents, yes, sir.
All right. Could you see there was a deceased body in the car?
Yes, sir, I could.
And was that brought to your attention by other officers in the scene?
Yes, sir. Prior to my arrival, I was made aware by my supervisor that I was responding to a homicide scene.
Okay. Now, did you end up coming into contact with some civilian witnesses maybe up here in this area?
I did.
And did that include Armani Turner and a young woman with the last name of Randolph?
Yes, sir.
And a Robert Howard?
Yes, sir.
And did you briefly speak with them and obtain what is known as pedigree information?
Yes, sir. I spoke very briefly to them. As you said, I got their pedigree information, just trying to assist any way I can, getting names or date of births, addresses, just information where potential witnesses could be contacted later.
Okay. And did you note that they were not from the city of Tampa or the Tampa Bay area?
Yes, sir. I did think it was quite odd that everybody that was still on scene had Jacksonville addresses.
Okay. And was it brought to your attention that the deceased person was an individual named Charles Jones?
Yes.
And that he was also from Jacksonville?
Yes, sir.
Okay. When you were on scene, did you notate that family members of Mr. Jones arrived on scene?
Eventually.
Okay.
Oh. I do think I remember them mentioning that his family had started arriving on scene. I think I kind of vaguely remember somebody, one of the witnesses that was in the car. I think the girl that had went inside the hotel to go potty was one of the ones that mentioned his family had arrived on scene. I kind of forgotten about that.
How long were you at this?
You know, and that's got to be hard for a family member to show up to something like that and have to witness and see their loved one like this in a position and all the widespread of bullet holes everywhere. That's horrible.
Scene.
I believe I left the scene probably approximately sometime between 11:30, 12 o'clock maybe.
When you responded there with Officer Patrick DeJesus, was that at the request of your supervisor?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what were you requested to respond there for? Why were you going there?
So our responsibilities were just to assist patrol in any way.
Wait, stop. What? He said Officer DeJesus. I thought that's Officer Patrick DeJesus. So there's another Officer DeJesus.
okay, y'all, I just want to make sure I wasn't losing my mind.
Was that at the request of your supervisor?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and what were you requested to respond there for? Why were you going there?
So our responsibilities were just to assist patrol in any way we could. Night shift obviously took the call due to the hour that it initially came out. Those units were scheduled to be off shift by that time, so we were to help relieve units, gather information, assist in the investigation any way we could until homicide arrived on scene, and gather pedigree information like I did and try to relay that to kind of help them out.
Okay. And eventually did homicide detect?
I've never heard it called pedigree information. Name, date of birth, address, and where to contact them later. I've never, but it makes sense. I mean, as dumb as that may sound coming out of my mouth, it makes sense. But when he first said pedigree information, I was like, huh? But okay.
Detectives and supervisors arrive on scene?
Yes, sir.
Did you make contact with them at some later point?
Yes, sir.
Did that include Detective Sergeant Rachel Cholnick?
Yes, sir, it did.
Are you familiar with Sergeant Cholnick?
I am.
Is she one of the detective sergeants of the homicide unit?
She is.
And as far as you know, are there multiple detectives assigned to the homicide unit?
Yes, sir, there are.
Is this the first homicide scene that you've been to while working at TPD?
No, sir.
In your experience responding to homicide scenes, do usually more than one homicide detective respond?
Yes, sir.
Usually several? Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir. Usually the supervisors and at least 2 detectives.
Did you at some point attempt to establish contact with an agency or a person in Jacksonville?
Yes, sir, I did.
And how did you go about doing that, and what did you do?
I just got on my phone and I Googled Jacksonville Sheriff's Office because I've never worked there, never worked with that agency. Made contact with, I couldn't tell you who the officer was that answered a desk phone or whatever line I was able to get a hold of. Explained my situation and asked if they had anybody in the gang unit or a detective that I could speak with that might have information or intelligence on potential gang members or gang activity.
Okay. Did you end up getting a return call or somehow making contact with a Detective Drabeck from
Yes.
the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office?
Yes, sir.
And did you speak with him and have a conversation with him?
I did.
After speaking with him, did you relay information you received from him to Detective Sergeant Cholnick and possibly to one of the CID captains?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. CID, what does that stand for?
Criminal Investigative Division.
Did you also pass information along to the City of Tampa Police Department gun unit?
I did, Detective McNamara.
Okay. Did you and Officer Patrick DeJesus provide additional assistance by writing preservation letters for Mr. Jones, Charles Jones' Instagram account and other potential involved parties?
Yeah, I was informed by Patrick DeJesus that he would be writing those preservation letters.
Okay. And a preservation letter, what is that and why is it done?
A preservation letter is just a request to a private company or Instagram or organization like a social media account such as Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, or X, whatever it's called now, just requesting that anything that is currently on the feed of a particular handle or name be saved and held in case it's attempted to be deleted.
Okay. And are you asking for that to be held so that at a later time, if probable cause is developed, that a search warrant can be obtained to then send to that company and obtain that information?
Yes, typically they'll give us a time frame in which that can be done in, and if a judge signs a search warrant, if a detective has probable cause, then they can access it.
Okay. Did either you or Detective Patrick DeJesus come across a post from Charles Jones earlier that day or at some prior time on his Instagram account demonstrating or showing him at a club known as Truth 18 here in Tampa?
Yes.
Based on that, did you or the other detective or Officer DeJesus or both of you respond to that location?
We did.
All right. And when you went there, were you attempting to obtain something or look for something?
Yes, we were attempting to locate any cameras on the exterior and see if we could watch the video, see if the victim was followed into the parking lot, or if we could see anybody in or around the victim's vehicle after he entered the nightclub.
Okay. When you arrived there, was that business open?
It was not, so we relayed the information of cameras, potential cameras at the location to my supervisor.
Unmute myself. Sir, no. You call that number on the door and you say, get your ass up here right now because I need to see these cameras. We have a homicide. I want to know. I have a problem. Okay, y'all do y'all, but I'd want it now. Don't call it in to your superior. No. What? Why are we pausing? Why are we being quiet?
Officer, I'm going to show you some exhibits that are already in evidence.
If he doesn't stop twisting in that chair, y'all.
State 67G is in golf. Does this look like, first of all, the car that you saw within the crime scene with the bullet damage?
Yes, sir.
And is that damage shown in that photograph on the windshield and the hood area?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Here it is. States 31C. This has previously been identified in the evidence as a radio screen on a dashboard of a Nissan Altima, and I'd ask that you look at the areas I'm pointing to. 31D. This has been previously identified as a part of a projectile that was recovered. 31E. Officer, in your experience, and I'm talking about all of your experience you've had in your lifetime with firearms and seeing damage that has been caused to motor vehicles and other objects, when
Y'all, just because y'all know me being my nosy self and I'm looking into things, I wanted to know, what did she look like? You know, they have her have this like subtle, innocent, like the light makeup, and her hair's just kind of, so I thought, you know what? Let me look. Let me see if I can find an older picture of her. My words are not coming out. My words are not coming out. There's a stark difference in what we see in these pictures and what we see on this stage. Like I said, I still haven't seen any factual, hard evidence yet showing she was involved, other than the triangulation of any of these cell phones and stuff.
Powered rifle rounds like 5.56 and 300 blackout, when they pass through an intermediate barrier such as automotive glass, does that or can that, in your experience, have an effect on that projectile as far as the integrity of the bullet?
Objection, relevance, office, not overall, go ahead.
Can you please repeat the question, please?
Yes, when 5.56 or 300 blackout rounds pass through intermediate barriers such as automotive glass or automotive sheet metal, can those barriers have an effect on the integrity of the bullet, the projectile itself?
Yes, sir. Typically, those rounds are jacketed with multiple types of metal, so they're designed to kind of come apart, especially through mediums such as tempered glass, which you find on automotive glass.
So the jacketing is on the exterior of the projectile?
Yes, sir.
And is it not uncommon for the jacketing to separate from the core?
Yes, sir, it is. It is common.
Is the core normally made out of lead?
Typically, yes, sir.
States 54A through triple C, 53A through X, 55A through double R.
Any objection?
No objection.
Okay, they'll be admitted.
Okay, I think we're going to see a bunch of photos.
Publishing 53A.
Okay.
Officer, you've previously seen these photographs?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you understand these are photographs that...
I am going to pull myself and the background thing down so we can get a better view of the pictures.
Taken during the execution of the search warrant in Jacksonville. You were not present for that, correct?
I was not.
States 53B. States 53C. 53E. 53F. Let me ask you about this item here. Do you recognize the item?
Yes, sir, I do.
What is that item?
That is what is referred to as a bikini cover for a 6-hour red dot optic.
Okay. And does it consist of...
Excuse me? The little thing. Okay, I'm sorry.
Two rubber cups that sit over the opposite ends of that optic?
Yes, sir, to protect the integrity of the glass when it's not in use.
Okay. And then the straps here are like pieces of rubber, like a rubber band that keep tension so they won't fall off of the optic?
Yes, sir.
And is that for an optic that is commonly mounted on a rifle?
Yes, sir, it is.
And that's produced by the company Sig Sauer, which is a firearms and ammunition manufacturing company, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
53G, is that a close-up of that?
I will even pause there to show that the emblem on here, the SIG, that is the logo for a 6-hour firearm.
A close-up of that? Now, the items that were within that sink and that liquid have been removed onto a sheet of paper in this photograph. Do you see markings on these items that indicate to you that these are all related to firearm components or items that go with firearms?
Yes, sir.
All right, so I'm going to zoom in on these so you can talk about them. You just talked about an optic cover for a 6-hour optic. This package that says Romeo 5, is the Romeo 5 a optic that is manufactured by 6 Hour?
Yes, sir, it is.
And we can see here on the bottom the S and I of 6 Hour, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Going over here, we see, and I'm going to turn the photo, the beginnings of the word mag, and then there it looks like there's a P. Are you familiar with that commercial sign there for a company?
Yes, sir, that is the insignia for Magpul Industries.
Magpul Industries produces the majority of which is plastic components that are configured onto AR-15 rifles and also magazines.
Yes, sir.
Does that include magazines for 5.56 and 300 blackout?
Yes, sir.
Does it include magazines for, I think they're called P magazines, for Glock handguns?
Yes, sir, they do manufacture those.
And then states 53-1 is just a close-up of that Romeo packaging. We see here 1 by 20 millimeter. What does that designate?
That designates the aperture size of the optic.
Okay. And then it says side battery. Is that referring to the location of the battery that runs the optic, I guess, or the red dot, electronic red dot?
Yes, sir.
This packaging here that's been torn up, do you recognize what is depicted? And that looks like a schematic.
Yes, sir, that is a chassis system where you can mount a Glock pistol mainly. They do make them for other manufacturers. You can mount it inside of that plastic chassis and turn your handgun into a rifle of sorts.
Okay. Something that gives you 3 points of contact when you're firing the gun?
Yes, sir.
Does that require the firearm to be basically the slide to be moved up inside of a brace, a plastic brace?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so would this be a photo of the brace without the handgun, and this would be with the handgun inside of it?
Yes, sir.
I have never seen one of those before. I've never seen one of those before. Y'all may think I'm crazy up here looking like I'm a nosy old Miss Kravitz in the window. I would.
Up here on the top of this, again, we see PMAG 50, I believe, AR M4. What is that packaging for?
That's a PMAG drum magazine.
For an AR-15 M4 style AR rifle?
Yes, sir.
AR PMags made by Magpul, can they take both 5.56 and 300 blackout?
Yes, sir, they can.
Yeah, I know that.
On this Magpul packaging, and we see Magpul here, the full word, we see some writing here. What does all this stand for where my finger is above the barcode?
PMAG is the designation that Magpul has for their magazines. AR, Armalite rifle. M4 is the military designation for an AR pattern rifle. 5.56 by 45 is the caliber in which the magazine can support, and drum is the style of magazine.
Okay. And it says, or it has written on there D60. Is that for drum 60 round?
Yes, sir.
That would be a drum magazine that holds 60 rounds of 5.56 rifle ammunition.
Yes, sir.
And then just one more of the packaging here, Magpul PMag, and is that basically the same, a package, or cutting from the same package?
It appears so, yes, sir.
Okay. Now, interestingly, here we see 5.56, times 45 NATO, you've already indicated that's common chambering in an AR-15. 223 Remington. Now, 223 Remington is a separate and different caliber, correct?
Yes, sir.
But can it be fired in a 5.56 rifle?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is it commonly fired in a 5.56 rifle?
Yes, it is actually just slightly more economical, so it's more common to see that caliber.
Okay. Look. I was just say they better get on to some actual weapons and showing us some shit because I'm about to go crazy.
5 pounds.
And then 10 round indicates it has 10 round magazines?
Yeah, that means that one is a California or New Jersey compliant firearm.
All right. Those states have 10 round magazine limits?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so magazines or guns sold in those states have to have a 10 round limit?
Yes, sir.
And then is at the top of the case?
Yes, sir.
And I guess this is supposed to be a giant G and then OCK or Glock or L, I guess. And
Yeah, that's the Glock insignia.
Insignia, sir.
Is it Yankee? Is this the brass catcher now turned up where it can be seen?
Yes, sir.
And 54Z is a zebra or Zulu. Is this the inside of the brass catcher?
Yes, sir.
And do there appear to be 2 shell casings inside of that brass catcher?
Yes, sir.
Do those appear to be pistol shell casings?
They do.
Round.
They do.
And just a close-up of them. B is in Bravo. You may have indicated this earlier, but the brass catcher has like a wire or a steel wire structure to it or framing.
Yes, sir. So it can attach to the rifle.
States 54F, F is in Foxtrot. Now, in that same safe, we can get a better view now. You've indicated you believe that to be a bolt-action rifle. This is a pump-action shotgun. We can see the extended tubular magazine. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And then the pumping handle. And then this is an AR-style rifle here on the right side. I can rephrase, Joe.
Rephrase.
What type of rifle is this on the right-hand side?
So you have 2 rifles on the right-hand side to the right of the shotgun. Both appear to be AR platform or pattern rifles.
When you say 2, this area here, what is that?
That's the muzzle.
And then down here, is that another muzzle?
That is another muzzle, yes, sir.
54G, G is in golf. What is this item?
That is a barrel, muzzle, and handguard of an AR-15 pattern rifle with a brass catcher over it.
What is this on top of the rifle?
That's what is referred to as a front sight, which is used to assist in aiming.
This item here?
That's referred to as a hand stop.
Is that an item that is typically produced by Magpul or another manufacturer like Magpul?
Magpuls do make them, but there are a lot of manufacturers who make those.
And is this the brass catcher?
Yes, sir.
States 54HH. What is this item?
That appears to be an AR pistol.
Now, when you say AR pistol, what do you mean by the term pistol?
The National Firearms Act dictates that every civilian, unless they have a proper tax stamp that has a rifle of 16 inches or longer, that rifle doesn't have a 16-inch barrel, so it cannot have a butt stock. So a way around having a tax stamp to the ATF, if you remove the butt stock, it reclassifies the firearm as a pistol.
Okay. So that's the classification by the ATF regulations. Obviously, looking at it, it doesn't look like a handgun.
Correct.
What we would
Correct.
typically call a pistol. But in the firearms industry, that is known as a pistol.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, when you say it doesn't have a buttstock, what is this item sticking out the back here?
It's referred to as a receiver extension or a buffer tube.
The buffer tube, is that part of the action, the firing action of an AR-15?
Yes, sir. It helps complete the firing action.
And inside of that tube, is there a plunger with a spring that reciprocates when the gun is fired?
Yes, sir. There's
Sustain.
Okay. What's inside of the tube?
inside of the tube is what's referred to as a buffer, which comes in several different weights depending on the type of ammunition you're using. There's also a spring to push the buffer back forward and put the bolt back into battery and chamber another round.
And what is this item that's connected here? And we see it loop around and come back up this way.
That's a sling.
What is a sling?
It's used to affix the firearm to a person.
In this instance, does that sling have 2 points of contact? Or appear to?
It appears that there should be another point of contact up front, but they do make 1 point slings or single point slings.
And using a pistol like this with a sling, how would one go about attaching that to their body?
You just pass your arm or head through the loop end of the sling so the firearm doesn't fall to the ground and you let it go.
So if a person did that, would the firearm hang somewhere on their body, basically?
Yes, it would hang depending on where you put it, to the front or back.
States 54I. Does this appear to be the opposite side of that same gun?
Yes, sir.
Just for those of us who don't already know, what is this area of the gun here?
Well, what you're pointing to, it's the magazine well where the magazine is inserted, and the markings is what is referred to as roll markings on a firearm.
This area below here, it appears to have somewhat of a hollow. Is that where the magazine fits in?
It is.
The trigger?
Yes.
I'm pointing at? Okay. And this would be a grip?
Yes, sir.
What is this object on top of the rifle?
Appears to be an optic of some sort
And what is that utilized for?
for aiming.
.54 Does that appear to be the same firearm or a different firearm?
That is a different firearm.
And what type of firearm is it?
That is an AR pattern rifle.
And looking at it, can you tell what the length of the barrel is or approximate the length?
It's either going to be a 14.5 or a 16-inch barrel.
What is this triangular shape up here?
That is referred to as the front sight post.
And is this, again, the magazine well here?
Yes, sir.
Does this firearm appear to have a brass catcher attached to it? And I can show you the photograph again from 54 mm.
We are not looking at the side with the ejection port, but it does not appear to have a brass catcher on it.
Now, you talked about earlier about a butt stock or a stock. Do you see that item in this photograph? What are you talking about?
Yes, sir.
So the prior firearm had a buffer tube extension. Does this have something different attached to it here?
So that firearm as well has a buffer tube extension, but over it is a buttstock.
Okay. Is the firearm extension or the buffer tube extension running on the top of that butt stock?
Yes, sir.
When a person's firing a rifle like this, would this area here at the end of the butt stock commonly contact some part of their body if it's being fired in an upright position?
Yes, sir. It would contact their shoulder.
I'm whispering in your ears.
Now, states 54P, P is in Peter. On this side of the firearm, and this is still the same firearm we were just talking about, the AR style rifle, this roll mark here indicates CAL multi. What does that stand for?
So with that, typically when a firearm is sold complete by a manufacturer, they will indicate what the rifle is chambered in, so the end user doesn't accidentally put the wrong caliber inside the firearm, injuring themselves. But you can purchase a lower receiver stripped, which means that there's no internal parts. You can order those from the manufacturer and kind of build your own rifle or pistol. So they put the roll mark of multi-cal or cal multi, because they don't know what caliber the end user is going to use a small frame AR platform rifle for.
When you talk about lower and upper, what is this round item there?
That's relevance. Go ahead.
What you're pointing to refers to the takedown pin, which separates the lower half of the rifle from the upper half of the rifle.
And you can see in this photograph a line that travels along horizontal on the gun and then curves up. From that line up, is that considered the upper?
Yes, it is referred to as an upper receiver.
And does the upper receiver also attach to the barrel and the foregrip?
Yes, sir.
And then the area of the firearm that is below that line, is that the lower?
That is the lower receiver.
And at this point here, does it hinge in some way when it's removed or popped out?
Yes.
Now, this is 54SS, S is in Sierra. You talked about the brass catcher and the ejection port. Do you see the ejection port on this firearm?
I do.
Now on the opposite side?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is this the ejection port where I'm pointing?
Yes, sir, it is.
This little rectangular item here, what is that?
That's referred to as an ejection port cover.
Okay. How does that work?
It's just a thin piece of sheet metal that you can flip up and secure it closed to prevent dust or dirt from getting inside the firearm.
States 54V, V is in Victor. What are these items?
Those appear to be magazines
And what are they for?
for an AR pattern rifle.
States 54F. Do you recognize this box and this box over here to the left? And when I say this, it's a green and yellow box that's sitting upright on the right-hand side of the photograph.
Yes, sir, I do.
And what are those boxes?
Those are ammunition manufacturers.
Remington, is that a company that manufactures ammunition?
Yes, sir.
American Eagle, is that a brand that is manufactured, I believe, by Federal?
Yes, sir, it is.
And is this item that is there inside of, is that an ammunition box?
Yes, sir.
States 55M, these items do they appear to be at the bottom of the ammunition box?
Those appear to be several different calibers of ammunition.
Okay. Do you recognize any of them?
Yeah, I recognize the shotgun ammunition, which are the larger red and blue ones, plastic cased, and then the longer, pointier projectiles appear to be 5.56 or 223.
Okay. And this appears to be some type of pistol round, maybe a .357 Magnum or something?
It looks like something that belongs in a revolver.
States 55S, another ammunition box. What's contained in the box?
Those appear to be 5.56 or 223 rounds.
.55BB, these three items, what are those?
Those are referred to as ammo cans.
States 55N, It is in Nancy. The photograph shows multiple cartridge cases, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it looks like every so many number, they're facing different directions.
It appears so.
Okay. Do you recognize that type of ammunition?
I do.
And what is it?
That's either 223 or 556 ammunition.
She looks entirely bored listening to this testimony.
When we talked earlier, to, Officer De Jesus, about Glock manufactured pistols and your familiarity with them, are there standard loadings here in Florida and states that do not have magazine restrictions as far as the amount of rounds that are in the magazines?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so a Glock 19, a Model 19, which we saw in that photograph, what's the standard capacity of that magazine?
15 rounds.
The Glock that you carry on duty, the 47, is that a 17-round magazine?
Yes, sir.
And those two magazines in 9mm double stack magazine pistols, like the 19 and the 17 and the 45 and I think the 47 model, are those standard loadings for Glock magazines?
Yes, sir.
Does Glock make an extended magazine that holds over 30 rounds in it?
Yes, sir. They manufacture a 33-round magazine.
33 rounds?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And are you familiar with those magazines?
I am.
Okay. That 33-round magazine, if it's loaded into a Glock 19 or a Glock 17, how does that appear in the gun?
It just appears as a long, like the magazine is fully extended beyond the grip, so it looks like a long stick coming out of the bottom of the grip.
Prior to your involvement in this investigation, specifically your conversation with Jacksonville Sheriff's Office, were you aware of the gang activity or any gang wars that were occurring in Duval County?
No, sir.
Have you ever heard of, prior to this investigation, 6 Block or ATK or 1200?
Never.
Had you ever heard of Julio Foolio, that name?
No.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'll tender the witness, Your Honor.
Okay, Pross.
Y'all should have heard me trying to explain 6 Block, ATK. Y'all, I was ready to get out my notebook and explain to these boys in my house how this stuff worked. They looked at me like I was nuts.
All right, so you know a lot about guns.
Somewhat.
All right, do you know if Alicia Andrews knows anything about any of the guns that you mentioned?
What a smart ass way to start off. You know a lot about guns. Okay. And then he goes directly into asking about Alicia. All right.
All right, so you know a lot about guns.
Somewhat.
All right, do you know if Alicia Andrews knows anything about any of the guns that you mentioned?
No, sir.
You did not conduct the search warrant for the photos that you were describing earlier.
You are correct, sir.
While I'm getting set up, who took those photographs?
No clue, sir.
All right. Do you know which agency took the photographs?
Sounds like Jacksonville Sheriff's Office did, sir.
All right. And is today the first time you're reviewing these photographs, or have you seen them before?
No.
Today was the first time I've seen them.
All right. Do you know if any of these firearms were used in the murder of Julio Foolio, Charles Jones?
Like I said, sir, I wasn't there. I don't know the details of the firearms that were found at that location.
Do you know who these firearms belong to?
No, sir, I do not.
All right. Did someone tell you that the house that these firearms were recovered from is the house where Sean Gathright lives?
I don't know who resides there, sir.
All right. So you wouldn't know if Sean Gathwright's mother also resides at that house?
You would be correct, sir.
And you wouldn't know if Sean Gathwright's mother is in the military or was in the military?
Speculation.
You can ask the question, just answer, you know or not.
Facts, not evidence. Also.
Overall, go ahead, you can answer.
I'll ask the question again.
Thank you.
You would not know whether Sean Gathwright's mother was in the military before, correct?
Correct.
All right. The safe You saw a photograph of a safe, correct?
Yes, sir.
A safe with some rifles inside of it?
Along with other things, yes, sir.
That safe was not broken into by the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office, correct?
I don't know what the mode of entry was to that safe, sir.
So you don't know if they used a key that they received from someone?
I already told you I don't know what mode of entry they use, sir.
And you don't know if the brass catchers that you saw in the photographs, you don't know if those brass catchers were used in the murder of Charles Jones, correct?
Correct.
So showing you 54A, states 54A, you see the safe there?
Yes, sir.
Do you know whose room this is? This safe was found in?
No, sir.
When people go to the the range, you said earlier that they use brass catchers to catch the brass that comes from the expelled projectiles. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Like normal, everyday people, right?
It's something that you can legally buy, yes, sir.
All right. And when you go to the range does not want all of your brass all over the place, correct?
Depending on the range, yes, sir.
They typically make you clean that up.
Yes, sir, they do.
You know who these firearms, who these weapons, who they were registered to?
No, sir.
Did you ever look that up?
It's against Florida Constitution to have a gun registry, sir, so no.
Well, you can look up who purchased guns, correct?
Wait, what? I'm sorry. It's again for what? What?
No, sir.
Did you ever look that up?
It's against Florida Constitution to have a gun registry, sir, so no.
It's against Florida Constitution to have a gun registry? Is that what he just said? We're going to turn on closed caption. I need to make sure I what? Sister, you're going to have to wait. Let me call you back. I'll call you back. No, sister-in-law gonna have to wait because I need to know what's going on.
Look that up?
It's against Florida Constitution to have a gun registry, sir, so no.
Well, you can look up who purchased guns, correct?
I can, but that's not a registry.
So, forget about the registry. Let me back up. In Florida, you can purchase a gun. You can get a bill of sale when you buy the gun, correct?
Yes, sir, you can.
And then there's this idea that a gun can be registered, but they can't be registered in Florida, right?
That would be correct.
All right, so there's no gun registry, correct?
That is correct.
But there's a record of who purchases firearms, right?
Yes, sir.
All right, so there's a registry, and then there's this record of who purchased the firearm, correct?
Yes, sir.
You never looked up the registry because it doesn't exist, right?
I didn't look it up, sir, because I've never seen those firearms in person.
Okay, and because you couldn't look up a registry even if you did see the firearms, right?
I could not look up a registry that does not exist, sir, no.
Correct.
But if you're asking about the bill of sale, I guess in
Well,
theory...
I'll get to that part. I just want to make sure we're on the same
sorry,
page
I
about
thought
the
I was answering
registry.
your question, sir.
The registry first.
There is no registry, sir.
Correct. So the bill of sale, the record of who purchased the firearm, you never looked that up for any of these weapons.
No, sir.
So you don't know who these weapons belong to.
Judge, objection. That's two different things. That's a confusing question.
Well, you cleared up already, right? Overruled.
Can you repeat the question, please?
Yeah. You don't know who purchased the firearms, correct?
That would be correct, sir.
And you don't know who the firearms belong to.
That would be
You
correct.
don't even know if Sean Gafford ever touched these firearms before.
You would be correct.
Do they make brass catchers for Glocks?
Don't know, sir.
Is there any way to put a brass catcher on a pistol?
I don't know. I've never attempted it, sir.
This photograph, 54, Stacy to the 54, looks like 2, Roman numeral 2? Or maybe that's II.
I think it's II.
II.
Oh, is it LL?
Or
It's L, isn't it? Not LL.
it's in lowercase. So, for the record, 54LL. Do you see the wording on the firearm there?
Yes, sir, I do.
The don't tread on me. Are you familiar with what that is? Is that like, tell me first, are you familiar with it?
I am.
Okay, what does that signify?
In popular culture or in history?
Let's start with popular culture.
In popular culture, it's used by a lot of people who, who I guess feel like it emboldens them to put something like that on their firearm.
All right. And then you said another definition?
Well, in history, it's a naval flag, sir.
A naval flag?
Yes, sir.
Like for someone in the military?
Well, if they were in the military in the 1800s, yes, sir.
All right. Do you know why there was packaging inside the sink at the home?
No clue, sir.
So showing you Exhibit 53A. You don't know why that packaging was in the sink?
No idea, sir.
You don't know who put it there?
No, sir.
You don't know if JSO put it there?
Never been to that residence, sir.
And no one told you anything about it?
No, sir.
All right, well, given that you did not take the photographs, that you don't know anything about who owned or possessed the firearms or whether these firearms were used in this murder, is there any particular reason why you're testifying about these firearms?
Sir, I'm only answering the questions that I'm asked.
All right. And then you mentioned ATK and 6 Block, right?
I did not mention that, sir.
Well, the state mentioned it to you, and you said you never heard about 6 Block?
He asked me if prior to my involvement with this case, had I ever heard of those organizations, and I answered the question.
Right, so you all mentioned 6 Block on direct, correct?
I'm sorry, repeat the question. I don't understand what you're trying to ask me.
I'm asking you if on direct examination the state asked you about 6 Block. Do you remember that question?
Yes.
All right. Since
This defense is trying to throw this guy off and it is not working. So I will stop to review those that I just put in here. So Isaiah Chance, he was Andrew's boyfriend, the woman that's on trial now, and he is accused of acting as a lookout with her. Then there is Sean Gathright. He is accused of being one of the shooters. Then there is Rashad Murphy. He is also accused of being one of the shooters. And then there's Davion Murphy. He is accused of being one of the shooters, and he was the final suspect arrested after several months on the run.
this investigation started, did you learn what 6 Block is?
I learned during this investigation of the organization, and that's the extent of my knowledge of them, sir.
All right. When you called over to JSO on the day of the investigation of the murder, someone from JSO told you about 6 Block.
Yes, sir.
They told you that the victims that you came across, they were members of 6 Block, right?
Yes, sir.
That include Julio Foolio,
Yes, sir.
Charles Jones, right?
Yes, sir.
Gino No.
Y'all, this man just triggered my Google cancel. I don't know why, but when he said Julio Foolio, it triggered my Google. That was so weird. He was fixing to start talking over there.
Of course.
I don't have a roster of who 6 Block is, sir.
So you don't remember the names, correct?
No, sir.
But you were told that the victims were members of 6 Block.
Objection, hearsay.
Well, he's opened the door, so to the extent you remember, you can answer, but go ahead, if you remember.
You were told that the victims were members of 6 Block.
Yes, sir.
No further questions.
Okay, redirect.
Officer De Jesus, the "Don't Tread on Me" symbol that we saw on that rifle, is that commonly placed on firearms in the Second Amendment community?
Yes, sir.
In the firearms community?
Yes, sir.
Is it commonly seen in firearms manufacturing on firearms?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you said it's a naval flag.
Yes, sir.
Have you ever heard it referred to as a Gadsden flag?
I have.
Okay. And are you aware of the fact that during the Revolutionary War and just prior, that Americans in this country utilized that flag to tell the British not to tread on them?
Yes, sir.
Overruled. Go ahead.
Okay. And is it not as a patriotic flag to a lot of people in this country?
Yes, sir.
Now, I want to talk to you about, because I think there's some confusion here about firearms registries and bills of sale. Is there a firearm registry in the state of Florida?
No, sir.
You can buy a gun and it's not registered, correct?
Correct.
In fact, you cannot register, a manufacturer, a seller, a retailer cannot register a firearm.
That's correct.
In this state. It violates state law, correct?
Yes, sir.
Because it's an infringement on the Second Amendment, correct? Is it an infringement on the Second Amendment?
It is against the Florida Constitution for there to be a registry within the state of Florida.
And that's a section of the Florida Constitution that mirrors the Second Amendment?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But when you buy a gun in this state, there are certain forms that have to be filled out. I believe they are ATF regulation forms.
Yes, sir.
In law enforcement, is there a database through the ATF that state agencies such as the Tampa Police Department or city agencies can utilize to find out the original sale of that firearm?
Yes, sir.
Now, once the original sale of the firearm occurs, can the person who possesses the firearm then make a private sale to another individual?
Yes, sir.
And in the state of Florida, is that required to be tracked in any way?
No, sir.
Have you ever tried to track the original sale and owners of firearms?
No, sir.
Overruled.
Have you done that in your
Go
career
ahead.
with the Tampa Police Department?
No, sir.
You're not aware of tracking, doing an ATF track?
I'm aware of it. I've never done it.
Okay, all right. You've seen it done by other officers in your agency?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And if you determine who the original purchaser is, the original purchaser is, that will also show the original seller or retailer?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when firearms are sold, they have to be sold through a federal firearms licensed agency or retailer?
Rephrase.
Sure. When a gun is sold in this state or any state in the union, does it have to occur through an FFL?
Yes, sir.
And again, tracking that original sell, is that necessarily going to tell you who owns the gun or who it belongs to?
No, sir.
And since you were asked to speculate about the sheriff's office in Jacksonville, let me ask you a couple of questions. Do you know if the state of Florida in this trial has called anyone from the Jacksonville sheriff's office so far?
No, sir.
Do you know if we plan to?
No, sir.
Do you know if we plan to call Jacksonville Sheriff's Office detectives this Monday?
No, sir.
Are you aware of the fact that they may be traveling here to testify
No, sir.
about the search warrant and those photographs?
No, sir.
Okay.
I have nothing else, Your Honor.
Okay, may this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. You're free to go.
Have a good day.
All right, it's 12:15, so we will go ahead and take our lunch. Right?
There's even a statement.
Uh-oh. Y'all, what is happening? Y'all, we fast forwarded through lunch and something's happening. I come back. As soon as I hit that, there's like all kinds of chaos. What the hell?
Okay.
Hold up. Before we get there, y'all know, we got it all in. Yes, because it's fixing to. I don't know what was going on, but there was some chaos in the court. Let's eavesdrop. I was going to fast forward through this, but no, I'm here.
While we're waiting on her, do you have State's Exhibit 75?
I do. I think there's three parts of it, 75, 2, 3, and 10, that we intend, I think that is the subject of their motion.
Are you guys objecting to all of those?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Well, hold on.
One of them is the one this is what you want to do. That's what you want.
Yeah, back to this one as well.
Okay.
I have to, you can see them. I just
Yeah, we should take a look at the exhibits. All right, okay, so on 75, defense is objecting to which subparts?
So there are, three. There's subsection A, B, or it's 1, 2, and 3. And
What's A through C, and then C has subparts.
correct, so 75C is what we are.
Okay, and what subparts under 75C?
So starting with the, I guess the most important, the most relevant ones are going to be 2, which are the ones between
Okay.
injuries and the next witness.
So that's text messages, and it just has on the exhibit list, area code 904-993-5797.
That would be Julie Jordan, Judge. That's her phone number.
Okay. So, C1. All right, I don't have C1, I have C2. Oh, C2, here it is, Okay, all right, these are, what I'm looking at on this exhibit, it looks like a text message chain beginning January 9th of 2021 through January 21st.
January 19th, Judge, through this one.
Yeah, through the 22nd, 2021. Okay, and your objection is?
Yes, so I just like to start with the court's prior order. I'm just going to read the court's order, a piece of the transcript from the hearing. Your Honor specifically said I don't want the jury to get bogged down in the history between the two gangs going back to 2018. I don't have a problem with the gang expert identifying the gangs, that there's been violence committed between these gangs for a number of years, and in 2023 is when, from what I can tell, really began ramping up with a series of back and forth revenge murders leading to the attempted murder of Mr. Jones, and then ultimately the successful murder of Mr. Jones in 2024. So the court has already laid out the parameters of what is going to be relevant and what is related to this actual incident, and that is limited at the attempted murder of Mr. Jones back in 2023. These messages are essentially just chatter between Ms. Andrews and the next witness about things that they're hearing on social media related to the back and forth between the two. That's ultimately what it ramps up to. It's not relevant at all to the actual incident at hand. It doesn't stand to prove or disprove any particular relevant issue in this case. And quite frankly, what it would do is sour the jury towards Ms. Andrews, and just based on conversation that has nothing to do with the actual incident. And I'll let the court wants the opportunity to just kind of finish reading through them.
Sure. State, go ahead. What's your response to that?
Judge, first of all, your order having to do with the gangs, we are limited to our experts to that time period.
For collateral evidence.
Collateral evidence.
I'm assuming you're going to say this is direct evidence.
Yes, but also part of the collateral evidence, Judge, that you also allowed us to go into not just the October incident of 2023, all of 2023, and you also said that that was further extended because we mentioned the song and the lyrics, that there could be explanation to them, and certainly within those song lyrics, there are definitely people that are mentioned in those lyrics that are mentioned in this text, but this is direct evidence of the defendant's knowledge, and moreover, that she gives an interview to law enforcement that goes directly to her knowledge as well as consciousness of guilt, because law enforcement asked her about gang activity, about the big rapper in Jacksonville, and she claims ignorance, like she doesn't know any of it, including her boyfriend's rap gang nickname Gutta. When they say Gutta and they're talking about Gutta, she's like, why do you call him that? So she is trying to feign like she has no knowledge of any of the gang activity, which these messaging that she has with one of her best friends growing up in 2021 directly relate to her knowledge of our victim. Not only her knowledge of her victim, that he's in a gang, other gang members that one of them is K Shorty, a gang member at 6 Block, a fellow gang member of our victim that she is communicating with, where they talk about facts of some of the cases and some of the rival gang war that is going on in Jacksonville. The one to her best friend, there is definitely personal animosity towards Julio Foolio. She mentions Foolio multiple times. There's even a statement in there saying she hopes he should die. So that is direct knowledge of her specific knowledge as to not only the gang rival, the gang history, that is consciousness of guilt evidence in this specific case where she is confronted by law enforcement officers when they are trying to question her about the murder of a high-profile rapper in Jacksonville and gang activity, and she feigns ignorance of all of it. So that is highly probative and outweighs any sort of prejudicial effect.
Well, did you all get up in your opening statement and say that Ms. Andrews didn't know any of the people involved, didn't know why she was just going to Tampa to be with her boyfriend? She didn't know anything that was going on in the gangs, right?
That's not accurate, Your Honor.
Okay.
So what was stated was that she doesn't know the individuals specifically involved in this. None of those individuals are mentioned in these messages. And to be clear, what Ms. Darby said is a mischaracterization of what the interview actually says. She doesn't say, to start with the name Gutta, what she says is, why are you calling him that? That's his rap name. So she doesn't pretend to not know that that is a nickname of his. What she challenges is whether or not it's a gang name as opposed to a stage name. So she absolutely said maybe they could.
I'm gonna slow it down just a minute. She said gang name, not gay name.
I understand it, but she absolutely said
that was a mistypo on the little teleprompter thing.
So she doesn't pretend to not know that that is a nickname of his. What she challenges is whether or not it's a gang name as opposed to a stage name. So she absolutely said it. Maybe they couldn't understand it, but she absolutely said it. I believe we have the timestamp. But ultimately, Your Honor, these messages are released. These messages are from, I believe, before any of the songs that the state is attempting to introduce into evidence. Even the most popular ones that everyone talks about, Who I See You, When I See You, Who I Smoke. These messages are from before that. None of the individuals that are mentioned in these messages by name are involved in this case, and there's nothing in here indicating that any of this information that they're discussing is from first-hand knowledge. Quite frankly, it's the opposite. You can tell if you read them, they're responding to some social media post that some girl posted, and they're just chitter-chattering back and forth like most people are doing in the comments probably right now as we speak. There's nothing to suggest this is personal knowledge, which I might add is very different. I'm having a conversation with a girlfriend about gossip and sitting in front of murder detectives and telling them that you know what is going on. It is not the same thing. It does not show a consciousness of guilt. It does not show the intent of anything, and quite literally the fact that these messages are from 2021 and there's nothing after that before this murder. goes against what the state is saying, right? Like, there's not even any further information discussed about this in any text messages.
I will pause her to say thank you, Hawkeyes, for stopping by. I was peeping you in some of them rooms this morning. I seen you out there in them YouTube streets this morning. Hope you're having a blessed day.
Or Instagram posts or anything like that. It's no secret that Ms. Andrews was born and raised in Jacksonville. She has significant proximity. They called 3 witnesses, if I'm not mistaken, that said some of the similar things. They know, some of the people, they've listened to the music, they've heard some of the information back and forth. It does not mean that she has personal knowledge about it. And so I would completely disagree with what the way the state is characterizing it. And quite frankly, the specific message about him wanting to die, which I don't believe that is the actual quote, the court could review it. I'll point specifically to where it is.
Do you need the exhibit?
Judge, I didn't have the exhibit, so
I will say this. I'm going to address this tonight on a stream. I've avoided all of this. And I think tonight I'm going to actually make a short post because I need to voice myself, because I was in that chat when she started and I've been questioned. So I will make a brief statement tonight. I don't want it mixed with my other streams. So there will be a video put out on my Crime Time channel tonight. So yeah, yeah. Look for Crime Time with Sheila tonight, because yeah, I don't want to mix it with this, but I'm going to address it tonight. A very brief, short live.
Phrasing, so I apologize if I didn't quote it correctly. Judge, what she texted, she says, "Girl, I don't like Julio. LMAFAOOO, ugly ass bitch. He need to die." And SHID, that was my friend FUCK, that code shit, bitch. He shot me and my friend died? Question mark, question mark, question mark. Yeah, I'm pointing my outfit, who did it. I'm pointing out who did it, I'm sorry.
Right, and so Your Honor, that is a comment on what they're seeing on social media. It's literally a third person, comment on what they're seeing on social media. If this were me, I would point him out that this is conjecture, hyperbole between 2 girls, literally just chatting. There's nothing in here to suggest that she personally knows him, that she personally has had any kind of conflict with him, or personally wants something bad to happen, which it's just not there. And I think the gap in time between this incident and these messages and the incident go to show that. And there's literally, I don't believe, any purpose to put these before the jury other than to sour them, to inflame their passions, to paint her as a violent, negative person, because it's not related to this incident at all. It's not connected to any personal act of violence that she's committed to him. She has not threatened him. And if Your Honor has reviewed the cases already, I can go into those.
No, I've reviewed them.
Okay, but Your Honor, if you in those cases, the statements that are let in, the prior statements of those defendants, are statements that are a direct threat to the individual that was ultimately killed. They reveal a specific animosity, a specific intent, a specific want of that person based on a personal issue that they have with them to be harmed, and then that they later on go to do that. And I believe remoteness is very relevant in both of those cases. Those statements are certainly not 4 years before the incident occurs. Remoteness is relevant, the fact that they are isolated is relevant, and the fact that there is no way for the state to even establish that this is based on personal knowledge. And I think that the statements show that they are not based on personal knowledge. They're no different than anybody else's DMs that has conversations about,
Other than showing knowledge, right?
Why I don't think knowledge of the gang issue in general is relevant to
You don't think so? If she's purported to be a member of a conspiracy to kill a rival or a gang member?
That her knowing about the gangs is I don't believe that's relevant to prove that she committed this crime. That she's aware that it exists, Your Honor.
Okay, I know, but she knows who Charles Jones is, and she knows about the violence between the two.
She's admitted that in her interview. She admits that she follows him on social media. That's not a secret, Your Honor.
Okay.
That is not what the interview says.
Okay, so anyway, listen, I'm going to find that it is probative and it outweighs any potential prejudicial impact. So 75C2.
Judge said,
not admittedly, based on these messages.
Okay, all right, well, we'll cross C3 and C10 at a later.
bring the jury back. We need to get home with this.
We are ready to proceed. State, call your next witness.
The state calls Officer Zachary Conaway.
Hang on, sir. Just watch your step, raise your right hand, just one low quick.
Truth, the whole truth, and nothing. You may proceed.
Good afternoon. Would you state your name for the jury?
My name is Officer Zachary Conaway.
With what agency are you employed?
Currently employed with Tampa Police Department.
And how long have you been with Tampa Police Department?
This will be my 4th year with Tampa Police Department.
Do you have any prior law enforcement experience?
Before Tampa, I was employed with New Orleans Police Department as an officer.
How long were you there?
About 5 years.
And in your experience here in Tampa, what is your job title?
My job title is a patrol officer.
Did your duties include responding to the area of 3751 East Fowler on June 23rd of 2024?
Yes, I responded to that call.
And about what time was that?
I believe the time came out about 4:45, 4:45
Oh, I apologize.
in the morning, a.m.
Were there other officers already present on scene?
I believe Sergeant Portman arrived on scene first. I was maybe the second or third beforehand.
Why is it that you arrived to that area? Did you receive a call for service directly?
We received a call for service. I believe the original call notes were cars speeding through the parking lot and gunshots had been heard. And as we made our way to the scene, we were informed that somebody was shot at the location.
Upon arrival to the parking lot of that Holiday Inn, what are some of the observations you actually make?
The first observation I made, we located a black Dodge Charger, stopped in the parking lot, kind of in between the home suites and the Holiday Inn situated on that lot. Car was stopped, immediately noticed that it had been covered in bullet holes and there was someone deceased in the front seat.
Do you, Sergeant Portman, or the other officers that are there kind of divide up responsibilities in that moment?
In that moment, we were initially focused on trying to preserve the crime scene. There were some other people there that had been with the victim prior to. But initially, I had gone to go get crime scene tape to try to cordon off the scene. And at that point, we started to divvy up our responsibilities further from that point.
Do you receive a call that you're needed inside of the Holiday Inn itself?
We never received a phone call. While I was still on scene, I observed a blood trail leading from the Dodge Charger leading towards the front door of the hotel. I told the other officers, myself and 3 others went to the front door. And as we approached the front door, we were told by the manager inside the hotel that there were 2 people bleeding on the 3rd floor.
When you say you were looking around and saw that, I'm going to show you what's been previously admitted as State's Exhibit 3M from the exterior of that Holiday Inn there. Is this what you're referencing when you say there were some blood trails leading into the hotel itself?
Yes, that's the main entrance of the hotel right there, the top of the photograph. And back here, it's a sidewalk, and the blood trail actually extended much further back on that sidewalk leading toward the parking lot.
Wasn't sure if I'd be able to get it there. Okay, if I back that up a little bit in 3L, is that what you're referencing in the walk up to that evidence marker number 6?
Yes, ma'am.
At that time, did you actually have any specific information about who your suspects were, who your victims were? Was there even time to obtain that information yet?
We had already known of the victim, Mr. Jones. Prior to the beginning of that shift, we had received some intelligence that he was visiting in town from Jacksonville, and that he had some past arguments with people in the neighborhood, and we were just told just to keep an eye out for him in his movements.
Meaning like an inter-office kind of teletype, where agencies will exchange information back and forth?
Not so much a teletype, it was just an email from our intelligence division. I'm not exactly sure how they obtained that information, but we were just told that he was staying at an Airbnb located somewhere out in the county, and that he was more than likely going to be in Tampa for his, I believe he was there for his birthday.
Was that relayed to you during your brief before your shift actually started?
Yes, we went over that in our briefing.
Okay, so you're telling us about that because when you got there and made these observations, you related those two things, what the information you learned from your briefing to what you observed on scene.
Right. We didn't officially identify him on scene, at least while I was there, but it was generally understood that this was Mr. Jones that was deceased in the vehicle.
Was that in part because there were also some other lay witnesses on scene at that Holiday Inn?
Correct.
Okay. And when we speak, let's go back just to the entrance of the Holiday Inn, and we'll talk.
You know, that's interesting that at the police department, they had a briefing knowing he was coming into town for his birthday and that he already had enough issues
that they had a briefing before he ever showed up in town. That's some drama right there. I need Hannah in my chat throwing some drama llamas.
Talk a little bit more about the other stuff, okay? At the entrance of the Holiday Inn, you spot the blood trail, and what is your role with the other officers as you enter and speak to the hotel manager?
Again, we spoke to the hotel manager. He told us that he had two men up on the third floor of the hotel that were bleeding. We essentially just followed the blood trail. It went initially down the first hallway in the hotel leading to the east, maybe a couple floors, and it doubled back to the elevator. And we just followed the blood trail to the elevator, and we took it straight to the third floor.
Okay, let me show you 4A, if I can break that down just a little bit here with evidence marker 8. Can you see that all right?
Yes.
Is this what you're talking about as you enter that lobby in the Holiday Inn lobby area?
Yes, correct.
Again, I gave my trigger warning. We're all adults here. If this is not something you would be interested in seeing, please protect your mental health and everything. They are showing crime scene type photos, so protect your own health.
That hallway up at the very top, that leads to the elevators on the right-hand side, and the blood trail actually continues a little bit further past the elevators, and then it comes back and goes towards the elevators themselves.
Though you have a general idea from the manager about where additional people may be, is there still a process that you have to go through to ensure that you get there safely?
Yes. Generally, you are supposed to go floor by floor, using the staircases to clear out the building floor by floor, just to make sure that there's no other additional shooters in the building. Just due to the fact that we had people that were bleeding out that had been shot, we kind of skipped that process and went straight to the victims at that point.
And beyond the elevator there, was there still a blood trail that led you to a more direct location for where they were?
I mean, it wasn't so much the blood trail. As soon as we exited the elevator and turned to the right, our other two victims, Mr. Norris and Mr. Edwards, were sitting there right in the T-junction of the hallway with the elevator.
I'm going to show you what's been pre-marked as State's Exhibit number 91. Do you recognize that?
Again, I don't know what they're going to show. We are adults, so.
Yes, that would be, I believe, Mr. Norris on the left and Mr. Edwards on the right.
Now, is this image a screen capture from the body-worn cameras that you all are equipped with?
Yes.
Does this screen capture fairly and accurately depict what you observed when you all exited that elevator and made contact with Mr. Norris and Mr. Edwards?
That's correct.
Your Honor, State moves to admit States 91 and publish.
Any objection?
No.
Okay, admitted.
Now, I know that you made some reference while I was there showing you the exhibit, but can you please, if you would, point out Mr. Norris?
Yes, Mr. Norris is going to be the gentleman on the left in the white shirt, and Mr. Edwards is going to be wearing all black on the right-hand side in the hoodie.
As you made contact with Mr. Norris and Mr. Edwards, were you able to make any visual observations of injuries?
Obviously, Mr. Norris had the gunshot wound to his right shoulder. Just due to the hoodie, I could at least tell that Mr. Edwards was bleeding pretty heavily from his right arm or right shoulder. I just couldn't tell just how far up the injuries went at the time.
Did you do anything to assist?
Yes, I applied a tourniquet to Mr. Edwards' right arm about as far as I could go.
Did the other officers that you were there with help you to secure both of these individuals?
Yes, I believe it was myself, Officer Hadsel, Officer Gale, and Officer King were the ones that made entry into the hotel. Officer Gale stood by with Mr. Norris while I stood by with Mr. Edwards, while Officer Hadsel and Officer King cleared the rest of the hotel.
At that point, you're still at least attempting for whatever life-saving measures that you're able to give to both.
Correct.
Was Mr. Norris conscious with you and answering your questions as it related to what happened or where his injuries were, et cetera?
Yes, Mr. Norris remained conscious for pretty much the entire time that we were in the hotel. Correct. While
you were standing there with them, I presume waiting for EMS or something, did you see more specifically the injury that Mr. Norris had suffered?
The one that Mr. Norris suffered, I believe it was to the front of his right shoulder. I couldn't tell if there was any exit wound though, but he had definitely taken one gunshot wound to the front of the right shoulder.
As you were tending to Mr. Edwards, did it ever become more apparent where his injuries were? Or could you see more?
At least from the presence of blood, that right sleeve of his was fairly soaked in it. It did seem pretty clear that he was hit up on the right shoulder a little bit, and my tourniquet just wasn't doing a whole lot with stopping the blood flow.
Even though you're providing or rendering aid at this time, are you still inquiring of them as to what happened?
Correct. I'm still asking questions. You know, who did this? What happened? at least at the time. I'm unsure as to what Mr. Norris was telling Officer Gale, but Mr. Edwards at the time, he wasn't able to answer any of my questions at the time just due to the nature of his injuries.
What do you mean he wasn't able to answer your questions?
He either didn't know, he either kept saying he didn't know what had happened, or he was continually, it seemed like he kept losing consciousness on.
Absolutely not, Vibe. I don't think she'll testify because then they can ask her questions. She's not going to get up there and have them cross her. She's not going to get up there and let the state cross. That'll never. I don't see it happening. If it does, we're gonna have a party, and we're gonna watch it on regular speed. It's not gonna be on 1.25. We're gonna say yes. I see that in her. Just something about her. Again, we go back to this picture here. Okay. Keep in mind, this is the day of, she was out getting her hair done, looking all, yeah. Please tell me this and the girl sitting here in court are the same person. Y'all, come on. Yeah, we're going to have another late night soon.
From the blood loss.
Meaning he was just not responsive medically, not that he wasn't answering.
He would go in and out, and when he would regain consciousness, when I would ask the questions, he either didn't know, or he would just say, I was sitting in the car when it happened. I think he asked a couple of times, what the status of Mr. Jones was as well. But just due to his injuries, I wasn't able to conduct a full interview with him just in his state.
You did, though, inquire of them who did this, and they just are reiterating, I don't know.
Correct.
Did you have a role there after? So if EMS arrives, what do they do with their patient?
EMS eventually came. They transported both Mr. Norris and Mr. Edwards to Tampa General Hospital. After conferring with Sergeant Portman outside, once they had been transported, I relocated to Tampa General Hospital to attempt to speak with them further.
Was it your obligation to attempt a formal interview with Mr. Norris and Mr. Edwards?
Yes.
Did you make additional observations upon your arrival at the hospital of their injuries?
Yes, Mr. Norris did in fact sustain one gunshot wound to the right shoulder, and Mr. Edwards, if I remember correctly, he had been shot 3 times in the upper arm, just below the armpit, and an additional 3 times on the right shoulder. And the staff at TGH had informed me that his upper right arm had been broken as a result.
Were you able to successfully obtain a statement about the events of the evening leading up to the shooting from Mr. Norris?
Yes. Essentially, what Mr. Norris told me was they had gone to the home suite to attempt to get a room after they had been kicked out of their Airbnb earlier that day. And he was sleeping in the back of the Charger where we found Mr. Jones at. And they were parked at the Sally Port on the south end of the home suite when the shooting originally happened. He was asleep in the back, so he essentially woke up when he heard gunfire and really didn't see anything prior to. As far as like any possible suspects, he still couldn't give me any answers to that question.
Did you inquire as to why they were in Tampa to begin with?
It was to celebrate Mr. Jones's birthday.
Is that information that Mr. Norris also gave you?
Yes.
Did Mr. Norris give you the locations of the two places that they had reported to for the birthday celebrations?
That day they had gone to Twizzlers. It's a strip club located on Nebraska Avenue, and they had also gone to Truth 18. It was a bar that was located on Bush Boulevard, just next to the intersection with 50th.
And that was information that Mr. Norris also relayed?
Correct.
Same question for Mr. Edwards. Did you have an opportunity to interview him at the hospital?
Yes.
And again, did he indicate that they were there for a birthday celebration?
Correct.
Did he also provide to you the information about the clubs that they had visited?
He confirmed Twizzlers, and he did say that they had gone to another bar, but he couldn't give me the name of it.
Were they able to provide both in their interviews rough time estimates or time frames?
I believe both of them had stated that they were they'd gone to Truth 18 about 3 o'clock, and they had been at Twizzlers since about 1 o'clock till about 3 o'clock.
Neither were able to tell you or identify the persons that shot at them, only that they were shot at and that they ran from the vehicle.
Correct.
Right, and we didn't expect her to ever testify either during
pass
that
the witness
time.
here.
Hey, Cross.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Other than the 2 victims from the picture we saw earlier, Gino Norris and Mr. Edwards, did you speak to any other victims or witnesses?
No, my contact was just with Mr. Norris and Mr. Edwards during this investigation.
And they had no idea as to who might have done this?
That's correct.
All right, so they don't know Alicia Andrews?
They never mentioned anybody's name, but at least Miss Andrews, they never mentioned her.
All right, and you also don't know who Miss Andrews is?
No, sir.
All right. Other than, I guess, seeing them there at the hotel, did you do anything else in this case, seeing the two victims?
It was pretty much it was just my response to the hotel and then my follow-up interview with them at TGH. That was the extent of my involvement in this.
Okay, all right, thank you, I appreciate it.
Okay, redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, may this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, you're excused.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, who's your next witness?
State calls Carrie Lynn Calderero.
You know who else testified? John DeVander Ark. Didn't she testify in her own defense? Another one that was crazy as all get out.
Raise right hand, he's fine by the book.
Right.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes, I do. Thank you.
All right, you may proceed.
One moment, Your Honor. I have one moment. That's okay. 2019 through all. Oh, I have it.
Yes, my name is Carrie Lynn Calderero.
How are you employed?
I am a crime scene technician too with the Tampa Police Department.
And what kind of training do you have to be a crime scene technician too?
I have a bachelor's degree in criminal justice along with a crime scene certificate, and then I also have on-site training within Tampa Police Department as well.
How long have you been in that position with Tampa Police Department?
A little over 12 years now.
What are some of the duties and responsibilities of a crime scene technician?
We basically are responding to scenes. We are there to preserve the scene as we see it through photographs, collection of DNA evidence, and collection of latent prints as well.
Do you work alongside the homicide detectives when you are responding to a homicide scene?
Yes, we do.
When you first get to a scene, especially initially, do you necessarily know if an item of evidence is going to have relevance or not?
No, we don't.
Is that something that is determined by the detective later at another time, and that it's the detective's responsibility then to submit any items for testing if they believe that is necessary?
Correct, it is.
And so when you're at a crime scene initially, is it the policy to take photographs of everything as it is and as you find it?
Yes.
Did you respond on June 24th of 2024 to Tampa General Hospital?
Yes, I did.
Why did you respond to that location?
I was dispatched to go to Tampa General in order to photograph 2 victims.
And was one of those individuals named Xavier Edwards?
Yes, they were.
Was there a homicide detective that responded to that location as well?
Not at the time, no.
Okay. Did he respond later?
Not while I was there, no.
Not
So I
while
don't
you were
know.
there? Okay. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 26A. Is that a photograph of Xavier Edwards?
Yes, it is.
While you were there, did he become conscious or did you talk to him at that point?
The only time I talked to him was just to give him warning of that I would be taking photographs of him.
And I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 26B. What are you documenting in this photograph?
This is just to show a close-up of the face to show who I am photographing.
What are you showing in 26C?
In this photo, I am documenting that his upper right arm is bandaged.
Sorry, guys. We had our trigger warning.
What are you
so-
showing in 26D?
Also, this is a close-up of his, I believe, left hand to show that there is an injury to it as well.
26E?
Right.
This is just another angle to show of the injury to his hand.
And you said that there was a second individual at Tampa General Hospital, is that correct?
Yes.
Was that Gino Norris?
Yes, it was.
What are you showing in 25A?
Again, this is just to show who I'm photographing.
25B?
Just a close-up of his face to show who it is as well.
What are you documenting in 25C?
This is to show that he has an injury to his upper right arm.
At some point during working on this case, were you advised to collect a firearm?
Yes, I was.
When did that happen?
While I was at my second location for this call.
What was your second location that you responded to?
It was at Gates Drive.
Is that 3014 Gates Drive?
Yes.
What's located at that address?
I was dispatched there in order to photograph and process a vehicle at the time.
And was that a black Nissan, an apartment complex?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's already been put into evidence, State's Exhibit 29A. Is this a picture of that?
Yes.
Did you take that photograph?
Yes, I did.
What are you documenting in 29B?
These are basically just going to be overalls to show the exterior of the vehicle that I'm photographing.
29C.
Again, this is just to show the backside of the vehicle along with the plate.
And are there, you can see law enforcement officers in this photograph, is that correct?
Yes.
When you responded to the second location, did you receive or get a briefing as to what sort of information they wanted documented and collected?
Yes.
Are you documenting in 29D?
This is to show the rear windshield showing that there is damage.
Again, these people that were at this hotel, this one couple, like they had said, they came to go visit the zoo and they get entrapped in all this drama. It's so unacceptable. So unacceptable. All they want to do is take a 12-year-old and 8-year-old to the zoo, and they end up having to deal with all this. It's just not, we shouldn't be scared to go outside of our houses.
Judge, at this time, we offer into evidence the rest of composite 29, E through R.
Any objection?
No objection.
Admitted?
Ms. Calderero, I apologize. Can you tell us what is in 29E?
This would be an overall of the front driver's side bumper area.
29F?
This is just a continuation of me moving along the driver's side. Now this is the front driver's side tire area.
And can you see any sort of damage in this photograph? I'm sorry, it's not zooming. Yes, you can.
Ma'am, you should have better focus. Thank you.
Is there any damage that you're documenting in this photograph?
Yes.
Can you point that out for us?
You want me to stand up?
Yes, ma'am.
This is just to show that there is damage along the front end bumper and a little bit above the tire wheel as well.
29G?
This is again just moving on alongside the driver's side, this time focusing on the driver's side mirror.
Is there damage in this photograph as well?
Yes.
And you said I should ask the question, you were focusing on the driver's side mirror. Is that where the damage is?
Yes.
Again, sidetrack here. And here they're going, this couple is taking their, I just keep going back to this thought, and now they have to deal with a damaged vehicle. They have to deal with the trauma and mental health that this has caused for their children, not only themselves, but now their children. There was shots fired into their room, broke the window. I keep thinking about this couple, and it's really bothering me that, here they're intertwined into this drama that they were simply taking their children for a weekend. And now, because of idiots out here shooting up other people, now we have a whole family that probably needs therapy. Their car got tore up. Yeah, come on. It's just aggravating to me.
29H.
Continuing on, this is going towards the driver's side door and rear driver's side door as well.
Is there damage on this side of the vehicle as well?
Yes, there's a little bit on the driver's side door and continuing on to the rear driver's side door as well.
29I.
This is more centering on the rear driver's side door, showing the continuation of the damage.
Do you also document the interior of the vehicle as you find it?
Yes, once I'm done doing my overalls, I then move towards the interior of the vehicle.
They're going to have to live with the trauma. See, I was fixing to say that word. They're going to have to live with that trauma for the rest of their lives. A 12-year-old and 8-year-old. You know, these people that are out here doing this kind of damage doesn't take into consideration other people in the world. I mean, they're not hurting just that one person they go after. There's so many more. Now you have, not only they have to deal with this, the victim's family, Charles Jones' family has to deal with this, the trauma, all this, all the, the other bystanders, I don't know.
What is 29J a photograph of?
This would be the overall of the interior driver's side of that car.
29K?
This will be an overall of the center console area.
29L?
I think that's
This is jumping back out to the exterior of the rear driver's side bumper area.
I think about the kids and the trauma and the stuff that it causes. I could tell y'all my own story with a grandchild that I don't get to see, and it's not by any of my doing. So these children don't deserve what they're put through by other humans out in the world. I mean, there's no reason for that. And now they're constantly have to live with this trauma the rest of their lives. I mean, I can go back to remembering, Muffins probably doesn't even remember. She was little and we were going to my mother's house on Christmas morning, and I seen somebody get in a wreck, and it was on a motorcycle and he was decapitated. It stuck with me forever. All I could think about was it was Christmas morning and somebody had to go notify his family, and here I was going to spend time with my family, knowing that now this gentleman's family is getting a knock on their door notification that he's deceased because somebody hit him on the freeway. How fair is that? Now they have to deal with that and know every Christmas this is going to be a trauma that they're going to have to live with. I mean, and it's a memory in my head that I'm stuck with. I had nothing to do with it. I was 2 cars behind it, but it's still a trauma memory, and these being children, I just have a hard time.
29M?
This is a area of damage that was on the rear bumper.
I'm going to go back to 29L. Is that what is a close-up of what's indicated in 29L?
Yes.
29M?
This is showing the front windshield of that vehicle.
Okay. Was there anything of significance on the windshield?
Yes, there was damage towards the center of the windshield.
29P, what is that?
This is a mid-range focusing in on that damage of the windshield.
29O?
This is a different perspective of the damage to the driver's side mirror.
And then 29Q?
This is a close-up with scale of the damage to the center of the windshield.
And then 29R?
That was a piece of paper that was located in the vehicle.
And can you see this name that is depicted in this box number 6? Can
Yes.
you read that, or do you need me to blow it up?
No, I can read that.
And what name was that?
I'm not sure if I'm going to say it correctly, but Tafea Changa McCrae.
And I want to ask you about a firearm that you collected. Where did you collect the firearm?
That item was received to me from Officer Sosa that was on scene at that location.
Your Honor, at this time, we introduce into evidence states 30A through D.
Any objection?
No objection.
Okay, admitted.
Did Officer Sosa, did he have a police vehicle that day?
Yes, he did.
And what are you documenting in 30A?
This is to show the police vehicle that I was directed towards in order to collect the firearm.
B.
That is the same police vehicle. This is the interior passenger side, focusing in on the firearm on the passenger floor.
30C.
That is the same firearm once I collected it and placed it into a firearm box.
30D.
This is once the firearm is cleared to show that
It's full. That's a full magazine right there, full clip.
there are rounds in the magazine.
And that's how, after you take it out, that is how you find it. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that firearm you were directed by Officer Sosa, is that correct?
Yes, I was told about that.
And he was housing it in his patrol car before you got there so that you could take custody of it?
Correct, was in my photos.
You said you put it in a gun box, is that correct?
Yes.
What do you do with it after you put it in your gun box?
Once we're done a scene with all of our evidence, we will take it back to our office for processing. However, in this case, I did pass this firearm off to crime scene technician Geraldine Nunez Martinez.
And as policy, after you collect it, is there a secure location back at the Tampa Police Department where all the evidence or property in the case is held and secured?
Once we process all of our items, we place it into our evidence control. Prior to that, we do have temporary evidence cabinets for each technician where we store our evidence prior to turning it in.
And in this particular case, you testified that you handed this off to crime scene, to a fellow crime scene technician, is that correct?
Yes, on scene.
And who was that again?
That was Geraldine Nunez Martinez.
And why did you do that?
I was going to be getting handed off the evidence due to ending my shift. She was going to take over processing that vehicle and items.
Can any fellow crime scene technician impound a piece of evidence that is collected and impounded by the Tampa Police Department?
We can turn in any type of evidence minus narcotics.
Turn in any evidence minus narcotics?
I'm going to ask you about some other things that you did in furtherance of this case when you were at the 3014 Gates Drive with that black Nissan vehicle that we just recently saw photographs of it. Did you collect any further evidence from that vehicle?
Yes, I did.
What type of evidence did you collect from the vehicle?
I collected items of evidence along with swabs as well.
When you say swabs, what are you swabbing?
For potential DNA.
And can you tell the jury what areas of that vehicle you are swabbing for potential DNA?
In most cases, when we are processing a vehicle, we will swab more general areas that are touched more, steering wheel, gear shift, door handles. In this case, any type of items in there as well. If there was cigarettes, phones, cups, we will swab all of those as well.
And in those photos that we just recently looked at, did you notice that there was a red substance that appeared to be blood in the interior of the vehicle?
Yes.
Were there any of those locations that were swabbed for potential DNA?
Yes, those items were also swabbed as well.
Again, you don't make any decisions whether or not any of those items or those swabbings need to be sent off to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement for testing. Is that correct?
Correct. That's only done by the detectives.
Did you process that vehicle as well? Did you process it for any fingerprints?
I did not, actually.
Do you know if that was done by another crime scene tech in your office?
Yes, it was.
Who was that done by?
Again, that was Geraldine Nunez Martinez.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 27. It's already in evidence. Did you take this photograph?
Yes, I did.
Where did you take that photograph?
I took that photograph at the 3014 Gates Drive.
Where the apartments where that Nissan was located, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And who is that individual?
That was of Tafea Chenga McRae.
McRae, okay. And was that at the same location where you came across, I think you can see in the same picture, I'm going to show you again, 30A, that squad car, Officer Sosa's squad car?
Yes.
And is that Mr. McRae? Is he standing in front of it?
I don't recall at the time if that's the same vehicle or not.
Okay, but same location?
Yes, same location.
Did you, you said that did you take into evidence any items of evidence yourself in this investigation?
Yes, I did.
What was that?
I collected multiple items from the vehicle. That was a vape pen, multiple bottles, cups, things that I later on would process.
Did you also, going back to Mr. McRae in State's Exhibit 27, did you collect what is commonly referred to as a buccal swab?
Yes, I did as well.
What is a buccal swab?
It's basically a swab of the inside of a person's cheeks that's later used for comparison of any DNA.
And he provided you with a buccal swab?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I have one moment?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time we pass the witness.
Okay, Cross.
Do you want me to leave the photos here?
For this case?
To the Gates Drive?
You were the first crime scene tech on scene for this case?
To the Gates Drive?
Well, let me ask you, who is...
Close vibe. Close. Want to know who?
All right, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You were the first crime scene tech on scene for this case?
To the Gates Drive?
Well...
But wait, that's coming up because I looked at who the witnesses are, and in this today we haven't gotten there yet, but there's going to be a protected identity of a witness who is a friend of Alicia's, and she's going to testify about the texts. And also we're going to get an Uber driver that drove the suspects, and we're also going to get the grandmother of an alleged accomplice of this. So it's going to get a little spicy. I see it coming.
Let me ask you, who was the first crime scene tech on scene to the actual hotel, the Home 2 Suites?
I do believe that was CST Kristen Cruz.
Okay, so Cruz works night shift?
No, during that time she was on day shift.
Day shift. And what shift do you work?
I'm normally evening shift.
All right. So you and CST crime scene tech Cruz, you two worked as the two crime scene technicians in this case?
No, not on that scene. During that entire scene, I never once came across Kristen Cruz. I only worked with CST Geraldine Nunez Martinez when she came to relieve me at the Gates Drive.
Okay. So it's yourself, CST Geraldine Nunez?
Yes.
And-
She came halfway through the scene that I was at.
Okay. All right, and she relieved you?
Yes.
All right, and that's why you turned over some evidence to her?
Correct.
Okay. The buckle swabs, who instructed you to get the buckle swab?
On scene, that was done by Detective Campbell.
So Detective Campbell instructed you to get a buckle swab of an individual?
Yes.
And do the detectives normally tell the crime scene technicians like what to look for?
Yes, because normally they have a little bit more insight to the scene than we do.
So you get to the scene and the detective is sort of ordering your steps, telling you what to kind of collect, what to photograph, that sort of thing?
Yes, we also have protocols on how we process things, vehicles, photographs, such as those items, and on individuals as well. But then to go a little bit deeper, we will work alongside the detectives as well.
All right. And at any point in time, did you collect any ammunition, any casings, anything like that?
No, I did not.
All right. No further questions.
Okay, redirect.
Just briefly, Your Honor. When you end your shift, what is your normal protocol for transferring your duties to a fellow crime scene technician when your shift is over and there's still work or processing to be done?
Like as if they're still on scene with me?
Yes.
We'll basically give them a small brief of what's going on, what I have actually completed, what is needed to be done as well. They will also get with the officer or detective on scene too, just to confirm that everything is needed. That way nothing is missed as well.
Okay. And for example, a firearm that you have not impounded yet, you would give her information regarding that and it would still be held secure. Is that correct?
Yes.
Nothing further, Judge.
Okay, may this witness be excused?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. You're free to go.
Thank you.
All right, who's your next witness?
Judge, we're going to call Justin Legg.
Okay.
Officer Legg, I apologize.
Officer Justin.
Right, Jan.
Please swear to affirm that the testimony.
Right, so you may proceed.
Please state your name for the record.
My name is Officer Justin Legg, L-E-G-G,
Where do you work?
the City of Tampa Police Department.
How long have you worked for the City of Tampa Police Department?
10 years total, 7 in a sworn capacity.
Back on June 23rd of 2024, where were you assigned?
District 1,
What shift were you working?
midnights.
Did you respond to the home to suites located at 11606 McKinley Drive in Tampa, Florida?
I did.
When did you arrive at that location?
I don't have a specific time. It was approximately 5:30 in the morning.
Why did you respond to that location?
I responded there to assist officers regarding a shooting investigation.
What were you tasked with doing at that point?
Upon arrival, I made contact with one of the supervisors on scene, and they directed me to go to Advent Health Hospital outside of the city jurisdiction.
Where is, do you know the address for Advent Hospital?
No, ma'am, I do not, not off the top of my head.
You said it's outside your jurisdiction. Approximately
Yes.
how far is Advent Health Hospital from that home to suites location?
Approximately a mile and a half.
And why did you respond to that location?
One of the supervisors was advised that one of the shooting victims had responded to that hospital.
When you arrived at that hospital, did you meet with any fellow law enforcement officers?
Yes, ma'am. Out front of the ER, there were 2 Hillsborough County Sheriff's deputies.
Was there a gentleman present with him?
Yes,
With
ma'am.
both of those two sheriff's deputies?
Yes, ma'am, a black male in a blue shirt.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 27. Was that Taifa McCray? You can take a look behind you.
Yes, ma'am.
That's the individual that was with the deputies?
Yes, ma'am.
Was he in custody or under arrest in any way?
No, ma'am.
Was he cooperative during your investigation when you went over to Advent Health Hospital?
Yes, ma'am, he was.
At some point, was there a firearm that was collected from Mr. McCray?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did you do with that firearm?
I had that firearm placed in my vehicle so it could be secured.
And at some point while you were at Advent Health Hospital, did you also make contact with a person by the name of Camilla Bentley?
Yes, ma'am.
And why did you make contact with Miss Bentley?
Miss Bentley was one of the shooting victims.
Did you take a statement from Miss Bentley?
I attempted to, yes, ma'am. She didn't want to provide one to me.
Where was she when you attempted to take a statement from her?
She was in one of the ER beds in one of the rooms there.
And did you know whether or not she had been injured during this incident?
She appeared.
As we do know, she didn't want to discuss it because she didn't want any of her knowledge about the gang incidents or the gang's rivalry. She didn't want to talk about any of that. So
She have an injury to her left arm from this incident.
And she did not want to speak at that time?
No, ma'am.
And after you left that Advent Health Hospital, did you still have the firearm that Mr. McCray provided to you?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you do with that firearm?
I held onto that firearm until I was relieved by an Officer Sosa, and then I provided that firearm to him.
Not going into your interview with Mr. McCray, at some point were you trying to locate the vehicle that he arrived to Advent Health Hospital in?
Yes, ma'am.
Was that vehicle at Advent Health Hospital?
No, ma'am. It was approximately half a mile to a mile north of the hospital in an apartment complex parking lot.
And did you provide that information to fellow officers so they could locate that vehicle off of Gates Drive?
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 30A. I'll start with 30A. What did you do with the gun that you secured from Taifa McCray?
Once I unloaded it, I placed it in my police car where it was secured until I handed it to Officer Sosa at the end of my shift.
And does Officer Sosa, is he also a uniformed officer with Tampa Police Department?
Yes, ma'am.
Does he also have a police vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
And you said that you handed it to him, is that correct?
Correct.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 30B. Do you recognize the firearm that is in Officer Sosa's vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm pointing to it right there.
Yes, ma'am.
And what is that?
It's a black Glock handgun.
And is that the firearm that you secured from Mr. McCray?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you 30C. Do you recognize this photograph?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that the same firearm that now is in an evidence box?
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm specifically going to show you 30D. Do you recognize this?
Yes, ma'am. That was a magazine that I removed from the firearm.
And why did you remove it from the firearm?
Just to unload it and make sure it was safe to handle.
And you can recognize it and see that that is the same magazine that you saw back on June 23rd of 2024.
Yes, ma'am.
Fully loaded, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
No.
I was just fixing to say that it's fully loaded. So according to this picture, if they took this firearm directly off of Mr. Taifa McCray, it was unused, obviously, because it is full. It has all the if you look, that's how you can tell. All the little holes are full, and there's even one in the top. So unless there was one in the chamber that was spent, they're all there.
None of the bullets missing?
No, ma'am.
Thank you. Verifying what I'm putting out here.
Was Mr. McCray, when you were back at Advent Hospital, was he cooperative during your investigation?
Yes, ma'am.
Did he voluntarily provide you with the firearm?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, may I have one moment?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time we pass the witness.
Any cross? No. Okay, may this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, you're free to go. All right, next witness.
Your Honor, may we have one moment?
Sure.
Can you approach the court?
Oh, y'all, I clicked something. I'm sorry. I clicked something. Give me a minute.
Oh, before we go, we just need a couple of exhibits.
Yes, Your Honor.
We need to put-
21M to complete 21A through O, the state seeks to admit.
All right, that's without objection, correct? Okay, admitted?
To give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Okay, you may proceed.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Would you please state your name and spell your last name?
Detective David Alverson, A-L-V as in Victor, E-R-S-O-N.
How are you employed, sir?
I'm currently employed as a detective with the
Judge, I did tell the media person got there.
Okay.
Okay. So I had to get caught back up. This is the witness who doesn't want to be seen. This is identity protected. She was a friend of Alicia. He's going to testify about those text messages.
Alicia Andrews?
Yes, I do.
How long have you?
Here's your question, Vibe. Here's your question. Do you know Alicia Andrews?
Lived in Jacksonville?
Okay.
You reside in?
Jacksonville, Florida.
How long have you lived in Jacksonville, Florida?
My entire life.
How old are you?
23 years old.
Do you know a person by the name of Alicia Andrews?
Yes, I do.
How long have you known Alicia Andrews?
Over a decade.
Is Alicia Andrews, is she present in the courtroom today?
Yes, she is.
Please point her out and describe what she's wearing.
She's sitting in the middle, and she has on a beige, I would say, blazer.
Your Honor, may the record reflect she's identified the defendant?
The record shall so reflect.
You said you have known her for over a decade. How would you describe the nature of your relationship?
She's one of my bestest friends.
And I'm going to ask you, what is your current phone number? And as a good friend of yours, do you communicate with Alicia Andrews on the phone from your number 904?
Correct.
And I know that I previously have met with you, is that correct?
Correct.
And I asked you some questions about whether or not your friend, Alicia Andrews, was dating somebody by the name of Isaiah Chance. Is that correct?
Correct.
And how long had Alicia Andrews been dating Isaiah Chance before June of 2024?
I want to say 2-3 years.
Had you yourself ever met Isaiah Chance?
3 times.
Is that a person that you have taken Alicia Andrews over to Isaiah Chance's address before?
Yes.
And has Alicia Andrews, has she talked to you about Isaiah Chance?
Yes.
Both in person and through text messaging on her phone?
Yes.
Did Alicia Andrews ever mention to you that Isaiah Chance was in a gang?
She mentioned that there were rumors that he was in a gang.
And when did she mention that? When was that conversation? Was that before June of 2024?
It was before June of 2024, but I can't give you a specific date.
Did you previously say that you thought it was in January or February of 2024?
Yes, I did. I was throwing out dates.
And she specifically told you that she was aware that he was in a gang, is that correct?
She was aware that he was tied in or affiliated within a gang, yes.
Do you remember what gang that was?
I believe it's NHG.
Okay, and is that a gang in Jacksonville, Florida?
Yes, it is.
And you yourself living in Jacksonville, Florida, you are aware with a rapper by the name of Julio Foolio, Charles Jones, the victim in this case, is that correct?
That is correct.
And that is a name that you have been familiar with for a very long time, is that correct?
That is correct.
Approximately how many years have you known or heard of Julio Foolio, Charles Jones?
Since like 2016, so I would say going on a decade.
Okay, I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification, States Exhibit 75C2. Do you recognize this exchange, these text messaging between yourself? Is that your phone number, 1-904-9?
It's my phone number.
And are those messages from you and Alicia, between you and Alicia Andrews that occurred in 2021?
That is correct.
Your Honor, at this time, we would introduce into evidence States Exhibit 75C.
Do you renew previously made objections?
Yes,
Okay, same ruling, and it'll be admitted.
And it's just 75C2.
Yes, correct.
So again, Ms. Jordan, this number here is your phone number, is that correct? 1-904. Okay. I'm going to ask you, this column is your response to her messaging, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And at the top where it says January 19th of 2021, where the defendant, Ms. Andrews, is saying or texting you in a message, but if you think about it, everybody dissing everybody, what does PPL mean?
That's abbreviation for people.
And then it says from out east.
That's a hood in Jacksonville.
Okay. And is that, when you say out east, a hood in Jacksonville, is that an area associated with ATK and 1200?
More so 1200.
And it says out east, they side, so, and then OFC, do you know what that means?
Of course.
They gone, say some, but it don't even be, what is this?
She's referring to Lil Papa, he's a rapper.
Okay, and do you know what gang La Papa is involved in?
He's from 1200.
Okay, and then it says like that FR Foolio. Is that a reference to Julio Foolio, the victim in this case?
That would be correct.
It says, be the one talking shit, then all the little, and then I'm not going to say it, NIGGAS come, and the other extra ass people. Is that correct?
Yeah.
This smart ass bitch. Did you see her look over at her attorney when she spelled out the word like, oh, bitch ain't gonna say it? Girl, oh, stop it.
That would be correct.
It says, be the one talking shit, then all the little, and then I'm not going to say it, NIGGAS come, and the other extra ass people. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and then can you read what your response is to that?
Everybody be dissing. That's how SB when them in choose to live like that. So that's what come with that lifestyle. It's sad, but it ain't gonna stop. Like famous people do it too. Look at Dirk. He always talking about Tuka. Like it's always gonna be like that.
And when you're saying famous people, one of those famous people you're referring to is Julio Foolio. Is that correct?
No, I was referring to Lil Durk. He's a Chicago rapper.
He's a Chicago rapper. Okay, I apologize. Thank you for clarifying that. And then what did you say at this time?
I said she got a point, but the it's gonna continue because they keep killing each other.
And what are you referring to when you say they keep killing each other?
Everybody that was involved at the time of 2021, it was a lot of people dying. 2020, 2021.
And are you talking about between those rival groups, 1200, ATK, and 6 Block?
Yes.
And then Ms. Andrews texts to you, right, so gonna go on, and they saying let Leaky rest. Do you know who Leaky is?
I don't know him personally.
Do you know who he's affiliated with?
1200.
Leaky rest, but I'm sure the other side be feeling like so it's just gonna keep repeating, and yeah, they know what come with it, so charge that shit to the game, go retaliate or something. They're sitting up here rapping, but that's y'all homeboy, just do what y'all gotta do, but they don't even be in Jacksonville, and I doubt they GAF, do you know what that means?
Give AF.
Okay. About anybody here or upcoming rappers. So well aware about Julio Foolio as a rapper and some of those other people we've mentioned. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Do they also rap about this war that's going on in Jacksonville?
They do.
It's called drill rapping?
Yes, ma'am.
And then what did you respond to that?
At least that S ain't late as if mine was a week late. And yes, B, I think I sent you the post, like all these rappers in paperwork. Except J Dot, he in the clear, and my cousin vouched for him too.
I'm going to ask you about J Dot. Who's that?
A rapper in Jacksonville.
Is that Ja'Cory Rivers?
Yes.
What gang is he affiliated with?
1200.
And then Miss Andrews texts back, it was deleted about time I got up, but Foolio, he said it, but everybody kind of knew that it was just once that time he got shot, and I forgot that boy that died with him at that Reigns game, but that boy Robert ain't even do that, even though he on the 6th side, it was Bibby, and we'll know that shit, but Bibby died like 3 weeks later, so that was crazy. Do you know the Robert who she's referring to?
Yes.
I will read this, what I put. Just because we were looking into see if we could find out the parents' names. Not that it made a difference, but so I Googled it and it said the name of Alicia Andrews' parents have not been made public. They provided statements during a bond hearing in August 2025. Her mother testified that Andrews lived at home, worked several jobs, and had no known gang affiliation. This is what Mama said, though, because Mama probably doesn't know everything. And then her father described his daughter as nonviolent, stating Alicia's never been in trouble, never harmed anyone, never been in trouble. She's not a violent person. Well, that's all fine and dandy, but sometimes you are the company you keep. So we'll leave it at that with my comments.
Who's that?
Robert Howard.
And is he affiliated with 6 Block?
Yes.
And when they say 6 Side, is 6 Block, is that again a reference to an area in Jacksonville?
Yes.
And 6 Block is against 1200 or rival to 1200 and ATK, is that correct?
That is correct.
And then what was your response to that?
OMG and LMAO, everybody kind of knew. B, they all knew. They all in his comments calling him a rat.
Okay. And then what does your then text ATPP, what does that mean?
It means at this point,
And
if
then
you
what
know
else?
you in paperwork, just expose yourself.
And then the defendant then texts back to you, and this is January 21st of 2021, 8:39 a.m. Girl, I don't like Foolio, LMFAOOO, ugly ass bitch. He need to die. And SHID, that was will friend, and then FUCK, that code, and SHIT, bitch, he shot me and my friend died, question mark, question mark, question mark. Yeah, I'm pointing out who did it. What's she saying there? What's she talking about?
Well, she's referring to somebody that had just died.
Thanks for stopping by, Hawkeyes. I appreciate you. You watched the bond hearing? I did the bond hearing. It's on my channel somewhere. I don't know which channel, but it's there somewhere. Right? I hope she didn't plan on going back to Jacksonville. Only way she could go back to Jacksonville maybe is if there's a jail cell there that could put her in.
That we know.
In this
So,
gang war?
Yeah, we're basically just gossiping.
Okay.
We're
I
just- we're
understand
talking
that,
about
but
the city
who was it
girls.
in this gang war that she
Oh my,
personally
okay.
knows?
Personally,
Yes, you're saying that you're talking about a friend that just died. Who's-
Will, that was the only person that we both know.
Will at Rains High School, is that, or who else?
That's it.
Okay, all right. And then she says, oh, City Girls made a remix to Throat Baby Girl. This shit sounds so dumb. LMAOOO. What does that mean?
We're gossiping, like we're still just talking.
And then what did you say? What are you emphasizing what she just said?
Yes.
How do you emphasize that when you're text messaging back and forth?
Hold the message down and then you pick a reaction.
And then what did you say in response?
That's right.
I can't stand him either. He's green SF and OMG, he killed Will Friend. OH, nah, I would have slid. Because he all on Instagram clowning his I would have dropped that bag on his BA head or came for one of his homeboys. Shit, somebody gotta die. And yes, I ain't even listened to it yet. I know it's a, like, why they got the same 3 people on another remix.
And when you say he killed Will Friend, are you referring to the Rains High School shooting?
Yes.
And then what did you say down here?
Why they got the same 3 people on another remix. We're talking about the City Girls comment.
And then she texts back, exactly, and yeah, don't call. I bet he's still on there, but out of all you people, you give him your shit, LMFAOOO, TF. What does TF mean?
The fuck?
And then nah, FR?
For real.
She wanted that to happen anyways, always used to joke around saying she was manifested. What does that mean?
That was a whole different conversation, appears to be.
What did you then text in response?
Exactly, it would have been better if 3 had it because I fucked with him and left my ass off. She did, he did too, they dumb. I ain't thinking about kids till I'm like 22 plus. So it has to be like just a sidebar conversation.
Okay, let's go back to this when she texted you. Bitch, hold on, because I think Foolio talking about Therese and his friends, LMAOOO. I do not like him. What's she talking about in this particular sentence?
Foolio was talking about Therese on social media.
On social media? Mm-hmm. And then she says, I'm trying to put 2 and 2 together. And then she says to you, that is Foolio, though he recruit a bunch of dumbass NIGGAS who's willing to die. Is that what you said in response to her?
Yes.
And what do you mean by he's recruiting a bunch of people?
Well, it was something that really was city known and everybody was saying, like, I'm not the only person that said that. A lot of people in this city has said that, like, he recruit a lot of people to die, meaning that he got a lot of people that would come behind him, ready to risk their life behind him, and he's still out and alive and living his life.
And he's a part of 6 Block, right?
Correct.
And then
I know this stream will never be monetized, so I'm just going to say it. The fact that all these gang wars are going on, I'm just, this is crazy.
She responds back, right? And he's starting to realize, but first time I saw him, that shit clicked on him. When Julio called, we all in the garage, he talking about NIGGA, always want me to ride with him when he down here, so I can be the one die, not him. I ain't nobody guard, bitch, I was dying. What's she saying when she says that?
I believe she's referencing to what Therese told her about him and how he felt about Foolio.
Okay, so she's not saying that she's ever met Foolio when she says, when we called, Foolio called we all in the garage, he talking about NIGGE, always want me to ride with him. Who's she referring to when she says he always wants me to ride with him?
Well, she was dating Therese at the time, so I'm pretty sure that phone call happened while she was with Therese, and she overheard the conversation.
And how does Therese know Foolio?
They used to be in the same group, and then they split up.
6 Block.
Well, it's a lot in 6 Blocks, so I guess you can say that, yeah, he was 6 Block side.
And did you have any concerns about Therese riding around with Foolio?
That would be something between her and Therese.
Isn't that just what she's telling you here?
Objection, speculation.
Overruled.
Well, yeah, if he's saying that he don't want to die and riding for him, then I would be worried. That was my boyfriend at the time.
And right before that, you're talking about he's recruiting a bunch of people, right?
Yeah.
It was in direct response to that message, right?
Right.
And then what was your response to her?
LMFAOO, bitch, I'm crying because no, for real, like, B, do your own drill. The fuck, don't nobody want to die behind your squid face, A. At least he know, shit.
Okay, and who are you referring to now?
We're still talking about Therese.
Your Honor, this time we pass the witness.
Okay, cross.
Oh.
It's right over.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
These messages you see here. What's the date on the message?
2021.
January 2021?
Yes, sir.
Alicia's still in high school?
Yes, sir.
She's 17 years old?
Yes, sir.
This is almost 5 years ago.
Yes, sir.
You say a lot of stupid things at 17 we regret.
There's a message there in the middle from you. It's not really a message, it says emphasized, right?
Right.
You're emphasizing a message that Alicia sent to you. Alicia Andrews sent to you, right?
Correct.
All right. What does it mean when you emphasize a message?
It means like I agree.
All right. So you agree. Now, when you and Alicia are texting back and forth, how old are you at the time?
I'm 18 at the time.
All right. Are you young at that time?
Yes.
All right. And when you and Alicia are texting back and forth, does this have
Sir, he said, how old are you? She said, I was 18. He said, were you young? Sir, she just said she was 18.
anything to do with Alicia wanting to kill Julio Foolio?
No.
Did you ever want Julio Foolio to die?
No.
Even though you emphasized the message there, did you want Julio Foolio to die?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance?
Overruled, but she has already asked and answered it, so anyway, what's your next question?
Even though you emphasized the message there, did you want Julio Foolio to die?
No.
All right. And when you all are talking back and forth and you're calling each other the B word, bitch, are you all really meaning to degrade each other?
No.
All right. Is that more of a figure of speech?
Yes.
All right. And when you all are talking back and forth with each other, is this a form of gossip?
Yes, it is.
Are you and Alicia Andrews gossiping about what's going on in Jacksonville?
Yes, we are.
With all these different people, whether it be Therese, whether it be Foolio, whether it be this group or this neighborhood, is that gossip?
It is gossip.
All right. And is it ignorant gossip?
It is ignorant gossip.
All right. And you two are sort of spectating what's going on out in Jacksonville. Is that accurate?
That is correct.
All right. So you all see a lot in Jacksonville as it relates to this gang activity and people not getting along. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. And the commentary that you see here, that you're engaging in, even when you say that you would put a bag on somebody, that is more satire than anything.
That is correct.
All right. Do you even know how to put a bag on anyone?
No.
Do you have any money to put a bag on anyone's head?
I do not.
All right. Would you even know who to call to put a bag on someone's head?
Objection,
No.
relevance?
It's in the messages. You see here it says he needs to die. You see that?
Yes.
You've seen people say that Alicia Andrews needs to die, correct?
That is correct.
Online?
Objection,
Sustain the objection, that's inappropriate.
Have you talked to anybody, or has anyone talked to you in the same sort of manner before?
Objection.
Yes.
Sustain the objection.
Can we come sidebar?
No, sustain the objection, ask your next question.
Judge said no for a second. No. Right? No reason to take that shit down. Man, the judge said, y'all, what the hell? The judge said no when he asked for a sidebar.
Anybody, or has anyone talked to you in the same sort of manner before?
Objection.
Yes.
Sustain the objection.
Can we come sidebar?
No, sustain the objection, ask your next question.
The way that you all are talking in the messages, is that new to you?
No.
Is this something you've never seen before?
No.
Is this something that's only Alicia Andrews is saying?
No. It's something that city known.
Julio Foolio, a lot of people did not like him, correct?
That is correct.
Objection, relevance?
Overruled. As far as the context of this text conversation.
Julio Foolio,
They could have kept all that in Jacksonville where all their other shit was, right? I just realized what that said.
was one of the top instigators in Jacksonville when it came to drill rap. Is that accurate?
That is correct.
All right. And he was one of the more popular drill rappers in Jacksonville. Is that correct?
That is correct.
He had a lot of enemies, right?
That is correct.
And those enemies existed outside of ATK and outside of 1200, right?
That is correct.
All right. All right, you see this message in the middle here, talking about an individual named Robert?
Yes.
All right, this message is talking about an individual who died at Rains. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Is Rains a school in Jacksonville?
Yes, it is.
And did Alicia Andrews attend Rains?
She did she didn't graduate from Rains, but she did attend Rains.
She attended Rains. And when she attended Rains, did an individual die at Rains?
Yes.
At a football game?
Yes, sir.
Is that what Alicia Andrews is talking about here?
Yes.
Her reality?
Yes, sir.
All right. And how Robert was accused of killing Rains?
Correct. He was accused of killing Spaz.
Okay, I'm sorry, not Rains, correctly. Thank you. That Robert was accused of killing someone at Rains.
Yes.
So she's just talking about what's going on at school.
Correct.
You know, you might be right there, Vibe. That might be why there's not a lot of people in the gallery, because I was wondering why this gallery isn't full. But you might be right. It might be a closed court. They may, because of all the gang violence. This may be, you might be right. Started with Triple X and Melly, then Blue. Yeah, you could go on. You could go on. This is just crazy. This lifestyle, I don't understand it. I don't want to use the word fascinating because that sensationalizes it to where it's like it's okay, because it's not okay. I'm very intrigued and want to know more. I don't want to be involved, but I want to know more. My inner Mrs. Kravitz is coming out.
Alicia Andrews ever told you she was planning on killing Julio Foolio?
No.
Did Alicia Andrews ever tell you that her boyfriend was planning on killing Julio Foolio?
No.
Or that any gang? Are you in a gang?
No, sir.
Is Alicia Andrews in a gang?
No, she is not.
Right. And earlier you said that Alicia Andrews had heard rumors of her boyfriend being in a gang. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Is anything in the text messages that you saw from 5 years ago, is any of this any sort of coded gang language?
No.
Shut up, Vibe.
Since these text messages almost
You
5
nut.
years ago, do you know of Alicia Andrews texting you saying that she wanted Julio Foolio to die?
No. That was the only time we talked about Julio.
No further questions.
Okay, redirect.
Yes, those were only 3.5 years before the actual homicide of Charles Jones occurred, is that correct?
That is correct.
And what you are saying is idle gossip. You're also talking about real people who died, is that correct?
Correct.
Leaky really died, is that correct?
That is correct.
Spaz really died, is that correct?
That is correct.
And Spaz is Gerard Joe Rod Adams, is that correct? That's his name.
That is correct.
That's Will's friend,
Correct.
right? That's a person who went to high school with the defendant Alicia Andrews, is that correct? You said
I didn't go to Rain, so I cannot testify to that.
You didn't just testify to the defense attorney when you said Spaz that he was shot at Rains High School?
That's public knowledge.
Okay. And it's also your personal knowledge, isn't it, ma'am, that your good friend Alicia Andrews went to Rains High School. You know that, right?
I do know that.
So you're talking about this idle gossip. You're talking about real events and real people who have died in the defendant's life, correct?
You're saying her personal life, like, it wasn't like her sister or cousin or anybody that died. This is stuff that we've seen on social media and we were discussing it.
Okay. But you're the one who said it was her friend, right?
We both know him, like, we know him. We're from Jacksonville.
So you're a friend as well?
I wouldn't really call him a friend, but I know him.
Okay, but you just testified that it was your friend, is that right? That's your words, friend, right?
Okay, well, friend is I'm gonna say associate, like, we know him, or we're acquainted with him, but I wouldn't call him our friend.
What does drill rap mean?
Oh.
You just said to the defense attorney, Julio Foolio is one of the most infamous drill rappers in...
It's for a whole nother day. I'm going to make a stream about it because there's arrests in Tennessee. It's going to be a whole stream. It's a future. It's a future. Wasn't that long ago. But yeah.
Jacksonville, right? What does drill rap mean? You just said to the defense attorney, Julio Foolio is one of the most infamous drill rappers in Jacksonville, right?
Correct.
He's not the only one, right? There are other famous drill rappers on the other side in Jacksonville, right?
Correct, but he was the face for his side.
What about Young and Ace? Is he the face of drill rap for ATK?
That is, you can say that, yes.
Okay. You know who Spinabenz is?
I know of him, I don't know him personally.
Heard some of the drill rap from Spinabenz, is that how you say it?
Yes, I've heard the drill rap from all of them.
Wappa with a choppa?
Yes.
And that's all on the other side, right? 1200 or ATK, Ace's crew, right?
Correct.
She name dropping names I ain't never heard of. I never heard of Julio Foolio till all this came about either. So, you know.
Just as bad as the drill rap from Charles Jones in this case?
Correct.
All about killing his members, 6 Block, right?
Correct.
And did you know whether or not Joe Rod Adams, Spaz, he's the brother to one of the co-defendants, Rashad Murphy, in this case?
I knew that after this case was presented.
Okay. I have nothing further, Judge.
Okay, may this witness be excused for now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay, do you guys need a quick comfort break, or can we call it? Yes, okay, all right. Thank you, no, you're good, Mr. Jordan, you step on down. Okay, we'll take just a quick 10-minute recess, be back at 3 o'clock.
All right.
Oh, before we go, we just need a couple of exhibits.
Yes, Your Honor.
At that time, had you attended,
Oh, before we go, we just need a couple, something.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Detective David Alverson, A-L-V as in Victor, E-R-S-O-N.
How are you employed, sir?
I'm currently employed as a detective with within the Criminal Investigations Division for the City of Tampa Police Department.
How long have you worked for the city of Tampa?
Approximately 14 years.
With the Tampa Police Department?
Yes, sir.
Prior to that, did you work for an agency in Rhode Island?
Yes, I did.
And what agency was that?
The town of Johnson, Rhode Island?
And was that a police department?
Yes, it was.
All right. How long did you work for that city police department?
About 8 years.
All right. And were you, at that time, certified by Rhode Island standards as a law enforcement officer?
Yes, I was.
And at that time, had you attended a police academy?
Yes.
Was that in Rhode Island?
Yes, it was.
Down here in Florida, have you attended some kind of training to allow you to become a police officer when you moved here to the state of Florida?
Yes.
All right. And are you certified under state of Florida guidelines as a law enforcement officer here in the state of Florida?
Yes, I am.
Now, are you currently assigned to the homicide division?
Yes.
Okay. While this is playing, y'all know I need my comfort break. So he's doing his thing. I have my thing turned up. I can hear it all. I'm going to take my comfort break, check on my children, my 4-legged furries, and refill my coffee. So I'm listening, but I'm going to walk around and do a few things. But I'm here.
Sam.
Were you so assigned in June of 2024?
Yes.
So I want to talk to you about the homicide division. As a homicide detective, do you, in addition to your annual qualifications and certification trainings that you have to maintain your certification as a law enforcement officer, do you do additional training and attend classes as it relates to your position as a homicide detective?
Yes.
Have you done that over the last several years?
Yes.
All right. Now, in the homicide unit, first of all, here in the city of Tampa, how many supervisors are assigned to the homicide unit?
We have 2 sergeants that are assigned as our direct supervisors.
Okay. And did you have 2 sergeants back in June of 2024?
Yes.
All right. And those are detective sergeants that supervise the entire homicide division or unit?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, is the homicide unit at the Tampa Police Department, is it staffed by multiple detectives?
Yes. I believe there's currently a total of 12 detectives in the unit.
Okay. And was there approximately that many back in June of 2024? Was one of the detective sergeants back in June of 2024 Rachel Cholnick?
Yes.
Is she still currently a sergeant with the homicide unit?
Yes, she is.
Okay. When homicide detectives respond to homicide scenes, like in this case, within the city of Tampa, how does that work? How are you summoned normally to travel to the homicide scene?
Obviously, depending on the time of the day that the call is received, we're contacted by telephone, or if it's during business hours, directly while we're in the office. And we're assigned a specific duty as far as a member of the team that's been selected to respond to that specific scene.
Now, a lot of folks are aware of homicide units through TV shows such as The First 48 and things like that, where a lot of cities have 24-hour running homicide divisions. So I want to ask you about after hours, after business hours in the homicide unit of the Tampa Police Department. How does that work? Are there detectives who are actually in the office after business hours? And I'm talking about normal staffing hours at the Tampa Police Department, or are they on call?
No, usually the normal business hours, depending on your specific assignment, is either Monday through Thursday or Tuesday through Friday, and it's usually a 10-hour day. Some of us come in early in the morning, so me specifically, I'm scheduled to work Monday through Thursday, and I work from 7 o'clock in the morning until 5 o'clock in the evening. Some of us get in a little bit earlier and leave a little bit earlier, some a little bit later. But generally speaking, normal business hours would be, sometime before 5, 6 o'clock in the evening. Usually after that, that would be considered after normal business hours. And that's when, if there is an incident that we have to respond out to, the team would get called from home to respond to the scene.
Okay, and how is it determined who the team will be that is called out at, after those not normal business hours, but the hours you described, like 7 to 6?
So we work on a rotating schedule for the assignment of lead detective. We basically, all of the names of all the detectives are on a board in the office. And if you're up for the next case, you're going to be the lead in that case. You get the phone call if you're at home to come in that there's a case that needs to be investigated. Then generally we'll have a detective that's assigned as the second or the assistant lead investigator. And then generally speaking, depending on the size of the scene, we normally try to have at least 2 detectives that are assigned as the scene investigators whose responsibility is to investigate the scene. Those names, the assistant lead and the scene investigators, is basically just based on the rotation and who's available and who's not available for call out that particular day. And it's, basically the decision of the detective sergeant that's answering the phones.
Gotcha. So let's say you are assigned to be the next lead, and you pick up a lead case at, say, 2 in the morning or 3 in the morning, which is not uncommon, correct?
Not at all.
Getting called out in the middle of the morning.
No.
So you get called out in the middle of the morning, you pick that case up, and you start working it. You continue working it, now daylight comes, now it's 8 o'clock in the morning, you're working it during the business day. If there are leads occurring, or there are developments in your investigation, will you continue to work that case?
Yes, yeah,
Okay.
we would continue to work. I mean, I personally have worked for well past 24 hours straight on a case. It just really depends on, as the leads come in, follow up on those leads when they come in, if it's something that needs to be followed up on right then and there. So obviously, every situation is different, but yeah, no, it would not be uncommon to continue to work a case 24 hours straight.
Okay, so especially if it's a situation where time is of the essence.
That's correct.
Like you have to go do this, or you have to go do that. A search warrant, you have to perform or prepare a search warrant and make sure that search is conducted, because for whatever reasons, time may be an exigency at that point. It may be something that's important or critical.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So you mentioned assignments as lead, assistant lead, and crime scene or scene detectives. In this case, when you responded to the scene of this case, were you assigned a specific role?
Yes, I was.
And what was that?
I was assigned as one of the scene investigators.
And was there another detective assigned with you as a scene investigator?
Yes.
And who was that?
Detective Matthew Kirkpatrick.
All right. And you and Detective Kirkpatrick are assigned to that scene. Are you going to be working alongside other TPD personnel?
Yes, various crime scene technicians. Generally the detective sergeant that was on call would obviously be at the scene, and then various other resources that are available depending on what we would need, whether it be street crimes units, patrol units, to assist us with what we need assistance with.
So the other question I had is, if you pick a case up where a case occurs before business hours, such as this case that occurred at around 4:30, 4:40 in the morning, and detectives get out there, and now business hours come, detectives that are working the normal business hours that day, are they going to assist if called upon?
Yes.
The homicide division, under the supervision of the 2 detective sergeants, does the homicide division investigate homicides as teams, as a team?
Yes.
Is it considered to be a team investigation?
Yes, very much so.
All right. And as that investigation proceeds, do the detectives at times meet and discuss the investigation and possible follow-ups and things that need to be done?
Yes, we generally, especially if there's an active case that we're investigating, we generally try to have regular meetings in the office where the lead investigator discusses progress in the case, potential leads in the case, assigns out assignments to other detectives that are available to assist, whether it be video or whatever it may be.
Right.
But yeah, no, that's very common.
Now, when did you come into the homicide unit?
2021.
21, so 4 years ago.
Yes, sir.
All right. So when you came into the homicide unit, had you worked homicide before that?
No.
So you were new to homicide?
Yes.
All right. Are there more experienced detectives that are part of that team?
Yes.
And do they make themselves available to consult with you and with other junior detectives or detectives coming in new to homicide?
Yes.
Before you come into homicide, are most of the detectives who are assigned to homicide, are they seasoned detectives who have worked in other areas of the Tampa Police Department or other agencies?
It depends. Like myself specifically, I was a detective in the crime gun intelligence unit prior to moving over to investigating shootings and violent crime with firearms. We have detectives that were detectives at the district level that were investigating property crimes, robberies, anything that was handled at the district level. We've also had some detectives that have come up to the unit that were working on street crimes units, so doing plainclothes investigations. So generally, the people that come up, while they may not be seasoned detectives prior to, they definitely have because it's a hand-picked unit, they definitely have experience in investigations and criminal investigations.
So they have investigative experience?
That's correct.
Are there detectives that come from narcotics investigation?
Absolutely.
Okay. And when you get called to a homicide at the Tampa Police Department and you respond out, by the time homicide is contacted and the supervisor, I'm assuming, is contacted first?
Yes.
And then that supervisor contacts the detectives, whoever the next lead detective on the list is?
That's right.
And the assistant lead and the crime scene detectives, if they're necessary, the scene detectives?
That's correct.
All right. By the time you all get out there, uniform's already there?
Yes.
Has a crime scene normally been established by the time you arrive?
Yes.
And are there uniformed officers guarding the perimeter, working the perimeter of the crime scene to ensure its integrity?
Yes.
Was that the case in this case when you arrived at the crime scene?
Yes, it was.
Do you remember in this case when you were notified by Sergeant Sholnick to respond to this scene?
I believe I was contacted at approximately 5:45 in the morning.
And do you remember approximately when you arrived?
Approximately 6:45, 6:50.
When you arrived, were there uniformed officers on scene?
Yes, sir.
And had a crime scene been established?
A very large one, yes.
Crime scene tape was up?
That's correct.
Were there different sections of this hotel complex that were part of the crime scene?
Yes, there were.
And taped off?
Yes.
Was there a south or southeast entrance area, and then was there a north entrance that was in an area that kind of ran parallel to Fowler?
Yes, there was the north entrance being the entrance to the Holiday Inn. It's in that complex. The south part of the scene being the front entrance portico area of the Home 2 Suites.
Okay.
And then the entire perimeter itself had an outer perimeter around it as well.
So I'm going to show you what's been marked as States 1, and you've previously seen this exhibit?
Yes.
Okay. So you've talked about the north entrance, that would be this entrance up here?
That's correct.
And was there an area here around Black Dodge Charger that had been marked off by the time you arrived?
Yes.
And down here on this end, was there an area down here that had been taped off?
Yes.
And when I say down here, on the bottom right-hand corner of the exhibit, this is States Exhibit 1, and that would be near the portico entrance to the Home 2 Suites?
Yes, sir.
Would that be where my finger is pointing now on the bottom of the photograph?
Yes, sir.
All right. And then there's this southeast entrance here off McKinley?
That's correct.
Or North 40. When you responded out there, you've indicated that there was a very large crime scene.
Yes.
So there were portions on the south end of that scene and the north end that had been marked off?
Yes, pretty much the entirety of the scene had an outside perimeter of crime scene tape, and then the specific areas of interest being the Dodge Charger, the portico area of the Home 2 Suites, the front entrance of the Holiday Inn. Those had an inner perimeter of crime scene tape delineating those specific areas as well.
Okay. So let's talk about the area here where my pen is pointing, where the Dodge Charger was located. Was it called to your attention that there was a blood trail leading into this Holiday Inn down this sidewalk?
Yes.
That I'm pointing to, okay. And did you advise crime scene technicians to both photograph and document that area?
I did.
And was it brought to your attention that uniformed officers earlier that morning had gone in searching for shooters or victims and had located 2 individuals who had been shot that were up on the 3rd floor?
Yes.
Okay. Those people were gone by the time you were?
Yes, they were.
All right. Now, you've indicated you and Detective Kirkpatrick were assigned as the crime scene investigators or crime scene detectives. Who was the lead detective in this case?
Detective Juan Ramos.
And who was his assistant lead?
Detective Aaron Campbell.
All right. So I want to talk to you first about Detective Campbell. Are you familiar with Detective Campbell?
Yes.
Did you work with him for several years as a homicide detective?
Yes.
And was Detective Campbell what you would consider a seasoned detective?
Overruled, go ahead.
Yes, he was.
And did Detective Campbell have prior experience at the Polk County Sheriff's Office?
Yeah, he was a homicide detective with Polk County Sheriff's Office for several years before leaving the Sheriff's Office and being employed by the City of Tampa.
Okay. And has he worked for the City of Tampa for many years?
Yes, he has.
Detective Ramos, was he someone who had prior experience in investigations?
Yes.
And he had been recently brought into homicide before this case?
That's correct.
He's assigned as lead. You and Detective Kirkpatrick are assigned to the scene, and Detective Campbell is now assisting Detective Ramos. In addition to working that scene that morning, did you end up doing other investigation that took you to Polk County and to Duval County of the northeast corner of the state?
Yes.
So did you also, as part of this team effort, assist Detective Ramos and Detective Campbell?
Yes.
And in fact, when you traveled to the northeast section of the state, to Jacksonville, to Duval County, was that because Detective Ramos and Detective Campbell were somewhere outside of the state?
Yes.
And where were they?
They were in Gwinnett County, Georgia.
State 7A, did you view this in the crime scene, this motor vehicle?
Yes.
Did you notice damage to the motor vehicle consistent with gunfire?
Yes.
Is that pretty much all of those, where those yellow tape markings are?
Yes.
Stage 7B, did it appear a lot of the gunfire was directed into the windshield?
Yes.
Okay. States 7E, and I'll direct your attention down here to the right corner of the photograph, and then state 7F. Did that appear to be an entrance damage, I guess, or hole that had been caused by gunfire coming in from the side of the vehicle?
Yes.
Seven E, in the back passenger window, again, was there apparent gunfire, a hole in the window and shattering the window that appeared to come in from the passenger side of the motor vehicle?
I don't recall if it appeared to come in from the passenger side. It could have very well been a shot that went through the vehicle.
And exiting out?
Yes, but there were some apparent bullet strikes or bullet damage to the passenger side of the vehicle.
Stage 7G, just to give you some perspective, this appears to be one of the seats inside of the car.
Yes.
And is this on the top of one of the door frames?
Yes, it is.
And just from the damage and the fact that there was paint missing around that, does that appear to be where a bullet is entering?
In that particular case, I would say that is probably more consistent with an exit.
An exit?
Yes,
okay.
sir.
Stage 7I, this appears to be the rear, let me back out here, passenger side, I guess quarter window, past the B pillar, I'm not sure what you would call this, but a little small window at the back of that door.
Yes.
Okay, so it's another impact of this window back here, a separate impact.
Yes, sir.
And all of that's on the passenger side?
Yes.
Is that correct?
That's correct.
Stage 7K going on to the driver's side. Did there appear to be damage running along the driver's side of the car, not from gunfire, but from some kind of impact to the car?
Yes.
Or the car impacting something?
Yes.
Did there also appear to be damage from gunfire on the driver's side?
Yes, sir.
And I believe this is another mark here from an impact?
Yes, sir.
And possibly another mark here on the, so two on the driver's door.
Yes, sir.
7L, that's a close-up of the one we were just looking at. 7M. 7N, underneath the driver's side, side view mirror, an impact.
Yes.
And then 7P, there appears to be an impact to the side view mirror.
That's correct.
Six B, and we can see a red and gray here between the two seats. Is that the back and lower back and possibly the rear end of the seat?
Yes, it is.
Okay. States 6E. Can we here in this photograph see the legs and the upper legs of the victim?
Yes, sir.
6F, the upper body here in the back seat, that would be the right arm and hand and the victim's head and his hair hanging out of that cap.
Yes, sir.
Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So did it appear to you that he had at some point attempted to crawl into the back seat?
His position was consistent with that.
6G, and I'm going to come back to this, but was the Charger's rear window missing?
Yes, it was.
Entirely missing?
Yes, sir.
6H, just another photograph of Mr. Jones in the back seat. 6I, is that Mr. Jones' lower legs?
Yes, sir.
So this isn't just, does this appear to you he tried to basically dive into the back seat?
I'm going to sustain the objection.
Is that consistent with someone who attempted to dive into the back seat, the position he said?
If he knows.
Yes, it is.
Stage 6K, was there a phone in the front seat?
Yes, there's two.
M, had items been removed, or were they removed at some point and placed there for that photograph?
Yes, those were from the victim's pants pocket.
Okay. Stage 6N, and is that the victim's driver's license?
Yes, sir.
With an address in Jacksonville, Florida?
Muffins has been following that all day. And the fact that it's going so slow and only 5 miles an hour, it's going to cause devastation. I've been through hurricanes. I lost a whole house to a hurricane. I used to live in, live in San Leon, but I had a not a rent house, we called it the Bay House. It was just extra property. And we lost a whole house to a hurricane. So I feel for it. I just, yeah. When it makes landfall, I might come hang out with you. I don't know. I have another stream that I want to do tonight to address the Lauren stuff. So.
Yes, sir.
Did it come to your attention very quickly in this investigation and the other detectives that the victim and most of the people involved in the scene that were still there, including the individuals who were shot, were from Jacksonville?
Yes, sir.
Stage 6, was it brought to your attention that there was this Hyundai car sitting over here that was also involved in the shooting?
Yes, sir.
So, in homicide scenes, the victim's body reposing in the scene, being in the scene, is it uncommon or common for the victim's body to be in the crime scene for several hours?
What's the relevance?
I just want to explain to the jury why his body is still there, the daylight.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes, it is common.
Okay. And is part of that based upon the jurisdiction over the body laying in another county agency here in Hillsborough County?
Yes, sir.
What agency is that?
The Hillsborough County Medical Examiner's Office.
Okay. And the medical examiner's office, is that an office that is staffed by forensic pathologists, medical doctors who conduct autopsies?
Yes, sir.
Is it their role and their job, especially in homicide cases, to determine cause and manner of death?
Yes, sir.
When homicide responds to a scene, do you contact other agencies to potentially respond?
Yes.
Is the medical examiner's office one of them?
Yes, sir.
Do they have a dispatch or someone that you all have a number for that you contact?
Yes.
And do they notify you and let you know whether an associate medical examiner, a medical doctor, or one of their investigators are coming to the scene?
Yes, they do.
Do investigators come to the scene pretty much every time?
Yes.
Do doctors come to the scene sometimes?
Yes, depending on the case and what time of day it is, whatever, but yes.
Before they arrive, do you, as the homicide investigators or crime scene, molest the body or change its position or move the body in any manner?
No.
Why not?
We don't have jurisdiction over the body. The body itself falls under the jurisdiction of the medical examiner's office.
All right. So you basically, if I'm understanding you right, you have to wait for them to arrive.
Yes.
When they arrive, do they then photograph and conduct their own investigation, photographing the scene around the body, the circumstances that the victim is found in?
Yes, they do.
And do they, at some point, manipulate the body?
Yes.
Do they normally search for injuries?
Yes.
In this case, would they have searched to manipulate the body and palpate and feel around the body for gunshot wounds and other injuries?
Yes.
If there are items left in the pants pockets of clothing or in suit pockets or what have you on a person's body, will they remove those and allow Tampa crime scene investigators to photograph them and take them?
Yes.
Does your agency work hand in hand, your unit, with the medical examiner's office in the investigation of deaths like this?
Yes, we do.
All right. And does it sometimes take a while for them to get there and respond?
Yeah, a combination, like just them getting there, but also us having to document and process the scene before the body is able to be removed. That can take an extensive amount of time. So again, it's not uncommon for a body to stay on scene for several hours.
You mentioned you contact other agencies. Do you contact the state attorney's office?
Yes.
And is there a homicide or a assistant state attorney assigned to the homicide division or one of the division chiefs at the Hillsborough County State Attorney's Office that commonly will respond?
Yes.
To the scene?
Yes.
And do they assist in determinations as far as search warrants and other legal issues?
Yeah, they're to assist us with the legal issues.
Now, were you at some time or at some point in this investigation summons to the south end of the hotel? I'm showing States 5A.
Yes.
Okay. And do you recognize this area in the lower left corner of the photograph as the entrance to the home suites?
Yes.
States 5B, is that a photograph facing west at the south end of the home suites?
Yes.
5C, just another photograph actually depicting some debris in the road here.
Yes.
5D, and I want to ask you about this. This is a photograph from the south facing north, is that right?
Yes, looking directly at the entrance door and portico area.
So this would be the doors to the lobby?
Yes, sir.
All right. This motor vehicle, in your review of this case, and we're going to talk about this in a little bit, but you all recovered some video in this case that depicted the actual shooting. Was that car sitting in that same position during the shooting?
Yes.
Did your investigation reveal who that belonged to?
Yes.
Who was that?
It was the night clerk that was working the night of the shooting. Okay. The overnight clerk, I should say.
And that car, did it sustain damage from gunfire?
Yes.
Other than being owned by the night clerk, was it related in any way to the case?
Not at all.
States 5E, photograph facing to the east from the southwest. Is that accurate on the south end?
Yes, sir.
States 5F. This photograph, you tell me, what is that? What part of the hotel does that show?
For Alicia? No, Alicia was in the 80s. I was born in the 70s. But just because I can and it's my stream, that was my house. That was my waterfront house in San Leon, Texas, Galveston Bay, when Hurricane Ike hit. Yeah, that's what was left in my house. That was when we got it cleaned up. Those rocks are actually from what was in the water. That's what was in the water. And the black is the asphalt. That was the little street that was in front of my house. It just filled the street up. Yep. Made a complete disaster out of my house. Complete disaster. I'll show you here. After we got it cleaned up, this is what was left after we cleaned it all out. We ended up having to bulldoze the whole thing down. Yep. You were born in 60. I was born in 72. So there you go. Little sidebar. Yeah, it was very scary. We were in Houston when the hurricane came through. And we went after it had passed and the rain had stopped. We went down to Galveston to check out our property, and it was a disaster.
So that's going to be the west side of the building. This is essentially the taken from the southwest corner of the property itself, looking down the west side of the building and right off to the side by that white SUV. You can kind of see that includes the westernmost portion of the entrance portico area of the hotel.
Did your investigation reveal that there is like a patio and pool area in this area on the west side of the building?
Yes, sir.
And were there cameras located in those areas?
Yes, there were.
Were there cameras located on the south end of the building that reflected areas here in the south and southeast of the south end of the building?
Yes, sir.
through the investigation, was it determined that windows and walls on this west side of the building had been struck by gunfire?
Yes, all the way at the very northwest corner of the building.
So all the way down here?
Yes, sir.
That would have been, well, let me move to another question. States 5G, this photograph of cars on this side, here on the west side of that south, I guess it would be the southwest corner of the property?
Yes, essentially the last photo you just showed was oriented northeast, essentially looking at the building. This is just looks like it's taken from the same area, just oriented more due north.
And we see the Holiday Inn up here.
That's correct.
All right. Now, were several cars parked in this perimeter going down this west side and across the south end of the building? Were they struck?
There were multiple cars that were struck, yes, sir.
Did review of the video in this case that you collected reflect the path that the Dodge Charger took to end up where it was located on the north end of the property?
Yes, sir.
Is part of that path reflected in that photograph?
Yes, it is.
Can you, if you could, stand up and show us the path just in that photograph that would have been covered, or the areas covered by the Dodge Charger in flight from the shooting?
You can actually see, so essentially there's a dumpster, concrete structure with a dumpster. That's this right here, this tan rectangle object you can see. In between the right side, as you're looking at the photo, of that dumpster area and the building, there is a grassy area that's basically just big enough for a vehicle to fit through. You can actually see on the pavement here the vehicle fluids that were leaking from the victim's vehicle as it fled. Basically fled, went right in between the dumpster area and the building and wound up coming to rest with the defendant.
All right. And that car that's parked there obviously wasn't there?
No, that's a police vehicle.
That's a police vehicle, okay.
Right, Cindy?
All right, so Detective, I'm going to go back to the aerial photograph in Exhibit 1 real quick. This little gray area right there, is that part of that fluid trail? Or does it appear to be where the fluid trail would have been?
Yeah, it appears to be where the fluid trail was, or the approximate location of it.
So you've indicated that the victim's car followed a path going north here through the parking lot and then went in between the building here and the dumpster there. So in this area, are there some kind of barriers here or curbs that it would have gone over?
Yes, there's a curb there.
So that's what tore up the tire in the underneath area that they keep showing and referencing. Buddy, you want to come visit too?
Stage 5K. In this photograph, do we see the south end of the Holiday Inn?
Yes, that's the southeast corner of the building.
Southeast corner?
Yes, sir.
And then this would be the dumpster you're talking about?
Yes, sir.
And then this would be the edge of that dumpster that the Charger passed across?
That's correct.
So the Charger, and we can kind of see that fluid trail here, the Charger would have gone over that curb?
Yes.
Stage 5I. In this photograph, do we see, looks like some kind of substance here on the curb?
Yes.
Does that appear to be a continuation of that fluid trail coming out of the engine?
Yes, sir.
And then are there items in here or markings that are consistent with the vehicle traveling through here?
Yes, there are.
In the video, can you actually see the car, the lights on the car bumping up and down as it passes through this area?
Yes.
Go play.
We looked at transfer on the driver's side of the Charger. Could that have been caused here in this area?
Yes, we actually believe it was possibly caused by it actually sideswiping that vehicle that you see parked there.
Okay, sideswiping a car that was parked
You know,
on that
I'm
side.
wondering if she's just sitting there thinking, you know, can you be quiet? You see I'm talking? Be quiet, sir. Hush, go to your other room. Oh. Here, take that. I'm just lowly. See, you missed. But you know, is she just sitting here thinking like, y'all can't prove nothing. I didn't pull a trigger, so y'all can't convict me. I didn't do nothing. You know, what is she? I want to know what's going through her mind, because she just has like this look on her face, exactly like she's bored as hell. She doesn't give a shit. She's just like, Yeah, they're not going to be able to get me on this.
Yes, sir.
And I have killer clowns playing in my background. I have killer clowns playing in my background. So that's why I've been muting. My son's playing games.
You think?
Stage 5M, I want to draw your attention to these items laying in the grass here. All right. And this would be the eastern side of that, that little structure next to the dumpster.
Yes, like photo is basically taken with, if your back would be facing the northwest corner of the Home 2 Suites building, looking directly west at the dumpster.
Okay. And it shows the little sidewalk that it looks like the vehicle traveled across?
Yes, sir.
Stage 5 in this parking lot, can you see that fluid trail?
Yes.
So in this parking spot, are there small curbs at the far end of the parking spots for stops, tire stops?
Yes.
Does it appear that the Charger went over this also?
Yes.
That concrete barrier?
Yes, sir.
Stage 5O, and it's your belief that it impacted this motor vehicle?
Yes, there was some minor damage to that vehicle that was consistent with a sideswipe type collision.
Stage 5P. Stage 5Q. And now we can see almost the wet glistening of that fluid.
Yes, sir.
So that fluid, that damage to that car, did it appear to have been caused during the shooting?
Yes.
Not because of impacting anything?
I mean, it's hard to tell, but the fact that the fluid trail started basically where the vehicle was located at the portico and led through that area, at least some of those fluids were from the result of gunfire.
Stage 5R, and do we see the continuation of the fluid trail all the way up to the victim's car?
Yes. Yes, sir.
All right.
Yes, this. The resting bitch face.
So I want to go back to stage 5M. These items on the ground here. Stage 5N. This item.
Okay.
What are those items?
They appear to be the plastic molding from underneath the vehicle that or shrouds from underneath the vehicle in the area of the engine compartment of the vehicle.
Stage 5P. What is this item?
That is the rear windshield of the victim's vehicle, or rear window.
Is it believed that that popped off of the vehicle when it was making impact with these barriers?
Potentially.
Okay. And does the window appear to be shattered?
Yes, it does.
Wow. That's crazy.
Your Honor, we would tender states 8A as an alpha through O as an omega.
Any objection?
No objection.
Okay, admitted.
States 8A. In this photograph, we see to the left side in this photograph of the entrance portico to the Home 2 Suites, we see the yellow cones. What are those?
Those are evidence markers.
Okay, and why are they there?
Those are marking items of evidence for documentation of the scene.
And in fact, there's one here, 23, to the south of the portico. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, earlier I talked to you about cars along this edge of the western part of that south end parking lot, and then down here on the south end. Were there cars on both sides that were impacted by gunfire?
I believe, well, there was one vehicle that's no longer pictured there. In the earlier picture, there was an orange Ford Bronco. That was one of the vehicles that was struck. And I believe the other vehicle that was struck that was actually parked on the east side of the building, opposite of that, so on the other side of the portico.
Are you aware of a minivan that was struck in this area?
Yes, but to my recollection, the minivan was parked on the east side of the building.
On the east side?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. States 8C. Now, these markings in here, these evidence markers, you said they're marking.
Goodness, are they? What are they? I need wait. I was fixing to say, are they evidence marker for casings? I thought there wasn't.
Now, these markings in here, these evidence markers, you said they're marking evidence. What type of evidence is that?
The majority of that was either shell casings, fired shell casings, or pieces of bullet fragmentation jacketing.
Wait, I thought they had those little net catchers that caught them all. Okay.
States 8E. We see this area under this tree on the very south west corner of the building and the landscaping. And around it appears to be gravel.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then we see a bunch of gravel in the parking lot. In the video of the shooting, can you see something that may have affected that and caused that gravel to be dislodged into the asphalt in the drive?
Yes, sir. As the victim's vehicle was fleeing from the portico area, it traveled and went up onto that gravel area as it continued on its path of travel.
States 8H. Going around this corner here of the building on the other side of this Lexus SUV, is there a sidewalk that leads up the west side?
Yes.
And does that lead into that patio area where the pool is?
Yes, sir.
In the video of the shooting, does it appear one of the shooters moves through that area?
Yes, sir.
State 8J, these evidence markers here, again, marking either shell casings or projectile fragments?
Yes, sir.
States 8K. There are markers now in this photograph that we're seeing underneath the portico. Are those mostly marking projectile fragments?
Yes, sir.
States 8L. So we have evidence markers underneath the portico leading up here against the south wall of the building. And again, are the majority of these in this area fragments?
Yes.
State would tender states 15A through J as in Juliet.
Any objection? Admitted.
$15A. Do you recognize what's depicted in the photograph?
Yes, sir.
And what part of the building is that?
That's the front of the building, underneath the portico on what would be the southeast corner of the building.
And these are 1, 2, 3, 4 large, round, almost to ceiling windows here.
Yes, sir.
And is one of them, or does one of them appear to have been affected?
Yes.
Is it this one, the third one?
Yes, sir.
And this down here, is that shattered glass?
Yes, it is.
At marker 24?
Yes, sir.
And does that appear to be from gunfire?
It does.
States 15B, just a close-up photograph. States 15C associated to that. Was there an impact in the corner of the window?
Yes.
And we can see, this is the frame of the window, and you can see broken glass inside of it, is that correct?
Yes.
And is this the impact of the fired projectile?
Yes, it is.
States 15D. Is that one of the impacts to the window?
Yes, it is.
$15E. This would be the ground down here, and this would be a wall?
Yes, sir. I believe if you're there, it'd be directly to the left of those windows.
Yeah. States 15A. So it would be to the west of the windows?
To the west, yes, sir.
Does there appear to be an impact here on the wall?
Yes, sir.
States 15F, is that just a close-up of the impact?
Yes, it is.
States 15G, the night clerk's car, the Ford?
Yes, sir.
15H, evidence marker 64, is there an impact above the rear passenger window?
Yes, sir.
15I, just a close-up of that?
Yes.
With tender states 9, A is in Alpha through Z is in Zulu.
Any objection?
No objection.
Submitted.
Showing you what's been marked as 9A. Evidence marker 22. 9B, does that appear to be a fragment
Yes.
or a projectile?
I believe jacketing.
Jacketing. States 23, now this is south of the portico.
Yes, sir.
This is the line of cars on the south end of the parking lot.
That's correct.
Stage
That was my
23.
mistake.
Does that appear to be jacketing?
It does.
That was my mistake.
Moving close. And is there markings on that that indicate to you that that's probably jacketing?
Not to totally sidebar the conversation. Not to totally sidebar the conversation, but yeah, that was my mistake because I threw it in there after I put the comforter in there, and it was a king size comforter. So when it got done, I took it out, and it's this like big, like probably 8-10 inch stain, and this plastic that's like stuck to my comforter that I had to peel off and couldn't peel it all off. It's totally made me angry. You think you'd contact? Yeah, Muffin said I should contact Tide because and it did it to one of the pillow shams also. They say why they would. The only thing I can figure it's whatever that real wrap stuff, and they had tried once before unsuccessfully, is what they're saying. So, yeah. See, lesson learned. Sheila learns lessons the hard way. I probably could. I was just so mad, You just I got a brand new bed, so I got a brand new comforter and sheet set for my brand new bed. I was all excited. And then my first wash, they get fucked up by a damn Tide Pod. I was so angry. So angry.
Yes, sir. Down on the, as you're looking at the left side, those striations at the bottom.
States 25. We'll see a reference, but this appears to be under the portico in that area by the window. I can see fragments here from the window. Does there appear to be a projectile or jacketing?
Yes, sir.
Underneath that impact we looked at earlier on the wall to the west of the windows
They are.
that were broken, or the window that was broken, in states 9G,
They are.
we see
It's
evidence
finger
markers 27 and
protected.
26 on the ground below it.
But I think he's the last.
Were there projectiles or jacketing found at those locations?
I believe those evidence markers are specifically marking the impacts to both the pole at 27
The pole and the wall?
and the wall at 26. Yes, sir.
Okay. And if they put it on the ground because they can't stick it to the wall?
That's correct.
Okay, all right. States 28, is this near, again, the Ford?
Yes, it is.
And were you all able to identify the make and model?
Yes.
Okay, and what was it?
Chevrolet Impala.
All right.
I fast forward a little
Okay,
bit.
now we on the second camera that is facing northeast.
That's correct.
All right, so up in the upper part of the screen, middle part of the upper part, we see a roadway. Would that be McKinley?
Yes, sir.
And would that be the intersection with Fowler?
Yes.
Now, in this camera, is this camera facing to the east on the north end of the building?
Yes.
Is that the same vehicle?
Yes, it is.
This camera here, we talked earlier about on the west side, going up the sidewalk from where the Lexus SUV was parked, which was just to the west of the portico entrance. There was a sidewalk, and you said if you go up that sidewalk, you enter this patio area with a pool. Is this the area?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So where the car is now, is that the area where the Dodge Charger's fuel trail or liquid trail, fluids trail ends up being left?
Yes, sir.
As it's fleeing, okay. The area that's just on the other side of that van where we can see the Impala, is that approximately, in fact, let me just step up here. Are these the charging stations here for the Tesla?
Yes, this is the charging station. I believe that's the Tesla right there.
Okay, all right. And I apologize, I don't have anything a pointer that'll work on that screen. Did you all make note of the fact in this video that that Impala had circled around the north end of the building?
Yes, sir.
And in the video here, does it appear to be turning around?
It appears it does like a 3-point turn to turn around and go back the other way.
And what part of the complex is shown here?
That's the front entrance portico area, along with the victim vehicle.
And then we just saw the southeast or southwest corner of the building.
Yes, sir.
Now, that car, that Chevy Cruze, was that identified as a suspect vehicle?
Yes, it was.
So this video is moving a little too fast. I hope it doesn't mess up. Okay. And is this again the Impala?
Yes.
And is it moving out of that 3-point turn?
Yes, that's right in front of the Tesla.
Okay. And I wanted to ask you about that. So this camera here, this is not part of the home to suite security system?
No, sir.
Is that from the Tesla?
Yes, sir.
So that's going to be the front end of the Tesla or side of the Tesla?
Yeah, I believe roughly the front end of it. Yes, sir.
And is that the Chevy Cruze?
Yes, sir.
And does the Chevy Cruze make some maneuver here?
Yeah, appears to conduct a U-turn and go back towards the front entrance of the home to suites, the portico area.
Is this happening in close time to when the actual shooting occurs?
Yeah, within minutes prior to.
Okay.
So where's Alicia?
And now we see this is a
What car is Alicia in?
little before that where the Chevy Cruze comes around to the west side?
Yes, this would be right before the clip that we just watched. Yes, sir.
Okay. Up in the top, I don't know if you can see that, is the Impala seen parking.
Yes, sir.
Backing into a spot. Can you stand up and show? Because it looks like they just pulled out and they're moving in again.
Yeah, right here. So like midway, the top of the van, in between the space in between here, you can see the vehicle pulls in to the space, kind of backed out and pulls back into the space.
Would it put it on the other side of the Tesla?
It would be
West
of the Tesla. Yes, sir.
Okay. And now do we see the Chevy Cruze come back past?
That's correct.
And the Chevy Cruze exits?
It pauses briefly there, and then eventually does exit, traveling southbound on McKinley.
Now, do we see individuals moving around that
Yes.
Impala? And do we see people running past the front of the Tesla?
Yes, sir.
Is that the rear of the Tesla?
That is the rear of the Tesla.
Is this the side of the Tesla?
That would be the passenger side of the Tesla.
Okay. I want to back up a little. In this shooting event, we see an individual emerge near that yellow car on the top right-hand side of the screen.
Yes, sir.
In between the Mercedes and what you identified earlier as a Bronco.
Yes, sir.
Yellow, orange colored. Does that person appear to be wearing something over their head and face?
Yes, sir.
And what is it?
A mask of some type, like a ski mask type.
Okay. Is that the individual, or is he dressed similarly to the individual that is seen just a few seconds before on the Tesla video going down that grass area behind those cars?
It appears to be, yes, sir.
Okay. Now, it's clear to you in your investigation, is it not, that they're shooting rifles, these two shooters?
Yes.
And were any rifle casings found in that crime scene?
No, sir.
Was the area up near that orange or yellow Bronco and that Mercedes SUV on the other side of it, was that whole area searched where the person wearing the orange ski mask was shooting?
Yes, sir.
Nothing found?
Nothing found.
No shell casings?
No, sir.
All right. Was thorough search conducted?
Yes, sir.
Damn.
Now, where I paused it is the Charger going through the area we discussed it earlier where there's the two curbs, the sidewalk, the panels from possibly from underneath the car that are found?
Yes, the vehicle just passed north, followed by one of the suspect shooters on foot behind it.
And can you see the car bouncing as it goes over that area?
Yes, sir.
Now, we're seeing flashing from the left-hand side of the screen. Is that the shooter with the orange mask?
Yes, sir.
And is he shooting from a position that's near the Tesla charging station?
It's right next to the Tesla itself.
Now, we see a consistent rhythmic flashing now. Is that the alarm system on the Tesla or some other vehicle going off?
I believe it's from the Tesla itself, yes, sir.
All right. And could that have been caused by the concussions from the firing of the gun?
We believe so, yes, sir.
Yeah, the sound. When they pass the witness, I'm gonna show you my dash cam.
Is this again the Tesla camera?
Yes, it is.
And it's picking up, is that the Dodge Charger fleeing?
Yes, sir.
And now do we see the pistol shooter running by?
Yes, sir.
And then the second shooter? And now the person with the mask on?
That's correct.
Oh my.
And is that a camera that appears to be on the west side of the Tesla?
Yes, that's the driver's side.
Okay. And are all the individuals running back to the area where we previously saw what appeared to be the Impala backing into a parking spot?
Yes, sir, they are.
Okay. Now, you talked earlier about the Impala becoming a suspect vehicle, a potential vehicle of interest.
Yes, sir.
And did you, in your investigation with the other detectives, pursue investigation of that vehicle?
Yes.
Did that include, through investigative means, obtaining at least a description and then later a tag number for it?
Yes.
And was that tag number put into some type of a system where it could potentially give you alerts off of license plate reader cameras?
Yes, sir.
Were you then alerted to license plate readings of the vehicle on the 23rd of June traveling across I-4?
Yes.
And was it heading towards the east, towards Orlando?
Yes, it was.
And at some point, did it track into Polk County?
Yes, sir.
Through those license plate reader alerts?
Yes, approximately the area of Auburndale in Polk County.
That's what this is what I'm saying, Bob. There's something we're not learning yet. Where exactly was she?
And then, did you notice through the LPR activity that there were other license plate pickups of that tag as the car was being operated in the Auburndale area?
Yes.
And this was going to be, this would be this on the 24th, 25th, and 26th of June, moving forward?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did you contact, or did another detective along with you contact an agency in Polk County in reference to that?
Yes, we did. We contacted the Polk County Sheriff's Office, specifically the Polk County Sheriff's Office Homicide Unit.
All right. And did you alert them to your investigation and this car of interest?
Yes, we did.
And was it your understanding they sent some officers out to an area in Polk County to potentially monitor and look for that vehicle?
Yes, we actually specifically sent them to the area through research on the tag and the registered owners of the vehicle. We determined a resident specific.
Right, Your Honor, we would move to Published States 47.
Okay. Has that been admitted?
It has.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
At 6:39:16 p.m.
Yes, sir.
All right. And were you all looking from the 23rd forward because that was the date of your murder?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, did you, in the video, does it show the Impala that you're interested in this case?
It does.
Who's this kid?
Was the individual there in the video identified as Sean Gaithright?
Yes, sir.
Did it appear he was removing items from the trunk?
Yes, several bags from both the trunk and the passenger compartment of the vehicle.
Could you see where he was taking them?
He appeared to be taking them inside of the garage of Miss Allen's house.
It's taking forever, Vibe. I'm telling you. And I have this on 1.25. I feel like I need to speed it up.
It's moving.
But the next witnesses are Uber driver with the identity protection. So I need to find out what the Uber driver knows.
Okay, yeah. That's all right, let's go check it out. All right, so we're going to try to play that on a different player, because the video you obtained did not skip like that.
No.
Okay, all right. While you were obtaining this video and speaking with her, did she at some point ask you all, did she take a phone call?
She did.
And was that from her daughter?
We believe so, yes, sir.
Okay, and did she ask you to leave?
Once we obtained the video, yes, sir.
Okay, and did you leave?
Yes, we did.
You honored her request?
Yes, sir.
From what I understand, it's at the Airbnb. When they got kicked out of. So this was her boyfriend, Sean. I think Sean was her boyfriend, wasn't he? Sean Gathright, I think. No, Isaiah Chance was her boyfriend. Sean Gathright is supposedly was one of the shooters.
Detective, did Mr. Gathright remove just a couple of items or several items from the car?
Several items.
No, sir, closet. No closet. Wait, what was that? I think it is after the shooting. I think I'm trying to see. It won't let me see the time and date stamp on this thing. Aha! I have your info. There's your info. The video which came from the surveillance footage at the property shows Gathright removing bags from the trunk and passenger areas of a dark Chevrolet Impala.
Detective, did it appear that at some point he obtained a towel and started wiping the car down?
Yes, it did.
Did it appear that he removed some clothes from the back seat earlier?
Filmed at his
From the trunk and the back seat, I believe there was clothing and a mixture of bags.
So this was afterwards. And he was wiping it down with the towel. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, y'all. Uh-oh. Is this what's coming? Beth Wright's grandmother also testified he borrowed her SUV, and investigators later discovered evidence, including firearms and ammunition, including the... Oh. And is that who's going to testify after the Uber driver? Oh.
It froze up on us, so we're going to publish this later, but
It froze up. I
at some
thought it was
point,
me.
does he change positions with that Impala and a motor vehicle that is inside that garage?
Yes.
What type of motor vehicle is inside the garage?
Toyota 4Runner.
Okay, and is it an older model?
Yes, it is.
Okay. That vehicle there, is that the car that Polk County stopped his grandmother driving, the Impala?
Yes, sir.
So after Ms. Allen asks you to leave the residence and you all leave, do you ask Polk County to impound the car?
Yes.
And do you seek a search warrant to search the car?
Yes, we do.
All right, and does Polk County assist you with that?
Yes, they do.
And is that because you're in Polk County's jurisdiction?
Yes, sir.
So that warrant has to be reviewed by an assistant state attorney in Polk County in that jurisdiction. Is that correct?
You are leading, so.
I can rephrase. Did you have to have that warrant reviewed by a prosecutor?
Yes.
And where is that prosecutor located?
Within Polk County.
All right. And why is that?
Where we seized the vehicle from with the assistance of the Polk County Sheriff's Office was within the jurisdiction of the Polk County Sheriff's Office in Polk County.
And was that warrant approved by the prosecutor?
Yes, it was.
And was it submitted to a judge in Polk County?
Yes, sir.
And did that judge review the warrant?
Yes, sir.
Did they approve it?
They did.
And was it executed and was the vehicle searched?
By the Polk County Sheriff's Office, yes, sir.
Okay. Now, when you leave...
Just because we're pop-up video help channel, unlike Andrews, who faces mandatory life sentences if convicted, the 4 male co-defendants could potentially face the death penalty. Their trials are expected to take place separately in the spring of 2026. Interesting.
There after dealing with Ms. Allen and obtaining this video and then asking Polk County to assist with the vehicle, and the vehicle is towed by their agency at that point.
Yes, sir.
All right. Do you and Detective Kirkpatrick go back to the same restaurant to have your lunch?
Yes, we do.
While you're eating lunch, are you notified by Detective Ramos or Detective Campbell, who were up in Georgia, of some development in Jacksonville?
Yes, we actually were able to finish our lunch, but we were en route to the Polk County Sheriff's Office to execute the search warrant that was approved.
Okay, from lunch. Okay.
And that's when we received a call from Detective Ramos and learned of the development of the case.
Okay. We keep calling that lunch. That's really like dinner, right?
Dinner at that point.
So- Okay. Yeah. I'm sorry.
What? Okay, well, anyway, it's kind of
Okay.
anecdotal, but
Yeah.
anyway, go ahead.
Sir, this asshole, he's objecting to relevance because he was discussing lunch. Sir, sit all the way down and quit acting like an ass.
I'm sorry.
What? Okay, well, anyway, it's kind of
Okay.
anecdotal, but
Yeah,
anyway, go ahead.
that's
What's the next
fine.
question?
You're eating a meal.
Yes, sir.
So you're driving to the sheriff's office and you get contacted by Detective Ramos. Is
That's
that
correct.
correct? All right. Now, by that point, had you alerted him or some other agency to the development with the 4Runner?
Yes, we had.
What had you done in reference to that?
We notified the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office that our investigation had revealed that Sean Gaithright was potentially in possession of and operating the Toyota 4Runner that he got from his grandmother's house in Auburndale.
When you were en route from your meal to the Polk County Sheriff's Office later that evening, were you notified by Detective Ramos or Detective Campbell as to a development in Jacksonville?
Yes, we were.
Okay. And did you and Detective Kirkpatrick, or were you asked to assist by traveling to Jacksonville?
Yes, we were.
All right. And did you actually travel to Duval County, Jacksonville?
We did.
Directly?
Yes, sir.
All right. And do you remember approximately what time you arrived?
I believe it was around 7 o'clock at night, 7, 8 o'clock at night.
Okay. And were you notified when you arrived, or before you went up there, that Mr. Gaithright had been arrested in that vehicle?
That's correct.
When you arrived, did you go to the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office?
We did.
Did you meet with someone there?
We met with officers from the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office, gang unit.
Okay. And at some point, did you contact Mr. Gaithright's mother?
Yes.
Was she requested to respond to the sheriff's office?
Yes, she was.
Did she do that?
She did.
And did you sit down with Mr. Gaithright and her?
Yes.
Did you attempt to interview Mr. Gaithright?
We did.
At some point, did his mother pass a note to him?
Yes.
And after being passed a note, did he decide not to speak to you?
Judgment counsel is testifying.
Overruled.
Yes.
Wait, how old is Gaithright? Wait. How old is Sean Gaithright? I need to know that. How old is Sean Gaithright? Okay. Says he was 18 years old at the time of his arrest and connection in 2024. He was a juvenile at age 17 when he was arrested in Oxford, Mississippi on May 25th, 2023 for aggravation assault in connection with a shooting. The murder of Julio Foolio occurred in June 23, 2024, approximately a month after Gaithright turned 18. So he was 18 for a month. Okay, so he was 18. So why was his mom in there? I'm sorry, y'all. That's not.
Okay.
Why was his mom in there? No, sir. He's 18. Nope.
With Mr. Gaithright and her?
Yes.
Did you attempt to interview Mr. Gaithright?
We did.
At some point, did his mother pass a note to him?
Yes.
And after being passed a note, did he decide not to speak to you?
Judgment counsel is testifying.
Overruled.
Yes.
Okay. After receiving the note, what did he do?
He refused to answer any further questions.
Okay. Did you alert any detectives in your unit as to that, what occurred there?
We passed that information on to Detective Ramos.
All right. And did you and Detective Kirkpatrick then leave Jacksonville and go somewhere?
We did. We left Jacksonville and came back to the city of Tampa.
All right. Your Honor, I'm going to move to published states 36A that has been admitted already into evidence.
Okay.
Do you recognize, well, let me go back to this photo here. Do you recognize this individual in this photograph?
Yes.
Who is that?
Sean Gaithright.
Your Honor, we would tender states 36B for admission.
Okay. Any objection?
No objection.
Okay, admitted.
And publishing states 36B, do you recognize that person?
Yes, that's Sean Gaithright.
Same person.
Yes, sir.
I'll tender the witness.
Okay, cross.
Just pick up where we left off. This is Sean Gaithright.
Yes, sir.
That's Sean Gaithright on the day of or the day after the murder of Charles Jones.
I'm not sure when that photo is from, but that is Sean Gaithright at or around the time of the homicide.
Okay, at around the time of the homicide. This photograph here, this is Sean Gaithright as well.
Yes, sir.
This is not at the time of the homicide, correct?
No, it appears to be a booking photo.
All right. Well, whether it's a booking photo is kind of irrelevant. What I'm asking is this at the time of the arrest?
Sir, you brought this picture up and said okay, he walked right into that. It's a booking photo. Sir, you walked right into that. You walked right into that.
At the time of the incident, the murder.
No.
All right. You see the difference between the two, right? With Mr. Gaithright?
Yes.
That his hair is much longer in the picture where
Relevance.
it's closest to the incident?
His hair is longer in the incident, the photo that's closest to the incident, yes, sir.
Okay.
There.
This is Detective Ramos's investigation, correct?
He is the lead investigator, yes, sir.
You were just assisting Detective Ramos.
That's correct.
And your involvement in the case really was, the bulk of it was really on the day of your first day of investigation, right?
Yeah, the bulk of it was the scene investigation itself, yes, sir.
So that's, the markers that you discussed earlier, right?
Yes, sir.
The shell casings that you found at the scene.
Yes, sir.
And the projectile fragments, those sorts of things, right?
That's correct.
All right. The evidence that was collected at the scene, did you collect it yourself?
No, the evidence is typically collected by the crime scene techs at our direction as a scene detective.
So you directed the crime scene techs to collect the evidence that was at the scene, right?
That's correct.
All right. And is it your job or responsibility, or is it Detective Ramos's responsibility to have that evidence processed later on at some point down the line?
Ultimately, it's Detective Ramos's, but obviously we all consult with each other on the items of evidence that are collected, what evidence to send off.
All right. Did you at any point have any of that evidence processed or analyzed?
By analyze, what do you mean, like by a laboratory?
Yes. Did you request it to go to the laboratory? Did you request any experts to analyze the evidence?
No.
All right. So in this investigation, that was not your role.
That's correct.
And you did not have anything to do with that.
That's correct.
All right. You spoke to Sean Gathwright's grandmother at her house, right?
Yes, sir.
And she was there when Sean Gathwright was there in the video that we saw earlier when Sean Gathwright is exchanging items from the Impala into the garage area.
That's correct.
She was there. Was she standing outside with him, with Mr. Gathwright?
I believe she was in the garage. You can see him talking to her, and then at the very end of the video, before he leaves in the Forerunner, she is outside in the driveway, and he gives her a hug.
Okay, so she's there with him while he's exchanging the items back and forth between the Impala and the other vehicle.
That's correct.
All right. And did Sean Gathwright's grandmother see any rifles?
What she specifically said was that he removed camera equipment from bags that were contained inside the vehicle.
Right, so she did not see any rifles?
She did not.
All right. And she couldn't tell if there were any rifles or firearms or ammunition inside of those bags, correct?
That's correct.
You yourself, looking at the video, you can't tell whether there's any rifles, firearms, or ammunition inside of the bags, correct?
That's correct.
The bags are not see-through?
That's correct.
All right. So Sean Gathwright told his grandmother that the bags contained camera equipment?
Your Honor,
Sustain as to hearsay.
He just testified to that.
I know, but it was hearsay when he testified to it, but no one objected. Now they're objecting and it's hearsay.
It's in evidence.
No, it's not. It's not. It's the witness statement of the grandmother's hearsay. It's hearsay.
Did Sean Gathwright tell his grandmother the truth?
Hearsay.
I'm going to sustain the objection. It's hearsay.
The statement is not offered for the truth of the matter asserted.
Okay, approach the bench.
From the vehicle, the Impala, to the other vehicle.
Okay. And they went straight back to objection. So whatever happened.
All right, go ahead.
Mr. Gathwright lied to his grandmother when he told her that he was removing camera equipment from the vehicle, the Impala, to the other vehicle.
Your Honor, I object. It's double hearsay. This is what the grandmother's telling the detective that Gathwright told her. So I'm objecting for the record.
All right, sustain the objection.
We just had this conversation in sidebar. I don't understand what the difference is.
But it actually is double hearsay. It is double hearsay.
It's a non-hearsay statement, Judge.
Okay. All right, sustain the objection.
Judge is not having it. Nope. He's like trying to pick his words carefully.
Your investigation in this case ended when you finished your report, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. That was over a year ago.
Yes, sir.
September 30th of 2024?
On or about, yes, sir.
All right. Since then, you haven't done any investigation in the case?
No, sir.
And in this case, did you do any investigation as to whether Alicia Andrews was involved in the murder?
No.
All right. So you don't know whether she intended to kill Charles Jones?
No, sir.
All right. You don't know whether Alicia Andrews conspired with Sean Gathwright to do anything?
Sir, what are you doing? What just happened? Look, he starts feeling all over himself and getting. What did he just get his phone out of his pocket? What just happened with this man? He just had an episode.
All right. You don't know whether
it was ringing.
Alicia
I
Andrews
hear it
conspired
now.
with Sean Gathwright to do anything?
No.
You don't know whether Alicia Andrews even knew Sean Gathwright?
No.
You don't know whether Alicia Andrews knew Davion Murphy, right?
No.
And you don't know whether Alicia Andrews knew Rashad Murphy?
No.
All right, no further questions.
Okay, redirect.
It was ringing. I barely heard it when it went the second time. I barely heard it when I rewound it.
Detective, would it be fair to say that your understanding of the entire case is nowhere near the understanding that the lead detective has?
Sustain the objection.
Do you have the same knowledge of this case as the lead detective?
No.
Do you have the holistic image of the case that he has?
Yes.
Do you understand the case as well as Detective Ramos?
No.
Did you conduct investigations in Georgia or Jacksonville other than the time that you went to Jacksonville that you've testified about?
No.
And other than what you've testified to, did you conduct any other investigation?
No, sir.
Okay. I have nothing else, Your Honor.
Okay, may this witness be excused?
Your Honor, we would ask that he stand under subpoena.
Okay. Yeah, you're excused for today, subject to being recalled.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, do you have any other quick witnesses outside you need to call? Okay.
Your Honor, the state would call Sathan Washarami.
TCH.
Excuse me, June of 20.
No, we weren't supposed to say his name or anything because he's the Uber driver. We're not supposed to, so I fast forward to that. But we're going to take a quick pause for the cause, and I'm going to give you my review of Tide Pods. Rubber Ramada reviews. I'm going to have to clip this later. Rubber Ramada reviews. Tide Pods. Make sure that they are all the way in the bottom of your washing machine. Because you see this? Let me turn my big light on. You see this? This is plastic. This is stuck. This is not coming off. I've picked. And it left a big, beautiful stain. Tide Pods. Smells great. Looks horrible. Yes, see? The nice, beautiful stain. Horrible. So there you go. There's my Tide Pod review. Make sure they get in the bottom of the washing machine and not mixed in the laundry because it will ruin your stuff. So, back to the program. Hi, vey.
2024 working for Uber.
Yes, ma'am.
Specifically on June 23rd of 2024.
Oh, that's a good idea, Cindy. I hadn't thought about the iron and pull it off because it's plastic stuck. I hadn't thought about using the iron. That's a good plan. I hadn't thought about that. Good idea.
Or did you accept a ride for a departure from the Tampa area?
Yes.
And was that from 3703 Gazebo Pond Lane?
Yes. It's apartment.
Do you, when you received the notification that there is a ride that you were able to accept, have the opportunity to see where it's to and where it's from?
Yes.
For this particular trip, where was it going to?
It was going to Jacksonville.
And how long of a drive was that?
It was about 3 hours.
Did you see that information before you accepted that drive?
Yes.
And is your payment, when you have a ride that's booked through Uber, does Uber take a portion of that?
Yes.
Did you ultimately respond to that Gazebo Pond Lane location?
Yes.
And did you meet with someone you asked to verify that they were the person booking the Uber?
Yes.
All right. Your Honor, at this time, the state seeks to admit State's Exhibit 62A through H.
Any objection?
I got it.
To A and B, could you take a look at these photographs?
Okay.
And then ultimately 62C. Okay.
Yep.
Is this the location that you responded to pick up that Uber from Tampa to Jacksonville?
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm showing you, if you can look over your shoulder there to see 62C. Can you see that all right?
Yes.
And is the address on the left the location from which you picked up the occupants to travel to Jacksonville?
Yes.
If I zoom this photo out just slightly, can you tell me what it is that's what it is that's on this side of the parking lot here? Is that additional parking?
Yes.
Is that what's depicted here in 62B? The side of that, same location.
Yeah.
Now, when you went to go pick up the occupants, did you know from the booking how many people would be coming with you?
No, but no more than 6.
No more than 6? Is that a rule that you put on the app for how many people you can book or fit in your vehicle?
The car fits 6 people.
And do you remember the kind of vehicle you were driving at that time in 2024?
It was a SUV.
And did you have an opportunity to actually arrive at that location and meet with the people you were going to drive?
Yes, I was there.
At any point, did you assist them with loading the bags into that vehicle?
Yes.
How many total people were inside of the vehicle that you took back to Jacksonville?
3 people.
And at some point, when you actually departed from the original location, did you stop?
Yes.
Where did you stop?
At the gas station.
And did the occupants of the vehicle get out?
Yes, they went inside to McDonald's.
Did you stay with your vehicle and put gas in it?
I went inside to the bathroom.
Okay, but at some point, do you all?
Oh, yes.
Okay, and then do you depart and finish the rest of the drive to Jacksonville?
Yes.
Now, before you even left, is there an option or the ability for you to ask your riders whether they want to continue on with the trip using Uber or whether they want to pay in cash?
Yes.
Is that something that you would do?
I would do that.
If the rider paid in cash, would you charge them less than what they were going to pay through the Uber app?
Of course.
Did Uber take a portion of your payment ultimately?
Yes.
Did you offer that cash ride to the occupants you took back to Jacksonville on the state?
Yes, I tried.
And did they accept your offer to pay in cash?
No, just keep it on the app.
Just keep it on the app? Were they unable to pay in cash? Or were they unable to cancel the reservation?
That I don't know.
When you rode back to Jacksonville with them, did anything unusual happen on the drive back?
She's shaking her head no.
Just, I'm gonna be a little more specific in your question.
Did you have any problems with any of the people in your car on the drive back to Jacksonville?
Overruled, go ahead.
Were there any issues with the people inside of your car on the way back to Jacksonville with you?
No, they were chilling.
They were doing what?
They were just relaxing.
Did you talk to the people that were in the car?
Overruled, unless there's,
Did you talk to them, your occupants?
Yes, we have a little chat here and there.
A little chat. And at some point during the ride back, were you playing the occupants' music?
We were chatting, and then he mentioned about his music, so
sustained unless there's a hearsay exception.
No need, Your Honor. At some point, do you communicate with the people that are in the back seat?
yes,
And are you on the ride back communicating with or engaging with the person in the front seat?
yes.
What was the person in the front seat doing once you all started actually driving from Tampa to Jacksonville?
The front,
Yes.
just normal conversation, and then he just goes to sleep.
And did the people in the back seat also go to sleep?
No,
Did they stay
Stay
up
up.
for the drive?
yes,
And what were they doing back there, if you know?
relaxing.
Could you see them on their cell phones, their devices?
Yeah, they were on the phone.
And at any point, did the male that was in the back seat make any comments to you about the manner that you were driving?
Sustained unless there's a hearsay exception.
It's not, it is not based in the truth of the matter that's asserted here in court today, but just based on what his interaction was with that driver, Your Honor.
Sustain the objection.
When you were driving back to Jacksonville, did you have any issues with your speed?
They will mention something about me speeding, so I slowed down.
Okay. Pardon me?
Co-conspirator statements, Your Honor.
I'm gonna overrule the objection just as to that response.
When you were driving back to Jacksonville, was there a period of time where you had to slow down?
Twice.
Okay. And when you ultimately arrived back at the location that you were going to, did you assist the riders in unloading the vehicle?
Yes,
Did you have an opportunity to recall where each of the occupants of your vehicle was seated?
yes,
Did you ultimately have an opportunity to speak with law enforcement? A detective or an officer?
yes,
And did that communication consist of telephone calls and text messages?
yes,
For that law enforcement officer, were you ultimately able to identify the locations of where each of the riders were seated in that vehicle?
yes.
I'm going to ask that you take a look at State's Exhibits 92A through D. Do you recognize these 4 images?
Can I touch?
Yes, you'll touch them.
Yes,
And is that your signature and date in your handwriting depicted on these images?
yes,
Are these the images that law enforcement brought to you for purposes of identifying the passengers?
yes,
As it relates to the person that was seated in the driver's seat of your vehicle, was that person a darker skinned black male or lighter skinned black male?
Darker skin.
And the individual in the backseat of that vehicle, was he a light-skinned black male?
Yes.
And was there a single female occupant also in the backseat?
Yes.
Was that female seated directly behind you?
Yes.
I'm showing you what's been pre-marked as States Exhibit 70A through K. Do you recognize this exchange? You can touch this one.
Yes.
Have you?
Yes.
Are these the messages or the exchange that you had with the detective?
Yes.
Did you provide to the detective in the course of this exchange the actual screenshot of the booking that you received from Uber for this trip?
Yes.
Did you identify by sharing the address and actual photographs of the map, the locations in which you stopped with the vehicle and the occupants to get McDonald's and gas?
Yes.
Did you also identify in those text messages images of the occupants of that vehicle?
Yes.
And were all of those messages included in the conversation you subsequently had with that detective when you identified the photographs that we've also depicted, or that we've also shown to you?
Yes.
I'm actually going to show you States Exhibit 92A one more time. Can you actually take a look at that and tell me if you can identify yourself in that photograph?
Right there.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the state seeks to admit States Exhibit 92A.
Any objection? Okay, what's the objection?
Foundation, authenticity.
Okay, so lay the predicate for the photo.
Sure. Sir, is this an image of you, the one that you've identified yourself in, on the date that you drove the occupants of your vehicle back to Jacksonville?
That's me and my car.
And is this the only time you visited this residence with these occupants?
Yes.
Are the persons depicted in this image the occupants that you drove back to Jacksonville?
Yes.
At this time, the state seeks to admit States 92A.
All right.
State still has not laid the proper foundation for that photograph.
As to, and how have they not?
We haven't authenticated it. Just we can look inside one.
Yep.
Oh, my Lord. This judge has already had it, and this trial is, I don't know. Anywhere.
Admitted.
Sir, if you look again over your shoulder at States 92A, I understand that you pointed and made some statements while I was up there with you, but please stand up and show the jury what you were identifying as you and your vehicle.
Right now?
Yes.
That's me. That's my car. That's the bag.
Were you helping to assist them in unloading the bags?
Yes.
And immediately after unloading them from the vehicle, did you depart from this location?
Of course, yes.
I'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
Okay, cross-examination.
You see what was inside of the bags?
The bag? No.
Yes. You couldn't see what was inside the bags?
No.
You didn't know what was inside the bags?
No.
Did you know if there were any firearms inside the bags?
No.
Did you know if there was any ammunition inside of these bags?
No.
All right. Did anyone tell you that there was any firearms inside the bags?
No.
All right. Were you able to see through the bags?
No.
Did you get any indication from the bags or the luggage or anything that there were any guns or weapons inside of the luggage?
No.
When you were driving up from Tampa to Jacksonville, you live in Tampa?
No anymore.
You lived in Tampa back then when this drive happened. You did?
Yes.
All right. And so when you drove up from Tampa to Jacksonville, with these individuals in the car, did any of them give you any indication that a murder had occurred?
No.
All right. No further questions.
Okay, redirect. Okay, thank you. May this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, you're free to go. Do you have any other quick witnesses you need to get? Okay, go ahead.
Deputy Corey Scheidig.
Do you swear to affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay, you may proceed.
Please state your full name for the record.
My name is Corey Scheide.
How are you employed?
I'm currently employed with the Polk County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been with the Polk County Sheriff's Office?
I've been with the Polk County Sheriff's Office for a total of 9 years.
Can I ask you about June 26th of 2024? Were you working on that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Was there an alert for a black Chevy Impala that came in from the Tampa Police Department?
Yes, ma'am, there was.
Were you provided with the tag number 68DLWD and the full VIN number of the vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
Did they, part of that alert, were you requested to go to a certain area in Polk County?
Yes, ma'am.
What area would that be in?
It was a subdivision in Auburndale. I was notified by my supervisor to go to a specific area and conduct surveillance and attempt to locate this black Impala.
And this location in Auburndale, would that be within Polk County Sheriff's Office jurisdiction?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
And did you have a local address in Auburndale for you to go and look for this particular vehicle? You stood by the vehicle and waited for the Tampa Police Department, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Approximately how long were you by the vehicle until Tampa Police Department showed up?
From what I can recall, 15, 20 minutes.
And you said it was Miss Allen, is that Miss Lorna Allen, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's the entire role that you did to assist the Tampa Police Department in this investigation?
I was notified there would also be a search warrant conducted on the vehicle. I contacted, in Polk County, we contact a contract tow company. It's a tow company that we have that will, at the request of us, tow these vehicles to specific locations. I contacted that tow truck to tow the vehicle back to our warehouse where we have all of our equipment, and it's a controlled environment where we can do these things without worrying about outside dangers.
Your Honor, at this time we pass the witness.
Okay, cross.
No cross.
Okay, Ms. Supposed to be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, very good, thank you.
Thank you.
Did it for you?
Judge, if we could call just one more witness, I think she'll be quick.
Okay.
Judge, the state calls Lorna Allen.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Why do I hear chains like this woman is in custody? Y'all, I swear I hear chains coming through this courtroom.
Raise your right hand, face the clerk, please.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
All right, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Please state your full name for the record.
Lorna. Auburn.
That at 475 Opal Avenue. How long have you lived at that address?
I owned that house since 2006 and I moved in permanently in 2021.
And I'm going to ask you specifically about June 26th of 2024. Were you staying at that address at that time?
Yes.
How do you know Sean Gaithright?
He's my grandson.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 36B. Could you look to that screen behind you? Who's in that photograph?
That looks like Sean.
Your grandson that you just referred to?
Yeah.
And on June 26th of 2004, were there some detectives from the Tampa Police Department that came and met with you?
Yes, I think they were from Tampa. Yes.
And they asked you some questions and reviewed a video that was inside your house?
Yes.
Were they asking you questions? I'm not going to strike that. Prior to that, had you seen your grandson Sean Gaithright on June 23rd of 2024?
That was a Sunday before the police came, the 23rd, yes.
And prior to Sean Gaithright, your grandson coming to see you, did he call you?
Yes, he did.
Do you remember approximately what time he called you on that day, June 23rd of 2024?
It was in the afternoon. I know it was after 12. It was over in the afternoon. The exact time, I don't remember.
That's okay. Do you remember what time he arrived at your home after that phone call around noon?
No, I don't remember the time.
All right. Was it still light out?
Yes.
What vehicle was he driving on that day, on June 23rd of 2026?
It was a black car.
Is that a car that you had seen before?
No, that was a recent car he got. The one I knew wasn't working, so they got rid of that one.
Did you have a vehicle at your home?
Yes.
What type of vehicle was that?
It was a SUV that belonged to his mother.
Was that gold or tan in color?
It was more tan.
Tan. And at some point while he was visiting you on June 23rd of 2024, did he change vehicles? Did he leave the black car in your driveway or leave it at your house and switch to the tan SUV in the car?
Okay, so she is not in custody or anything. She's not that. I don't know why I was hearing rattling, but I know I was hearing rattling. Maybe it was just one of the deputies walking around at the same time she was coming in, walking her
Or, I'm sorry, in your garage.
But no, she's nothing to do with anything. So I apologize for that. I needed to look that up in the background because I was so concerned and confused. Yeah, you trying to catch your accent? Yeah, I can't figure it out either.
Garage.
Yes, after I gave him permission to do it.
Did you see him unload that black car and take some bags and put it into the tan SUV?
Yes.
Do you remember how many bags that he removed from the car and put into the SUV?
Either 2 or 3, I don't remember. But I know I was there talking to him while he was moving the bags.
Okay. Did you ever look inside those bags?
Yes.
Okay. What did you see inside the bags?
One of the bags had a camera, because we were talking about the camera, his photography that he was doing. And when he came outside, he said to me, "This is the camera." And when I looked at it, it was one of those professional camera, big one that professional photographer use. There was a light source, and there was something that I call it looking like an umbrella that you use to deflect the lights when they're doing the pictures.
Okay. And why did you look into his own personal bags?
I didn't take it from him because we were talking in the house, because when I asked him about school, about the photography, and about his power washing business, then we talk about that, and he said, when he passed me to put it in the SUV, he said, "Oh, this is a camera." And I looked at it and I said, "Oh, nice."
Okay. Were you out in the garage the entire time when he was at that black car in the driveway?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see your grandson wiping down the entire car with a cloth?
No.
Okay. So you obviously weren't out in the garage?
No, I was there. What happened when he had loaded the car, the SUV, and I said to him, "Did you take everything out?" He said, "Yes." I said, "Make sure, don't leave anything that you need, and make sure the car is clean." He looked at me and he smiled.
Okay.
So he went back into the car, and I said to him, he looked in the front area and he looked in the back, and I said to him, "Do you have your charger?" He said yes. And I did that purposely because they always buy fast food, eat it in the car, leave the wrapping and the container and with the juice, and they're always leaving things back in my house. So I said, "Make sure you take everything that you need and make sure the car is clean." So he looked at me and he smiled. And I said to him, "You have everything? You have the charger?" And he did, and he said yes. So that was what happened. Then he said to me, "Do you want me to put the car in the garage?"
Hearsay.
I said,
Why did
"No,
they object?
you put the car in. I will move the SUV." And I did not want to move the car.
Okay. So did he do that for you?
Yes, he did that for me, and I moved the SUV.
Okay. And so at some point, all of the stuff that he had in that Impala, that black Impala, he moved into the SUV. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Because I had asked him if he took everything out that he needed, and he said yes.
Had you ever said anything different to law enforcement with regards to whether or not you actually looked into the bags?
No, no, I don't remember. I don't remember that. I don't remember.
Okay. You don't ever remember saying that the bags looked heavy?
No, I did not say that.
Okay.
No.
All right. And of course, you love your grandson, Sean Gathright. Is that correct, ma'am?
Yes, I do.
Do you know whether or not your grandson, Mr. Gathright, whether or not he ever owned any firearms or used any firearms?
Did not, never.
He never owned or?
Never owned, never used.
Okay. I have nothing further, Judge.
Okay, Cross.
That's a good grandma.
Good afternoon.
For the best for her grandson.
All right. Do you know who Alicia Andrews is?
No,
She's not one of Sean's friends, right?
don't know her, never seen that name before, never see her before.
All right. She's never been to your house before?
No, not that I know of.
And when Sean came to the house, you were standing in the garage?
No,
Talking
no, not when he came. When he came to the house, he came to the front door and he rang the bell. When I opened the door, he opened his arms and said, "Grandma," and he hugged me and I hugged him.
Okay. When Sean came to the house, did he tell you why he was switching cars?
He told me that the car that he had, he couldn't put the power washing equipment. It was difficult to get it in the car, in and out of the car. And then he asked me if he could, we were in a conversation, not just come up and ask me that. We were in conversation, and when I asked him about the power washing business, because I know he started that business a year before, and I asked him, how is it doing? And he said to me, it's doing okay. And then he said, we'll continue to talk, because we were eating and talking at the counter. And then he said, Grandma, can I borrow the SUV so I can put the equipment in there, because it's difficult to get it in and out of the car. And then he said to me, it's totally up to you, Grandma. And I said, it's okay.
Okay. All right. So he said he needed the truck, the tan vehicle,
The SUV, yes.
to put power washing equipment in it.
Equipment in, because he had a job to do coming up. It was a job he had to do.
All right. And could you actually see what was inside of his bags?
I saw he showed me, we talk about the photographer equipment. So when I was standing right at the back of the SUV was open. I was standing close to the back, and he took the bag up, and then he said, this is the camera. And I looked in the bag because it was open. So I looked in it and I saw the camera. And as I said, it was a professional camera, not the little small one that we all use. It was a big professional camera.
Okay. All right. That was that bag though, right?
That was that bag.
All right. But you didn't see any firearms,
No.
any ammunition, anything like that?
TCN, that's horrible. I'm not going to put that on screen. I'll leave it in chat though. Goodness.
No.
All right.
Oh.
And then the police came to your home?
That was the Wednesday after. I think that was the 26th, I think.
Okay.
The Sunday he came to the house, and the police came the Wednesday after. I think it was the 26th.
Okay.
Something.
When the police came to your home, they wanted to view your surveillance footage?
They wanted to view it, yes.
All right. And you allowed them to view the surveillance footage?
I allowed them to view it, but then I realized that they downloaded the footage, and I did not give permission to download. I gave them permission to view because it was just a normal visit, and there was nothing on there.
Okay. So you're saying the police took the footage from your house without your consent?
Without my consent, yes.
All right. And I see that you have on a mask. Are you wearing that mask to conceal your identity today?
No, I can take it off.
That's fine. No further questions.
Okay.
Just brief redirect it.
Yep.
Ms. Allen, regarding when law enforcement detectives from the Tampa Police Department were viewing that video footage, you asked them to leave, right?
Yes, I did.
And that was after they were viewing that video footage, is that
After they
correct?
started to take footage from it.
You also got a phone call from your daughter, Damalie Lyle, during that time period, didn't you?
No, I called her.
You called her.
I was trying to reach her because I didn't know what was going on.
And specifically after that phone call, you asked those Tampa Police Department officers to leave, those detectives to leave after you received your daughter's phone call.
No, that was not the reason.
Okay.
I told
But I'm
them that-
asking you about the sequence.
Yes.
You called your daughter while they were viewing that video footage, is that correct?
I called her. I did not get her. I called a friend in New York, and I said to her, there are some cops here. I do not know what is going on. Please pray for me, because she's a Christian. I said, I don't know what is going on. Just pray for me.
But regardless, after that call that you made, you asked those detectives to leave. Is that true, ma'am?
Yes, I did ask them to leave. And
All right.
my reason is...
Go ahead.
They asked me if they could view the footage, and I said yes.
And did you watch over their shoulders?
No, I did not.
Hold on. So go ahead. Are you done answering?
No, not really.
Okay, I apologize.
No, I did not finish answering.
Okay, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Where was I?
You were saying that what was the reason, I believe,
Okay,
for asking them
yes.
to leave?
While they pulled me over, I was scared, I was shocked, I didn't know what was going on. I could not use my phone because I said I could not use my phone. The phone was in the car. When eventually they allowed me to use the phone, there's a friend that lives in the neighborhood that I called, and I said I needed some support because I'm just out of it. I didn't know what was going on. So he came over. After he came over, and they asked me if they could view the footage, I said yes.
Okay.
So we went into the house. I was sitting at the table, at the breakfast table, while they were over in the den viewing. I was not paying attention to them. I was talking because I wanted to calm myself down, so I was talking to the friend. But then it dawned on me that they were there a long time ago, for a long time, and I realized that short time could not take them so long. So I turned around and I said, no, there's more going on. I need to speak to a lawyer because I don't know what is going on.
Okay.
And then he backed off.
All right, thank you, I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Nothing further.
Okay, may this witness be excused?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. You're free to go.
Thank you so much.
All right, is that it for today?
It is.
Okay.
I know I'm muted. Meat's about to make me nuts. He's on a barking spree. You need to be quiet so mommy can get through this. Here, let me give you something to mention. Here, take a bagel crisp. Here, take a bagel crisp. Here, it's for you. Take it. You can go eat it and let me do my review, and then mommy will come play. I know it's that time of day. He wants mommy to come play. So we're going to do mommy. Look at me. I just lost my marbles. My and got my here. Okay, I won't kiss her. I won't kiss her. Y'all go away. Let me do my review. Okay, today was Monday, day 2. We were still on day 2. Hang on. Let me go. Let me just. Okay, so day 2. We were an hour and 22 minutes into day 2, and we still ended up having a long, long day. First one was Yanni Hasnidi. He was a police officer. He was the one that reported to the lobby to collect the bullet fragment. And then 12 was Officer Nunez Martinez. She was a crime scene tech. She packaged the evidence and stuff. She documented about the Nissan. And I made notes about that there was all this destruction of the radio and the car seats and all that. And that's when I learned about the crash wrap, which was what they seal the vehicle with while it's in transport. I didn't realize that that's what that was. So I learned something new today. Then let's see. We had Anthony Portman. He was with the Tampa PD. And he was at the Truth Lounge when he got the call, and because it was a troubled after hours club, and because it was troubled after hour club, that's why he was hanging out there. But he got the call to go to the Home 2 suites, and so he dashed over there, and he followed the car that did the U-turn back into the hotel, and that he did see the decedent in the car. He did see Mr. Jones in the car. That there was no signs of life, and that they noticed a trail of blood going into the hotel. And so he went into the hotel to try to see if that's where the shooter fled or anything like that. And they were trying to figure out the crime scene. And his first priority is life saving. And then his second was clearing the hotel looking for the shooter. He found his fellow officers on the 3rd floor attending to 2 victims. So he went up to the 4th floor to clear it. And homicide was called to take over the investigation. Then we had 14, who was Bernardo de Jesus. He was with the Tampa PD. Went through all kinds of firearm information with him. We went over the Glock switch. He knew he was responding to a homicide. Also, I learned what the pedigree info was. He kept talking about pedigree info. I was like, what the hell is a pedigree info? And that's people's name, date of birth, location, and where they could get back in touch with them after the incident. And he also noted that everybody on the scene had Jacksonville addresses. They were not locals. And so he called the Jacksonville Police Department asking about their gang information to see if there was something he could put together. And he's seen on the Instagram that he was at Truth 18. So he went there to Truth 18 to see if he could get any camera views to see if anybody was following him or anything like that when he was at Truth 18, to make sure nobody followed him from Truth 18. And the first thing the guy says on cross was, "You know a lot about guns." And I thought that was rude. But anyways, I wrote that down. They talked about the brass catchers, and they also talked about that there was no registry in Florida, that it was against Florida's Second Amendment, against the Constitution, and it had to do with the Second Amendment, that there is no registry in Florida. 15 was Zachary Conway. He was also a patrol officer in Tampa PD. He was called because there was cars speeding through the parking lot, shots fired. A lot of these repeat officers. He did 10 to Edwards, who had 3 in the armpit, 3 in the upper shoulder, and he also had a broken bone from all that. Carrie Lynn Calderado, she was a crime scene tech 2. She took photos and processed the Nissan. She also collected the firearm for Sosa on the scene. She swabbed the vehicles, the vape pen, bottle, cup, and she got a buckle swab from McCrae. Then we had Justin Legg. He was Tampa PD. He went to the hospital to check on Taifa McCrae, and he collected the firearm from McCrae. Remember, we seen the firearm, and the clip was full. There was no casings missing or anything from that, or no bullets missing from that. And he also tried to talk to Camilla at the hospital and take a statement, but she didn't want to talk. Again, she was scared of gang retaliation. And he did secure the weapon from Taifa. And then we had number 18, who was Miss Jordan. She was voice only. She was Alicia's best friend. She said that Alicia was dating Isaiah Chance. And she mentioned that Isaiah was in a gang, but Alicia was not. And let's see, there was a lot of gossiping claims. Words are considered satire in her texts, which I found that very interesting. And he also asked her about said something about Alicia was threatened to be killed on social media. And Alicia was not in a gang, but there was rumors of her boyfriend belonging to one. Then we had David Anderson. He was a detective. He went over the video from the grandma at the Polk County, the video that we just watched of him wiping down the car and taking all the stuff out. And his mom was in there when he did that interview, which I find very odd because he was over 18. She shouldn't have been in there. And also, she passed him a note. And the note had told him to quit talking, basically. So I found that kind of odd that they allowed his mother. He was over 18. Shouldn't have been there. Anyways, and the grandma was there during the exchange of the vehicles. And then we had number 20 was the Uber driver. And he drove the suspects from Tampa back to Jacksonville. There was 3 people in the car, stopped at a gas station. The 3 of them went into McDonald's. Mr. Uber driver did go in to use the restroom and put gas in his vehicle. And that they were relaxing, playing on their phones in the back seat. The front seat passenger was asleep during their ride back. And he had to slow down. And Cindy and I are assuming he slowed down because they didn't want to get pulled over. They didn't want to get caught. And then they asked her, the cross asked her, did you see any bags? She said, no. Were they see-through bags? She said, no. Or the Uber driver, sorry. And then 21 was Cordy Shady. He was the Polk sheriff, which he just said, yeah, he was called. And then 22 was Lorna Allen, which is Chase's grandma. She looked in the bag, seen the camera, but she said she didn't see him wipe the car down, and he never used or owned firearms, and that she had never seen Alicia and didn't know who she was. So if you believe that, I don't know, because I have a hard time believing that. They had been dating for 6 months. If his grandma were so close, trading out vehicles and stuff, you'd think that his grandma would know who his girlfriend was. I don't know. I guess I'm going to shut up right there with that comment because my mind just squirreled. So with that, I will be back later tonight, probably at 11 or 12 o'clock Central stream. Just kind of hang out, chat, chill, talk some true crime stuff that I have pulled up, that I have saved over the weekend that I didn't do anything with. So with that, I want you all to remember, drop your Tide Pods in before you ever wash your laundry. And this has been a long stream. It's almost been 6 hours. I normally do not stream this long. It has been a long day for me. So I'm going to go relax because Hector's fixing a call, and I need to go enjoy my conversation with him as I do every evening. And I will possibly see y'all later tonight. So until then, peace. Rubber out.
Life's so right on a